T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on their results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With over 400 players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 1, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down. So what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server at the link in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual games, including the T5S2 Youngbloods series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and give you a chance to experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on their results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With over 400 players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 1, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down. So what are you waiting for? Visit TTS40K.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server at the link in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual games, including the T5S2 Youngbloods series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and give you a chance to experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this Invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the stream. This is the semifinals of the T5S2 Invitational. We are down to just 3 games to determine the winner of the first season of the T5S2 Tournament Series. My name's Trevi, as always, and we have over here, the players didn't mark their names on the score sheet, but in the blue, we have Jaime Paris playing Space Wolves, who is going to be deploying on the red side of the table, going second against Daniel Kennedy playing Chaos. The Hottest Takes Chaos list returns, and this is going to be the 3rd game in a row that Jaime has to play against this list. So he has a lot of practice, and we'll see. So far, he's undefeated against it. We'll see if he can continue that winning streak. I want to thank everybody in the chat room for joining me today for the event. I think we're going to have some awesome games of 40K here in the Invitational. Apologize, everybody. It looks like we just had a hiccup on the stream. I'm going to make sure that we're okay and live and don't have an issue. Okay. Yeah, I apologize if anybody had a hiccup there, but it looks like we are online on the YouTube. I want to thank everybody for joining us this Saturday morning to watch some Saturday morning 40K. This has been an exciting series so far. We've had some incredible games of 40K showcased by some of the best players in the world at Virtual 40K, and we've got plenty more to show you later on today. Obviously, we're going to have the other semifinals game that's going to be Nick Rose versus Liam Vissel playing Harlequins versus some Salamanders, which I am unreasonably excited for. That's going to be amazing. And I hope this game's going to be just as good. And then obviously tomorrow, the winners of these games will be moving on to the grand finals starting tomorrow morning. But today we are on battle lines. Just 4 objectives on the table in this mission. It is a difficult one to score out. Typically, with this large obstruction in the center, players will effectively base trade. A lot of times you'll see a lot of force projected into one of the side objectives. And from there on, players will be fighting over one half of the table and then scoring their 10 primary points a turn. Before we get too far into the game, we'll talk about the players' lists as they complete their deployment. Looks like Dan has just finished his deployment, putting his Whirlwind Scorpius in the back of the table to hold Objective 1 and swarming the center with the patented Endless Swarm of Nurglings.
So Ironman moves 12 plus 2d6.
Covering Daniel's list, we have seen this list many, many times on the channel. We watched both Dan and Arn play the same list in the quarterfinals games yesterday. Some incredible games there, although the Jaime did go first against Arn's version of this list and was able to absolutely smash him with a bunch of Wolf and Thunderhammers punching into Nurglings, highlighted by a Nurgling unit running away due to a failed morale test and allowing a Wolf Priest to access to the backline characters of Arn's army, using its stacking stratagems to wipe out 2 Thousand Sun Sorcerers, one of which being Ahriman, in 1 round of combat. We'll see how well these Nurglings, if the bravery of these Nurglings can stay put. I think Arn may be missing the Slopperty Bile Piper that he had in the previous version of this list to buff his command checks. But today, that guy's just going to become a proc springer. In total, the list brings in a undivided Chaos Demons Battalion alongside a Lord of Change with a proc springer, 6 full units of Nurglings, or of the full 6 units of Nurglings. 3 of them are at 9 swarms. 1 is 8. And then 2 units of 5 Nurglings as well. For a grand total of, what is that, 45 Nurgling bases? A casual 45 Nurgling bases. We also have a Thousand Suns Patrol bringing Ahriman, a sorcerer in Terminator armor, a unit of Rubric Marines, just 5 Rubric Marines in that unit to hold an objective, and 2 Hellforged Whirlwind Scorpii. These guys are interesting meta pick. Obviously, we had a lot of Salamanders players advancing from the group stage into the elimination stage. And these, a lot of Landspeeder Tempests on the table running around. And these Hellforged Scorpii are excellent at killing both the Tempests and a lot of the other Salamanders infantry. Primaris Marines obviously go down to 1 hit from those Scorpius launchers. And all of their heavy infantry will go down in 2. In this matchup, the Scorpius matches up fairly well against there's a bevy of 2-wound infantry on the table for the Space Wolves. All of the Primaris infantry, obviously 2 wounds, as well as these Wolfen, which are going to be bounding up the table as fast as they can. And potentially every single one of those failed invulnerable saves in the Wolfen ends up being a dead Wolfen, assuming their ignore rolls don't go very well. But altogether, extremely straightforward list. If this list goes first, it can typically dominate the center of the table extremely powerfully. Put 45 Nurgling bases wherever it needs to, and just be annoying, and just sit in the middle. The Lord of Change, bringing in the Impossible Robe, as well as he's actually swapped his Warlord trait out to be able to cast an additional power, and he's taken the Exalted trait for a CP to receive -1 damage. So that Lord of Change becoming incredibly difficult to take out. A huge mainstay anchor of the list. And with +1 cast, able to put out a reasonable amount of damage to knock out characters. Especially with targeted smites, we have seen that guy basically kills Ragnar every single game. So poor Ragnar Blackmane, he gets to kill some Nurglings sometimes, and then he gets killed by smites. Moving over to Jaime's list, who is playing Space Wolves, going second, interestingly taking this deployment with these obstacles in it. I think that doing that to stifle the onslaught of the Nurglings. Whereas typically on the T5S2 maps, they do use asymmetric terrain, and the attacker-defender roll is rolled before the game begins, before deployment begins, and so you do know who's going first or going second, and it uses a full deployment style. That typically means that one side of the table will be a little bit more defensively oriented. Obviously, this side has multiple walls as well as obscuring area terrain, which gives a lot of line of sight blocking moving into this the side with objective 1 here on battle lines. The other side, only a couple defensive pieces and these obstacles, which in some cases will be a little bit will hamper movement mobility a little bit. So typically the attacker will take this side because the defender will pick the more defensive side. But this time, I think the Space Wolves just want to limit the number of Nurglings that can get to objective 4 as much as possible. And we can see that deployment here from Jaime. He's really trying to block off as many entrances to his side of the table as possible from the Nurglings. Because one thing that can happen is these Nurglings just charge onto your objective and you never get to score any primary points again. Although with a massive number of 2-damage weapons in the Space Wolves army, that's going to be pretty tough. Yeah, Captain Salty in the stream, or in the chat. The Space Wolves player, yeah, no, not really any obscuring terrain on the Space Wolves side of the table. That said, basically the only ranged weapons on the Thousand Sun side or on the Chaos side are these Scorpius. So, obscuring terrain, not that important, to be honest. You want to get a little bit of cover from these obstacles, which you can get pretty easily. And the smites are going to be fairly annoying, but that's what these impulsors are here for. They're going to eat a bunch of mortal wounds and try to block line of sight to the infantry, so those smites don't go where they need to. But I think for the most part, the fact that most of this terrain is breachable means that the Nurglings will be able to pass through it freely, except for this obstacle. So, Jaime deciding to bite the bullet, take maybe the slightly less optimal side in order to hamper these Nurglings' movement. But speaking, I mentioned before that the Space Wolves list has a whole bevy of multi-damage weapons, and we can talk about that list real quick. It's a single battalion detachment being led by Ragnar Blackmane. It's not super surprising. That guy, turns out, is still one of the most efficient characters in the entire game in terms of damage output, especially once he gets buffed up with the incredible Space Wolves damage stratagems that they can bring to bear. We also have a Wolf Lord, a Smash Captain Wolf Lord, so a Jump Pack, Storm Shield, Thunderhammer. He's also the Warlord, and he's taken Saga of the Hunter, I believe, so yeah, he can advance and charge, and once he makes his successful charge, that becomes a 6-inch aura, where everyone can advance and charge. Not going to be super relevant in this list because those Wolfen can already advance and charge, so those are going to be mostly I think his the melee infantry. That's any successful armor save, which is pretty easy against these Nurglings. That 6 inches in aura becomes a 6-inch aura, which means that he can apply it to impulsors and shrug off mortal wounds potentially with it. We're also taking the Wolftail Talisman, I believe on the Wolf Priest, yeah. So he's that extra 6-inch or 6+ ignore is going to be very important to keep that guy relevant up in the front. The Wolftail Talisman obviously giving -2 to cast for any characters and enemy psychers within 18 inches of him, which is incredibly powerful against this mass psyker army with between Ahriman, the Lord of Change, and the Terminator Sorcerer. A ton of casts coming out of this Chaos army, and that's where the majority of their damage comes from outside of the Scorpii, obviously. The Nurglings can pink for a little bit of damage, but this list doesn't really bring any of the big combos that make Nurgle detachments very dangerous. So I don't think we're really expecting too much out of the Nurglings, and it's all going to be from these Psykers and these Scorpii. So having that Wolftail Talisman to push the Psykers back is going to be very important. We also have 2 units of Intercessors with auto bolt rifles, Thunderhammers on their pack leaders. Those are each in one of these Impulsors. And a unit of Incursors, who I think are deploying. Yeah, deploying in the center here, or behind the obstacle here. Unfortunately, shut down by the Nurglings. Just the fact that there's a critical mass of Nurglings that can forward deploy and push those Incursors back means that they won't really be able to make much headway. We also have 2 Blade Guard veteran squads who are hiding in one of these Impulsors as well. I think in this one on the side, yep. As well as a Justiciar. The Justiciar has Mordekai's Teeth Bolts, actually, so his Absolver Bolt Pistol can give that reroll 1's aura, reroll 1's ability to anything he shoots with it. Potentially pretty good, even if he gets into combat, because that is a pistol, he can shoot the unit he's in combat with and get his reroll 1's, which is pretty nice. But also, just the Tempora Mortis to stop any of these big things from really doing too much damage to his army is a pretty big deal. We also have, like I mentioned, a bunch of Wolfen. Grand total of 13 Wolfen. I think a unit of 6 and a unit of 7. 11 total Thunderhammers and Storm Shields between them. With the pack leader with his Frost Claws, obviously. Now, obviously an incredibly dangerous unit. We did mention in the previous game, and as we saw, the Wolfen are a little bit overkill for these Nurglings. Unfortunately, the Nurglings, with 4 flat wounds instead of 3, that, like most swarms, means that the Thunderhammers on the Wolfen are only are still require 2 hits to kill them. So I think in a lot of matchups we would much rather have Blade Guard veterans in their place because they match up a little bit better against the Nurglings. But for any other matchup that we see with this Space Wolves list, I think Jaime's going to be happy to have those 3 flat damage Wolfen. Wolfen getting a big points increase going into 9th edition.
You're like, I never want to be near my Impulsor again.
But that said, we're
it's not just my own explosions; it's also your smiting stuff.
Yeah.
It's just I don't.
That said, we're I think they're going to be doing okay, to be honest.
Now I'm happy.
So far, they've been doing pretty well for Jaime. Obviously, you have to cut a couple Wolfen out of those packs in order to fit them in the list now. Now that they do have those. Now that they do have that extra cost, you know, in the past you were seeing 9, big units of 8 or 9 Wolfen, and we were cutting those down to 6 or 7. But the fact that dominating objectives with multi-wound infantry is really important in this edition. Wolfen are basically the exact unit type that you want to be playing with in 9th Ed. And in addition, the Space Wolves obviously have access to their counter-assault heroic intervention stratagem, and that is really good when you're sitting on an objective with a unit that's not typically OBSEC. Obviously, the Space Wolves were OBSEC until Wednesday, when they lost their ability to get everything, have everything be OBSEC. But with that said, when you're sitting on an objective with some Wolfen, even if you're OBSECing it away, they can most likely intervene into you and just kill you, which is, I think, that's mostly the Space Wolves list game plan. We're just going to see them try to kill as many Nurglings as possible. And this is certainly a list that can chew through a ton of Nurglings. There's a lot of high-volume, flat 2-damage weapons, which is exactly what you want to kill Nurglings with. Last but not least in the list, there's also 3 Impulsors with Shield Domes. 2 to carry Intercessors, 1 to carry 2 units of Blade Guard, obviously. The Blade Guard are down in this corner here. Ragnar Blackmane and a unit of Intercessors are up here, and then the last unit of Interceptors are in the in that last Impulsor. And it looks like we may be angling for a charge with the Nurglings to try to keep everyone in place.
It looks like my base will fit there. My base will fit there.
Is that just one?
One, yes.
Yeah, so we're going for a move block from Dan to try to ring this wall with Nurglings and make it difficult for the Wolfen to leave. That is tough because you definitely don't want to get within an inch of that wall. But the Wolfen's large base is going to make it difficult for them if they want to heroically intervene through. We may be able to fit one Wolfen here with a 40 mil base.
They're not that big. They're underneath the Invasion. So everything's measured to the wall.
But I think we should be able to keep these guys sort of stymied and force them to go around the wall in order to attack.
You will have to go closer because I can fit another base in there.
A little bit of a downside on these 40 millimeter bases on the Wolfen, excuse me. There are a lot of situations where having this larger base is going to be problematic. While in the 9th edition rules, it's a little bit easier to get multiple ranks to fight with a larger base. Unfortunately, that means that also means that you typically can fit less into combat. And moves like this, where you can stop your opponent from being able to successfully engage you, are much easier.
Yeah, I think I needed a 6 in order to block you out.
To completely block me out. Yeah.
But this is dangerous, that said, because these Wolfen could potentially just intervene. They move 6 inches. They just have to end closer to the unit than they started, so they could go around the edge of the wall. Probably get most of, or if not all of the unit in to engage this unit of Nurglings and just kill them on Dan's turn. Yeah, Nick in chat, how's it going? Good morning. Hope you're ready for your semifinals game later today. But yeah, this is first turn. And Dan has won it. Dan has won the first turn roll, so he's excited to be able to go first. Let's take a look at the secondaries the players have picked. For Dan, we have Engage on all fronts. Obviously, a great pick if you are going first. In T5S2, or in the Invitational anyway, we've allowed players to pick secondaries after the attacker defender role is completed, so they know whether or not they're going first when they pick their secondaries, and they can do so with that in mind. That typically just gives a little bit of an edge to the defending player, since a lot of the secondaries are difficult for the defending player.
I get it.
Are those not done in the command phase now?
And you know so you know when you're picking your objectives, you know what order you can be in. So objectives like grind them down or engage in all fronts that are better if you're going first, you can sort of avoid as a second player to try to alleviate that issue. We also have While We Stand, We Fight, which is going to be on the Lord of Change as well as the Hellforged Scorpii. No reserves for the on the table for the Space Wolves, so really nothing's going to come back and fight these Scorpii until the Space Wolves can punch through this endless swarm of Nurglings in the middle. And that's kind of the point of the list. You want to gum up your opponent and make it as impossible for them to get to your backline as possible. And then the Scorpii can just slowly attrition their army to death. Last but not least, we have Assassinate for the Chaos. With Space Wolves characters being so aggressive and essentially these casters are going to have to kill those characters in order to have any chance of winning the game. Assassinate makes a lot of sense. Typically, you want to pick that one if your opponent has characters that are going to be coming forward at you, because otherwise they can pretty reasonably hide. But with a Wolf Priest, a sort of frontline Wolf Priest, as well as Ragnar Blackmane and a Smash Captain, all 3 in the Space Wolves list, that is that is a lot of really punchy characters that are going to be running right across the table that you can probably score Assassinate off of. That said, only 4 characters on the Space Wolves side of the table, so it is difficult to max Assassinate. However, Space Wolves do have the ability, as we found in the previous game that we saw, to create additional characters as the game goes on. So you could potentially be starting with only 4 characters, but still max out your Engage on all fronts if you need to. Last but not, or your Assassinate, excuse me. Last but not least, the Space Wolves have taken Engage on all fronts as well. That is an interesting one, although Impulsors are one of the best units in the game at scoring it, so it should be pretty possible, although I'm not sure that the Space Wolves are going to be able to score that on turn 1. So a little bit of a lost efficiency there. We also have Abhor the Witch. Makes a lot of sense since the Space Wolves aren't taking any Psychers themselves. And if they kill all of any of these 4...
Jeremy, do we know how tall these are?
Ooh, looks like the players have a question.
2 inches. 2 inches up.
What's that?
2 up, 2 across, 2 down, then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like the players worked it out themselves. I think they're just determining whether or not we could see an intervention into these green Nurglings from the Wolfen. It will probably be difficult to get around the obstacle, but we may be able to go the long way. You just have to be within 6 inches to trigger a heroic intervention, and you just have to end within an inch. So there is a little bit of leeway there, even if you have to maneuver around some terrain. But I think we might have placed so that it would be difficult or impossible for the Wolfen to get in. It'll be interesting to see which flank Jaime really wants to push hard, because I have to imagine that's going to inform his early positioning.
Oh, like a smite on a d6 for 1 wound?
I think so, yeah. I don't know if it's actual smite, though.
I don't know if it's 12 or 18, or if it's 12 plus 6, 18. I'm not entirely sure.
Advanced heal. That's right.
Jamie, what's your third secondary objective?
Assassinate.
Okay, it's not Titan Hunter.
It's not Titan Hunter.
Okay,
No.
that's what I thought.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, if you want to take that one, Jamie, I'll let you.
As long as Nurglies count as Titans, I'll take it.
All right, yeah, solve that issue. I was a little bit worried there for a second for the Space Wolves. So, unfortunately, no Titans on the table here. We did see a couple Titans in Phil Barfoot's list in the group stage, but unfortunately, man, Titans not super good in the 9th edition rules. Under the 9th edition rules, obscuring terrain doesn't really protect you from them. You could potentially be in situations where your opponent can see you and you can't see back, which is frustrating. And not to mention that the missions really, a lot of the missions are very spread out, and many of them, focus very heavily on objective secured bodies, sort of running places. Unfortunately, a knight equivalent is not going to be great at doing that.
So it's an 8-inch charge?
Mm-hmm. -2, yeah. 8-inch charge.
So lining up some charges here from the Chaos onto Objective 4. Just gonna try to gum that up as much as possible, I imagine.
Ooh. Crap. That's not ideal.
So that's Terminator Sorcerer advancing full 10. Potentially to get in and deal some smite damage to one of these impulsors. They do have Armor of Contempt available to keep them relatively alive.
No birdie.
But that is going to be a lot of potential damage.
Touching the wall so you can see through it.
Mm-hmm. I'll move your head out of the way.
Certainly looks like the players are going to be lining up to fight over Objective 3.
He's
That's where
hungry.
the Blade Guard veterans are.
Flipping
as well
him
as
around.
all these characters, Space Wolves characters ready to go in.
Mm-hmm. Death X Impulsor.
Advanced armor.
Mm-hmm. Up he goes.
Not far.
9 inches. 18 is here. Can't he warp time himself though?
He could, but I'd like for him to stay alive.
Ugh.
If you don't mind.
Alright. Fair enough.
Yeah, the Thousand Suns do also have plus 6 inches of range on their spells, so they will most likely be able to tag that Impulsor with some smites and 18-inch range offensive powers.
Well,
Oh, I don't think this guy's incoherent.
But as the players were pointing out, we could potentially see a Death Hex into an Impulsor so that the Scorpii could rip it up. We'll see where Dan's target priority lies, because there is certainly an argument to be made to be sending shots into the Wolf.
Okay, so...
But if you can kill an Impulsor and expose the characters...
I will spend a
the,
CP to deny side power, putting me down to 9.
That is could potentially be good.
Assuming that's going on the Wolf Lord.
I guess. Can you currently do any damage to my characters? There's no line of sight on them, and the only way is the Scorpius.
Okay. And just to clarify...
18. So I will do 24. So are you outside of 18 on both?
Everyone should be outside 18, these guys.
Okay.
Oh, do you mind if I move the box bringer? I forgot to move it.
Yeah, go for him. Cool. Everyone's outside 18, so I will do the Smash Lord because he's within 24. Cool.
Alright, so we're gonna go to the Lord of Change first.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna cast Gaze. So
I go off with a +2. What other powers does he have?
Over here.
Oh yeah.
Put
the time on me. Put the time on me while I look.
Gateway.
Infernal Gateway, Gaze, Bolt of Change. Those are all 6s. You get a +2 to cast 8. So you need... Yeah. I'll deny. Needing a 7. I deny. No Gaze.
Okay. He's gonna cast...
So it's the stratagem from the Space Wolves to get a once per round deny on one of their characters, stopping a Gaze of Fate to prevent a reroll on the Chaos side of the table. And as we learned yesterday, Gaze of Fate actually a little bit more effective in that condition, as it could potentially reroll multiple dice.
Mm-hmm.
What's in there with Ragnar?
Just
so any test that would require multiple dice, you reroll all of them. Thanks to
and this is double Blade Guard.
Okay. Yeah, he'll cast Bolt to Change on that.
Mm-hmm.
Bozeman in the chat. Yeah,
Bells.
This is Tabletop Simulator we're playing on.
CP reroll.
Nope.
You can find
Good
more
thing I didn't have the
info
Gaze.
and you can
He's
join
gonna
our community
cast
over at
Infernal Gateway on
TTS40k.com.
the Blade Guard one.
Be able to find a link in the description as well.
How many more wounds does this do?
This is an 11. Does that do
So
D6?
D3. You need to do 12 plus, I believe it is.
Okay, yeah.
Cool, go for it. I take one +1, right? So 2.
No, he's got an extra spell. He doesn't have.
Oh, okay, he doesn't have the +1 damage. Okay, so he's down to 10.
Yeah. Poxbringer is going to cast Smite.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 6.
Goes off. D3. For 3, I'll spend a CP for Armor of Contempt. 5 Ophthalmal Pains. Ooh, yo. 5 ups. I ignore 1, I take 2. Continue.
So Armor of Contempt going down on
It's
the
mine.
I'm gonna roll
central
one for the helm.
impulsor to ignore mortal wounds on a 5+. And I believe that this impulsor has its line of sight blocked from Ahriman and the Thousand Suns caster. So that is going to soak almost all of the big damage from the Psychers here. So that Armor of Contempt is a good one. Jamie would certainly like to keep that one alive from through the psychic phase to deny one of those Scorpius shots into the models.
Can I cast Smite?
So this is your second smite needing a 6. Goes off. 3. 3. 5 ups. Ignore 2, I take 1. Down to 8.
Big ignoring coming out of that Armor
Cast
of
Warp
Contempt.
Time
They are contemptuous
on himself.
of that damage output.
Letting me out of there.
Ahriman's gonna run away, I guess. Yeah. Goodbye, buddy.
He's gonna cast Prescient. I think that needs a 6. Needs a 7.
Kind of a downside of the Space Wolves list being so light on ranged attacks is that there's not really anything
Reroll that.
to punish this kind of play with Ahriman. That said, we have to keep in
Prescience
mind
goes
that
off,
most of
he's gonna cast it on
these models
Scorpius.
back here can advance a charge. At least the Wolf Lord certainly can.
We're gonna go
with
to
the base
the
12
Terminator.
movement, could get pretty far up the table.
He's gonna cast
Could make it potentially only a 5 or 6 inch charge if he gets.
he's gonna cast Infernal Gaze on that transport.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe a little bit longer.
Goes off.
But one stratagem that we
Perils.
we're
So
talking-
D3 models on himself.
we can perils
Roll a 3 like Arn.
on the sorcerer.
Aw.
Amazing. This Chaos seems to perils a lot. You could potentially spend a CP to ignore that, I think, for the Thousand Suns, but I guess we're not doing that. But talking to the players before the game, one thing that we realized in the last game that unfortunately Jamie actually did not remember is that Space Wolves do have a 1 CP stratagem to
5 ups.
explode their attacks on 4s against Thousand Suns.
Down to 7.
And interestingly, it's not unmodified 4+. So if you have any bonuses to hit, you could be exploding on 3s. So any one of these characters can absolutely truck either of these characters, these Thousand Suns characters, if they have the opportunity to. And we did see that even without that, using Touch of the Wild and using some of their other stratagems.
5 mortals?
So
no mortals, right? So 6.
Just one.
1 mortal because it's an addition 2, 1 5 up. I take it down to 6.
Like Zinch's Firestorm, yeah. This Impulsor, that's Armor of Contempt helping it a lot and staying pretty strong in that guy.
I think that'll be the end.
But even just with Touch of the Wild and some other buffs, we saw one Wolf Priest kill both Ahriman and the Sorcerer in the last game. I think Jamie would absolutely like
Scorpius, the one that's hitting on 3s. He's going
to recreate that experience.
He's going to shoot once into this Wolfen unit and once into the other Wolfen unit.
Cool.
Okay, I'm going to start rolling.
Go for it. Which one first?
The one on the left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is a fair point, chat. The Thousand Suns do have the same stratagem swinging back at the Space Wolves.
3 up in wounds.
That said, the Thousand Suns characters, well, they're pretty good.
2.
Not quite as scary as these
the
Space Wolves
first one,
characters.
5 Ophthalmal Pains.
So their exploding
1
attacks are
dies.
not going to be quite as impressive.
2 die.
Looks like Wolfen going down. Two killed by the first Scorpius shot.
Second volley into the other Wolfen unit.
Mm-hmm. Pretty good at rolling those, aren't you?
I play Imperial Fist a lot. I practice.
Jesus Christ, alright.
That's
And then on threes. Threes. And then 5-ups. Cool, we're good.
okay.
Tank the
I'm gonna go
Scorpius
to
shot
the
on
second
those
one.
Wolfen. Ooh,
It's also gonna split
outta
the same way.
Is this the one that is prescient?
It is.
Do we care about losing this Wolfen?
considering a transhuman, maybe?
Hey, put the time on me while I think about it.
Bit of a late phase transhuman, but that does mean that it doesn't allow Dan to sort of easily retarget into the other unit, since he already will have had to have declared one of his shots. Fortunately, the Scorpii do have 2 attack activations, so they are able to retarget if they need to.
Yeah, I'll transhuman. Do I need the little unit? Yeah, I'll transhuman the little unit.
Chat, yeah, absolutely. I think the Whirlwind Scorpius
So the little unit first
is still
CP.
So I get a CP back.
an incredibly good include in almost every list that you can bring it in.
Turn 1 CP.
The smaller board means that they typically have they don't have to go quite as far in order to bring their guns to bear.
Okay, yep.
And a lot of times, the flat 2 damage sort of high volume blast shots.
Same order.
Is,
on the left.
Is kind of where
Transhuman unit
is the gold standard for decent guns.
Come on, roll 3 ones.
It kills Primaris. It kills Nurglings. They can ping up vehicles if they need to. I mean, apparently they kill Wolfen. Okay, which is nice. So I definitely highly recommend Whirlwind Scorpius if you're looking for indirect firing in the Sardi's army.
Fell 2. First one. I passed 1, and the second one needs to roll 2 5-ups. No, he dies. Cool. So now he dies.
Okay, and the other unit.
And then from the game from LAN yesterday, when you gaze, can you gaze all 3 dice?
Yes, because it's the entire roll.
Okay, cool. Hitting on 2s, winning on 4s.
This is the other unit, right?
Yeah. Winning on 3s, yeah. 3 ups. And then 2 damage. 5 ups. Takes a wound. So one will take a wound on this back one. Alright.
Oh, I fucked up, didn't I? Yep, I messed up. Alright,
Why'd you mess up?
because you can HID.
Yeah. But I thought like you were okay with that, no? Isn't that you were just trying to stop me from coming out?
On your turn, but it didn't do much good if I let you do it on my turn, right?
Alright.
Alright.
Maybe misplaying a little bit here. Forgetting about the heroic intervention from from the Wolfen. Kind of the number one thing that Spaces do is heroically intervene with whatever they want anytime. And
charges. So we'll declare orange.
Surprising that Dan would
cool.
make that
charge.
mistake,
No
but we'll see
rewards.
how it ends up going. Because there is the potential that he can
And
only
they go with the
intervene
10
one
max
unit
to very annoying.
a turn with that stratagem, so may want to go into a different unit if he has the opportunity to.
We're staying outside.
So we do make the charge with the Nurglings onto the onto this Impulsor, even through the grab field. That will let them sit on objective 4 and force the Space Wolves to have to kill them. They do have Ragnar in that Impulsor, so you can pile out and essentially blast through a lot of this unit. But I think this is where Dan's going to be planning a Warp Surge next turn to keep that unit alive.
Any more charges to declare?
Infestation as well.
I don't think so.
I'll go ahead and spend a CP. Put it on my time.
And here comes the intervention from the Wolfen.
So here. We're going to be not here. 1 half an inch. How thick are these walls? Less than half. So if I have bases right against the walls, all of them would be able to fight. So let's put this wolf and pack leader out here. Such. Him right in here.
Oh, it looks like maybe a misposition from Dan as well.
And then
allowing
these guys.
40 mil bases through.
One out
Yeah,
here.
this is a big mistake from Dan. It's gonna.
And then what I can
if
do
these
is
Wolfen are able
move
to kill these
these
Nurglings,
with
we
3.5.
We may see
All
an
these will
early
be able
warp
to fight
surge
except
from the chaos
Oh,
on
so
these
these
Nurglings to try to
ones-
keep them alive.
have
The
to end up
closer
closer
models
down.
up here, right?
Exactly. So this guy will go right against this corner, ending up significantly closer, within half an inch of this guy, which is within half an inch of this one. He will go here, and I will have one wolf in the cannot fight. Because I don't think I can
Again,
find.
using-
Actually, hold on.
Pretty well using the
We'll
new
go 3 inches here.
stacking combat rules, where you do have to be within half an inch of another model who's within half an inch of the enemy
And then 3 inches in here.
in order to make your swings.
He will not, but then what I can do. Rotating.
If we have enough space, it looks like these Nurglings may be a little bit too
Then
close, so we
he-
could potentially pile into that
Always
area
hit.
and then fill in the space with that guy
Okay, so they're all within half.
once they actually activate.
Half and half, half and half. Cool, there we go. And then no hurting
Curiously,
dimensions over
because
here because you sit outside 6
these
of
Nurglings
everyone.
didn't declare a charge. They,
You
the Wolfen
get
will
to fight
actually
first
fight
with
first
your
against them as well.
Dudes.
See if we get a warp surge from the Nurgle here. Looks like we're considering it.
Okay, so did this unit not lose any guys?
No. One took a wound. Right.
And this unit lost how many?
3.
Okay. So they're hitting on how many hammers are here? Is it 3 hammers? 4 hammers?
5 hammers.
And they're hitting on 2s?
Yeah, so
Threes.
the 40 millimeter
hit on
base
4
is
threes.
just less.
The hit on
than,
3 is -1/+1.
An inch and a half, and then we just measured that the walls were less than a half inch
Alright,
here. These are only
we're gonna warp
1.2
surge
inches, so these should be within 2 inches. Yeah, they're 1.9 away, so these two guys will be within 2. This guy will be within 2 inches of these two.
Then we'll go to orange.
Mm-hmm.
Should just be 3 bases in there.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a warp surge going down on the white Nurgling unit, trying to keep them alive from the wolf, and that will lock those Wolfen in next turn. They won't be able to continue their endless press into objective 2.
Ones.
But certainly, worst case scenario for
I will now fight with my Wolfen.
Dan
That
is
one.
the would be
So
the
4 attacks per hammer. 1,
Wolfen
2,
just
3.
killing through this
4,
Nurgling squad
5.
and leaving none of them alive,
These
and then
are
being able to continue into
What's up?
objective 2.
I thought earlier I had put these close enough so only one guy could get out. Is that not correct?
Not with the 10, with the 11 inches. You needed the full 12 to take 2 out.
Okay.
So these hit on 3s, and these wound on 2s, and those are 4 up in ones.
And these are with the hammers?
Yes. So just 4 up in ones. So every 2 kills a base. That is 3 bases dead and 1 on 1 wound.
Ooh, looks like we may just
Then we have the
bounce
4
off this
attacks,
unit. We'd have to
the 6 attacks from
we'd have to
the
convert
sergeant,
perfectly from the
who
pack
hits
leader.
on 2s. He has 4 base plus 1 charge plus 1 because he's got double claw, and he wounds on 2s re-rolling because of the claws. That many, these are damage 1.
Yeah, we need all failed saves here and then all failed ignore rolls. No,
4 or
so
5
looks like
ups.
these guys are going to be staying alive. Although they could fail to morale, which would be devastating.
1 dies and 1 takes a wound, and then the Wolfen with normal claw, he hits on 2s, and he wounds on 2s, no reroll.
Oh, we have 1
2
unarmed
wounds,
wolf,
also 4 or
so
5
might
ups.
get it. No, he'll be okay.
You good?
Makes his invuln
I
saves. Yeah,
will now
oop,
consolidate.
just
so we'll
gonna
go-
leave that guy alive. And these Wolfen, like I mentioned, will be
Interesting.
stuck in melee here. Unless we see a double fight potentially, but that's a lot of CP to kill a Nurgling squad. However, it will let the Wolfen push him to objective 2, so maybe an option for Jamie. See if he wants to spend that kind of CP this early Typically, you want to spend the CP when you get your character stuck into the big stuff. But if he's able to clear a bunch of Nurglings this early, that could be pretty good for him.
So here I should have double coherency, Cool. We're good. You get to fight back with that Nurgling.
Alright, he hits nothing.
Yeah, that's the my imposter gets to fight you. Time on me.
Yep.
4 attacks, hitting on 5s, and wounding on 2s. 2 wounds. 8, 5 ups. You're good. All right. That would be the end of the fight, right?
It will.
Cool. So leadership on this Nurgling.
What's that?
Leadership on the white Nurgling.
I'm gonna
Infest.
invest in them.
3 back.
Ooh. Nurgling Infestation, regenerating 3 Nurgling bases out of that unit. Yikes.
Is that done at the end of the fight phase?
It's at the end of any phase.
Cool. Can I technically activate again? Spend 3 CP to fight again? I'm not going to, but technically could I?
I don't know.
I don't want to. I'm not going to. But I'm just curious to know.
I would assume that we would both have to declare at the end of the phase if we were doing anything, and then I would make the order.
Because it's your turn, yeah. Okay. And then they lost 1 on a 6th they fell. Or they leadership 7.
They are leadership 7.
All right. Very well.
I don't have anything else.
Okay. So time on to me. I will gain a CP.
All right. Well, that is the end of the Chaos turn 1.
The Wolf over here
turn it
cannot
was.
fail leadership because
It was
the
a big,
chaplain is
huge
leadership.
swing on that Nurgling unit, returning to life.
2 hammers and a pleater left. Ugh.
That's a good question, Nick. Whether the Nurgling Infestation allows you to place into melee.
What to do? We to go on 27 inches. I move 12. That's 14. 14 on 3d6. So let's advance the Smash Captain. For 2.
Yeah, they rolled the leadership, right?
I will.
I don't believe
move 14 and I
Nurglings
might CP reroll.
Don't gain
14
models back from morale.
This makes it a undeclarable charge. So I need 3 on the dice.
Yeah, it's not a unit that you really want to regenerate, right?
Which sucks. Or I just go into this doing the same.
Or it's not a unit that you want to roll morale on. They will still just run away.
Declare both. Start putting some damage onto that bird. That'd be dope.
Yeah, there's no restriction on the placement for Nurgling units, so you could put them into within 1 inch of enemy models.
What's his in 1 5 up?
Yep.
To CP that or not to CP that, I do have a +2 to charge if I move 12 with him, and then I could charge with both into here. Yeah, let's just stay there then. He will move his 12 to there. Over here, do I stay in combat, cause enough problems? Yes, stay in combat and shoot through those. Where would Ragnar have to go to
All right, everybody. I've been joined by a co-host. It's Shuma. He's back.
Hey, hey, hey.
What's up? We have a matchup that we've never seen before.
So we'll put the.
Oh, really?
It's Space Wolves versus this Chaos list.
3.
What? Really?
Yeah.
I've never.
Crazy.
I thought. Isn't one of these like a Warhammer Fantasy army? I didn't even think these could fight against each other.
I think they're both Warhammer Fantasy armies.
Yes, Holy within 6. Yes, absolutely.
It's a lot of hammers. versus a lot
No,
of
you had
boys.
this. I'm sorry, you had this wrong. This is Space Wolves fighting a pile of M&Ms of various colors.
Ragnar
Piece of
there
candy.
has to be Wholly within 3, so he'd be within an inch of the nerd.
Let's find out. Holy within 3. He would be within an inch of that.
So, how's this been going? Is this like the other such games we have maybe recently seen in some sort of alternate universe where I've ever seen these armies fight?
Well, it's different this time in that the Chaos has taken the first turn.
There, he's within an inch of the nerd. Right?
That is a big difference.
Unlike the other times when they didn't. Yeah. So the Nurglings, and obviously this map is very good for the Nurglings because they.
So then we'll go 6.
All of the objectives are basically
But is he Wholly within
exactly
3
in the center of the table where they're going to put their bases. And
Just 6 there.
so that's what they're doing, just body blocking as much of the table as possible. Unfortunately, they went to
Don't they out-disembark at
they
the
went to
same
move
time?
block
No,
Unit of
one
Wolfen
unit
and
one
just
by
gave
one.
them a heroic intervention, which is a little bit awkward. But fortunately, a Warp Surge into an Nurgling
So
infestation
you can
basically
disembark
made it
and
so
then
that
move
none of
that unit
these
and then disembark another
Exactly.
unit.
6.
it basically made it so that the Wolfen
And then these
didn't do
guys
any
just have
damage,
to
but it did
spend
cost 3 CP. They regenerated effectively all the damage that they could have taken.
Well, trading CP for basically just keeping
Tight.
the entire Space Wolves army on hold feels like a pretty solid investment.
Yeah,
That's one I'd make.
for sure. That's it. I mean, that's not.
Cool.
I think they could have easily just kept those Nurglings back and not taken the damage at all.
Yeah.
And that probably would have been preferable.
I see Ragnar has yet to get sniped out by a Lord of Change.
Yeah, he was in this Impulsor, and the Impulsor took smites from the all of the Thousand Suns casters, but Armor of Contempt went ham and only took 5 wounds.
That tank really does not like Psychers. Like, it's just...
He's contemptuous of them.
Yeah.
And
That's
then
about his opinion.
the Scorpius killed 3 Wolfen out of the small unit, I think, but kind of bounced off everything other than that. So it wasn't the end of the world for the Space Wolves going second. But it depends. It all depends on how much damage they can do this turn.
With my intercessor base. Can I?
Well, I got to imagine more than 9 points might get scored this time around by table objectives on the Thousand Sun side.
Intercessors fit.
Oh yeah,
here.
for sure.
Perhaps even on this first turn.
Yeah.
Well, this is unstable.
Yeah, I can't go.
So let's see what's been going on in chat here.
Or unstable as you can't and you move on it.
Yeah, but it's also not breachable, so you would have to climb up it and then
You
climb
have to
down it.
go up it.
That's what's been going on in chat.
So this little ledge here, how tall? is this
James
happening?
asking if the
So
character
I'm
can
gonna
advance
use
in charge. I
an
imagine
to
you
go
mean this
up
match
and down.
captain or this match
No, I
wolf
mean,
lord.
he's gotta
He
go,
is,
like,
yeah.
on
So
top
he
of
is
the
Saga of
board.
the Hunter, so he can advance
Not
in charge.
necessarily. I can just go along the.
So he's going to be aiming at these Terminators, or aiming at these Thousand Suns characters.
Before we start arguing, is this even worth it?
Ethan Wellner says
Sure.
Magnus swings pretty hard with Prescience Exploding Fours. What an attractive question.
I will wait.
A genius man would say
Impulsor.
something like that.
14.
And he does. It's
Hold
true.
the pistol into there. Yeah, let's do that. Let's move 14.
Oh, I should probably get into the player lobby so I can hear their mics.
That would be good. Come on in.
Does that mess up my charge? It does. It turns my 7-inch charge into. Also, does not need to be that aggressive just yet.
So what sort of assumptions are you making about this
Move
game this time? We've
14
seen
to
this play
here.
out a few times,
Come on.
but I feel like
Move 14 here.
this is maybe the match where we have the most matchup knowledge between these two armies at this point. Like,
Yeah, we have we've accrued the most data
Yeah.
on this matchup for
We'll
sure.
disembark the Judicar.
and I suspect
See
most of that matchup
this
knowledge is really going to
argument
come in
here.
helpful for the Chaos side, because,
19,
fool me once,
19.
shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on Ragnar. And let's try not to get fooled like a third time here.
Yeah,
At
let's
least
say
not Wholly within 3 of the transport.
Wholly within 9, because he gets to disembark and move after the impulsor is moved.
Oh, okay. So you're getting on and moving.
Correct. These Wolfen will, I guess, advance. See where they can go. Advance them for 5 inches.
So this is an interesting move. The Judicar, the Judiciary in this matchup again
6,
has a
another
Mordekai's
6.
Teeth Bolt in his Absolvable Pistol.
Right
So
here.
he's actually, this Impulsor's rocketed forward, and he's leapt cinematically off of the flatbed as it's gone.
Will do the same thing.
In such a way that he can hit these Nurgling Swarms.
How cinematic can that be, really?
He's got this big, like this cool big trench coat. So
This Impulsor.
it's some Matrix stuff going on, dude.
You ever seen anyone cinematically jump out of the back of a truck?
Yeah, probably not. I guess he has 1
6 inches to there.
Like
does this Impulsor,
he's got one shoulder out of the trench coat though, so he's actually, it looks like he's teasing a little bit. He's got a little striptease going on.
He's voguing, you know, it's like more of a kind of like a morning kimono style.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's just like a weeb.
I wonder if we could have had him. The issue is like these Wolfen are all like all up in the way now of the models inside this Impulsor.
That move.
I wonder if the Impulsor could have jumped out before the Judiciary could have jumped out before the Impulsor moved, and then moved out and gotten his shot, and then charged into the White Nurgling Squad to also commit his attacks. I guess he probably doesn't need to though. I imagine these Wolfen should kill that Nurgling Squad this turn.
So we could do that. Do we need Blade Guard down here? Yeah, we do. The Blade Guard will disembark before that Impulsor moves.
So I'm noticing that while slightly defended, these tanks are not very well defended from just
a
speedy boat tank just flying past this wall of Nurglings and tagging them right now. They're effectively locked in there. If anything touches them, they're effectively locked in.
Yeah, they just live there now. Yeah.
So 1 year Blade Guard.
And there's not a lot of psychic support that can turn around and start dealing with it in the current positioning.
Yeah, unfortunately, the short table edge deployment means that there's a lot of distance between these 2 deployment zones, right? And the Impulsors have a long way to go get those.
Can you imagine an outflank on them, though?
Yeah, I was wondering if the Space Wolves would elect to outflank anything, but they decided not to.
You take a mortal wound.
That feels like a consistent weakness of both of these lists, is that they effectively cannot afford a backline.
Yeah.
Like, both need to choke the middle as hard as they possibly can. And that works okay for the Space Wolves. They honestly don't have much of a backline to protect at all. But when you're dedicating, you know, almost 500 points to 2 precious tanks, like, outflanking anything back there could be devastating.
Yeah, for sure. Although I think, putting a Nurgling Squad back there to keep them a little bit of safe doesn't seem like it's too much of an investment for the Chaos list. I mean, they have enough Nurglings already, I think.
That is true.
They got plenty. It's okay. But the whole Space Wolves army is piling out here.
They're dying anyways. It's not like a matter.
Our 1 unit of Blade Guard veterans remained in its Impulsor.
See, we can start forcing. These hit on.
You ever ridden in the bed of a truck?
Yeah,
and
I have.
Wounding on 2s.
You ever ridden in the bed of a truck on a space station in an airless void?
I have not done that, and I can't say that I have.
I have. It's not the most fun. Like, you get that thing where like your face is in the wind for too long, and it's just kind of like unpleasant, and your eyes sting a little bit.
What wind?
Gain cursors will
it's an airless void.
The solar winds.
Oh, gotcha.
Orange. 5, 8, 10. These hit on 3s. No rerolls.
This feels like a good old StarCraft map right here. You know.
It does.
One of the ones where they have like Vespene geysers for like no reason poking out of the side of it.
This one literally does have a Vespene geyser too.
Oh, I love it. They should put like an extractor on there and just have like.
We need some minerals, mineral fields.
Could you put a mineral field down and somehow just animate an SCV just like
Ragnar,
kind of like scooching between the 2 locations?
Just running around. He's
he's
pathed, so he goes over to the big thing in the middle, and then he comes out again.
So minimum
3.
Yeah.
Just back and forth forever.
And then these hit on 2s, running 1s, wounding on 2s.
So we're just gonna pump a bunch of bolt gunshots into these Nurglings. Probably not doing too much damage, but see how much we get in close combat. That's where things are gonna get exciting.
Every little bit helps.
3.
Yeah, you might as well if you've got the guns.
Strength 3, so
the more you kill over time, too, the less effective they are to bring back, since you're only bringing back the ones like killed at that turn.
Impulsor will.
So I think the biggest question mark this turn, we're going to see a bunch of Nurglings killed and a bunch of them engaged by Space Wolves infantry. The biggest question mark is how much damage these Space Wolves characters do into the casters in the back here, and where they elect to charge. We might see the Saga of the Hunter Wolf Lord go into the Lord of Change and just hope for the best.
That is not. I would not make that hope. That's dicey. You cannot Vengeance for Prospero, the Lord of Change, and he is. He's not too worried about a 3 damage or a 2 damage Power Fist.
Yeah, you can touch up the Wild and use the other stratagem to explode 6s and just try to force as many hits through as possible.
Does Touch of the Wild have much synergy when you're wielding a -1 to hit weapon? That's unmodified.
Yeah, it's unmodified. 4 pluses.
Okay, yeah. So it only go off on 5s.
Yeah, but also he's a Space Wolf, so he hits with 2s on that with that Thunderhammer, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
But the Terminator Sorcerer already perils earlier this game, so he.
Yeah, his positioning I feel might be a little risky. I would not send anyone to that Lord of Change just for fear of the fact that he could turn around and just kill your character. And like you might swing 3 wounds in. He might 50-50 chance he saves one of those on his DPR and then regains another one of the wounds back and nothing happens.
Well, he has he cast an additional power this game. He doesn't have the 6+.
That's
a choice to make. Was that rolled or selected?
All of my shooting.
I was selected.
Huh.
Charges.
All right,
here we go.
He is
see what we decide to do.
So, and then he can...
We are aiming for the Lord of Change, although we might be aiming for the Lord of Change's Heroic Intervention to try and keep him out.
We'll charge in first. And I go with a 12.
Oh, you didn't say who he's charging, Jamie.
Oh, in these 2 right here.
Yeah, we're in there.
Just doing it. Yeah, just declaring these 2 units. That makes a lot of sense.
I guess, yeah, that does lock the Lord of Change in, so we cannot then snipe out Ragnar. As is the Lord of Change's just hobby, as has been shown. Although I don't imagine the Lord of Change would want to leave this combat. Like, come the Thousand Sunstar, I mean, all that psychic damage is just going to go into this one character anyway.
Impulsor will charge red.
Yeah. And we do have potentially if one of these casters gets to swing into that Wolf Priest, he's got Saga of the Bear. So as soon as he makes any save, he projects a 6 into aura that gives a 6+ ignore. So he makes the characters a little bit tougher to kill with the psychic powers. Not to mention he also has the Wolf Tail Talisman, so he's giving him -2 to cast also.
Going with an 8.
It is. This is I think the position of these casters felt very aggressive. This might just be an issue with the matchup. It might just be impossible to kind of get out of this area. But once they're engaged in with the Tail Talisman guy, their psychic powers aren't going to do that much to begin with, and they can't fall back and cast anyway. So they just live there now.
Yeah, in my experience, you really need to position behind the Lord of Change or embed yourself inside of the Nurglings.
Yeah. Yeah, if you need to... and potentially, there is some play with Ahriman. Ahriman did Warp Time himself last turn to get back further to the edge of the table. So he was out of threat range. But potentially, if that Terminator Sorcerer survives, you could cast with him and then Warp Time him out.
Yeah.
But he has to survive, and you can't do that with the Lord of Change. So even if the Lord of Change eats a bunch of Thunderhammer hits and doesn't die, he's pretty stuck next turn. And even if he brackets and loses his +2 to cast, that Wolftail Talisman is going to really nuke his ability to cast reliably.
Yeah, it's not pretty sane. The loss of movement distance is also pretty damning.
Oh, for sure.
It's such a big base model that you just going down to 10 inches. Your ability to place the model at all falls to the floor.
Yeah, and especially since you are trying to leverage, you're trying to leverage infernal gateways as well.
Yeah,
and smites that go into the closest visible, and if you're not able to move to target those reliably, everything's going to go into this either a character or the stupid impulsor.
That's always such a difficult play at this stage of the game because you'll hop in. if you want to
Yeah, I
target
think
something
7 as well,
specifically
maybe
with the
6.
Infernal Gateway, you're almost always hitting yourself with it as well.
Yeah.
And then like
So you
that kind of
just do that.
attritional, like that's a damage type that ignores all of those defensive stat lines you're paying for, and it's just it feels really
That is
bad.
awkward.
Also, you're hitting all your own Nurglings with it. There's like it's kind of a messy power in this sort of matchup.
The impulse removed. That is all of my charges.
You really want that against like
just
a castle gun line that's just all piled into a one little dense neutron star of individual characters. Then it feels just amazing.
Yep. So it looks like Ragnar Blackmane failed his charge this turn. So he will not be getting into that green Nurgling unit, which is unfortunate.
I hope no one noticed. That's a saga that one's getting told.
Yeah, they left that out of his novel.
You can call him like Ragnar Shortlegs now.
Noah asking
threes.
Noah asking how many Psychers do we think are going to get killed for the on the Chaos player side this turn?
I'm gonna say minimum 1.
So at the beginning of the fight phase,
he's pointing at the Poxbringer. Anything that touches the Poxbringer kills it. It's like a man made of paper.
Touch of the wall is real wounds against a high power level. What is the power level?
You'd think the Nurgle characters might be a little more resilient, but they are in fact the easiest characters to kill in the Demon Codex.
All right, so we're going to be seeking a saga
Is it higher than 6?
with the Wolf Lord to give him full rerolls
Power level 8.
Cool.
into probably both of these models. Yeah.
I will
we'll
fight
see a fight
first
twice.
with the Smash Captain into him. I will spend.
Hold on a second. We're gonna warp surge.
Imagine the Wolf Lord probably goes first just to avoid the Lord of Change interrupt, possibly killing him.
Cost you 2 CP, putting him down to 2.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. So the Smash Captain is going to put everything into the bird.
Yeah, so it looks like we touched the wild and seeking a saga on the
Chaplain kills the
Wolf Lord.
sorcerer.
So he'll be hitting on 2s, re-rolling, exploding on 4+s, and wounding on 3s re-rolling. Pretty good.
1 attack into the sorcerer. And
There'll be a lot going through.
He's going to swing 1 attack off into the sorcerer to try to gimp him. His 1 hit through will kill him, which is funny.
No, that's fine. I'll go everything.
Just plink that guy right off.
He only has a 4 up invuln, so it's not a terrible play.
Hit on 2s, rerolling once. These all explode.
Yeah, Touch of the Wild exploding 4 times. Oh dear. Who needs Seeking a Saga when you just roll all 3+s though?
Or that for once.
Oh, only 1 goes through. All right, well there you go.
Damn.
Do we CP roll this?
Would you like to interrupt?
No, it's only 2 damage, right? Who cares? That was a disappointing swing from the Wolf Lord.
Yeah.
Very exciting, all of his attacks, but
he's got what, 4 attacks?
Bounced right off. I wonder if we honor the chapter this turn. It seems aggressive, but if he kills the sorcerer, I feel it's like it's okay. But and you just
well, I think you probably have to, because otherwise that guy's just going to evacuate.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, just deal the damage as you can right now.
Yeah, the LOC just kills the Wolf Lord in the psychic phase, then assaults the other, and you're just trading super down.
Yeah.
On your own characters.
Yeah.
Or Arma just like walks up and just like waves his hand in some awkward position, and then your guy just turns into a toaster.
So the chaplain will smack him.
Like an Adeptus Mechanicus model?
I will.
Yeah, because he turns into a really bad model.
To do the exploding.
I'm just kidding. It's only the new ones that aren't the horses. The horses are great.
So against
it's really just the blades.
Oh, we're gonna burn Prospero today.
The captain.
We've got exploding.
3+ explode.
Nothing. Not much there actually. All right, there you go.
Yeah, 2 explosions from the anti Thousand Suns strat.
Cool. So he dies.
And we pound that sorcerer into the dust. Goodbye, sorcerer. And that is 8 points for the Space Wolves between Abhor the Witch and Assassinate.
That guy wasn't dust before, but I mean, like,
yeah, all is dust now.
Yeah, cool. for him,
then
super dust.
Over here, these intercessors will activate, and they will go.
And we did see a warp surge. I don't know if we caught it earlier, but we did see a warp surge on the orange unit of Nurglings to keep them alive against these Wolfen that are over here.
Solid. It's the biggest remaining brick, so probably lose maybe 4 out of that, and then maybe bring 1 or 2 back.
Yeah, I imagine that if Ragnar made it in, you'd warp surge the unit against him, but
yeah,
since he didn't, you don't have to worry about it. Fortunately,
running out of CP for these warp surges, though.
Yeah, everybody's going to be out of CP by turn 2.
What I want to do is I want to keep this.
Fortunately, Ragnar not in
this
a prime position to be totally obliterated by casters right now, so he might actually survive more than one round of being on the table.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for this lore to change to just leap 24 inches and then kill that guy with 2 powers again.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it will be pretty hard.
They're within 6 of Ragnar, so we'll do... Is one of them wounded on anything? Yeah, one of them 3 wounds. Cool. So we'll do Thunderhammer first. 4 attacks, hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s. And then wounding on 2s.
Man, Space Wolf's Thunderhammers are so much more consistent than everybody else's. It's just good. That +1 to hit with a Thunderhammer just feels good.
Yeah, they feel that way.
They all go through, so that kills 2 bases. And then the Intercessors that just charge in. 4. On me. These hit on 2s, rerolling 1s.
Unfortunately, the Space Wolves don't really have a prayer of clearing this Chaos list off of any of these objectives this turn. So there's a non-zero chance. I guess the Space Wolves are doing a good job of containing the orange unit of Nurglings, but there's a non-zero chance that they go down to just 1 objective, maybe 0 if these orange Nurglings are close enough.
Yeah, but it is real early in the game. I mean, if they can push out, Chaos might score,
we have
15-point primary turns 2 and 3, and then Space Wolves can just finally clear them off, score them 5 and 6, and then we just end up with a very high-scoring game.
Yeah, and wounding on 2s.
Because if any list can avoid the complete shutout from the Nurglings, it would be this one. As we've seen multiple times in the past, it's honestly more interesting that this Chaos list is capable of scoring 15-point primary turns early on in this game.
These players just copy the dice board and then delete the original one? Oh my god, guys.
Did someone get really mad that their roller was bad?
I fucked up.
What's happening?
Copy-pasted the thing accidentally. Let me quickly fix it.
Maybe we were deleting some dice and accidentally deleted the board.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. It's bizarre, though, because the board is locked.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do that.
I'm trying to break the code on the dice roller. This is a sergeant on 2s, and on 2s, rerolling 1s. Cool. That many 5 ups.
These are 1 damage?
Yeah. Cool. Back on me. The Incursus will fight. 5. And then 1 on the Sarge. Sorry, I need to consolidate. So
tell you, this matchup changes quite a bit once those Thunderhammers just become flat 4 damage.
Oh yeah, it's a whole different game. But who knows? Nurgling bases might be 8 wounds.
It is true. They might just get pushed.
Yeah,
to the point where
each Nurgling on the base may contribute 2 wounds to it. No, who knows?
Yeah. Every time you kill a Nurgling base, it just spawns 4 more Nurgling bases.
2s,
yeah, they're like smaller Nurgling bases, though. It's like asteroids.
Wounding on 2s.
You get 45 millimeter or 40 millimeter
4.
Nurgling bases into 32 millimeter Nurgling bases into 25 millimeter Nurgling bases.
To play that game.
It's just a miserable nightmare mess. It's just pink horrors all over again.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm slightly saddened that they pointed the horrors kind of into oblivion.
Attacks.
It was such a fun mechanic.
It did take a long time to resolve.
If you're gonna put it on my time while you're fighting, could you move it back on?
That's true.
Yeah.
I would not deny that.
Hitting on 2s with the Blade Guard and wounding on 2s.
A lot of math to keep too. It's a lot of 2s.
That many?
Not that it matters.
This is into green.
Oh.
So how many was that? It was 5 4s. Good job. So that is 6. That's 3 bases dead. These are 2 damage.
Oh. Okay.
So 3 green bases die. To my time. Yeah.
Sick Blade Guard veteran action. Really clearing through Nurglings. Man, Blade Guard veterans are so good in this matchup. Holy crap. It's not a unit you would think that would be like super duper impressive against a smite focused army.
You will get to
but holy crap, do they kill Nurgling bases like nobody's business.
Yeah, there is Nurglings on paper and in a lot of matchups seem very impressive, and then the moment you just like figure out that one fighting game move that they have no counter to, you just spam that over and over again, and they just like fold like a piece of paper. Like, they're an amazing unit, but they are perhaps not the kind of unit you necessarily want to compose 2/3 of your army out of in all situations.
Yeah,
unless you really know what you're playing.
Yeah, against people who aren't prepared for it, it's probably fine. But as soon as your entire army punches as hard as an autocannon, then it gets a little awkward for these poor Nurglings.
Yeah, this cast list was a strong meta play into a more like standard Space Marine army, and then just like out of left field, these like weird longship riding like bass guitarists just show up, and it's just a bad scene.
Yeah,
No.
it's the heavy metal starts playing off in the distance, really quiet. Slowly gets louder and louder as the roar of 3 impulsors
now I get
gets closer.
My Wolfen, so time on me. My Wolfen will swing into.
Why do the Dark Eldar have the
so
boats and not the
still
Space
5
Marines? Or the
not Space Wolves?
Space Wolves
also have
activate
boats,
with them,
so it's fine.
No, they got that one dude who has like a sleigh, but that's
Here.
Well, what about
That's
the
just
gunships that look like boats?
Here.
those look like the heads of dogs.
3 here
All right, fair enough.
and 3.
Why don't the Drukhari have
Let's not click my base.
a thing that looks like the head of an elf?
So I will smack you with 5 hammers. These did not charge.
Just like some sort of Skeletor fortress that they like fly around in the shape of their own head. Like that would be so on point for
These
them.
hit on 4s.
Or the
reloading
Necrons. The
ones.
Necrons have no giant floating skull. That would be so sick.
That's true. Yeah, the Necrons would have something like that. So I think the real question now of this game is how if this Wolf Lord double fights and how much damage it does to the Lord of Change.
5 options,
That's gonna be exciting.
so every 2 kills a base. So
Given
2.5
past
is
performance,
dead.
2 more damage for 3 CP. Perfect.
Cool. And then back on me.
And
The sergeant
but
will fight.
how the
6 attacks on 3s, rerolling 1s.
how the chaos reciprocates, right? Because it's
on
gonna be
2s.
tough, given that you're stuck in with these characters who are gonna absolutely destroy you.
temporarily. It depends on how long, like, if this Wolf Lord does not swing through hard into this Lord of Change. I feel like this Lord of Change, via the combat round and then a follow-up smite, will kill this guy. Ahriman does kill the Wolf, the Wolf Priest next to him. And, I mean, at that point, you're kind of in a spot of trouble on this flank.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's not. It is. It's a little tough for the Lord of Change to actually kill the Wolf Lord. It has to. It has to get through 2 wounds through the Storm Shield, right? Which is really awkward.
I just mean, if you swing 1 wound through, you can then just rely on powers in the following casting phase, and then
for sure.
Ahriman will deal with the other guy, and then you've freed up most of the threats on this side.
Yeah, there's no. If the Lord of Change doesn't somehow randomly die to the Wolf Lord, I don't think there's a universe where he survives the coming turn. Unless he brackets it hardcore, and it can't cast very well to complete the
So now you
kill.
get to fight with something.
Because that Wolftail Talisman is there.
Either orange or white. Well, you can do all of them.
Change.
Oh, I get to do impulse over here as well. I'll put that on my 4 attacks. Hitting on.
I do like the play of sending this
5
impulsor so far forward.
ones.
Not only does it get it to the objective, but it also gets lookouts
wounding
on
on
the
a 2.
characters. So there isn't even the option for the
And then now
Scorpii
you get to activate. I think that is all of
for
my
the Lord of Change to just fall
charges.
back
That
in the
is what
Scorpii
I
to kill them, because
No, unfortunately, because they can't
if
see
they
them.
can't see them, then no
So
good.
this is White or Lord Change. Just smash captain.
Lord
Yeah.
Change.
Moving on 3s. These are 3 up in ones. I pass 1. I take 3 damage. Down to 2.
Another question about this matchup. You think these Nurglings are edible? Because they look,
And then
they
you
look
get to
little
activate red.
gummies.
They
orange,
do look
and
like tiny gushers. Yeah, it's kind of gross, the gusher juice that comes out of them, though. Maybe not.
So yeah,
Maybe
they're
don't
like
want
tiny
those.
gushers then.
Yeah, basically. Just like gushers, they make you violently ill.
Well, do 6 bases in the impulsor?
They probably give you diabetes too.
That's why they're so pudgy.
Did you know that a Great Unclean One and a Nurgling are the same thing?
Just a varying degree in size.
Yeah, the Nurgle, the good old Papa Nurgle works on a calendar schedule for everything. That's why all his guys have like, hourglasses, little tally marks. Like they're basically a very inefficient like 80s office space. And depending on the scheduling, a Nurgling just becomes a Great Unclean One. And then a Great Unclean One, once his shift is over, turns back into a Nurgling. And it's just this never-ending cycle of promotions and demotions.
Dude, that sounds sick. Like, it's my turn to be the big guy, and everybody shoot at me.
That's why they're like, they don't pull rank, and that's why like the Great Uncleans are just covered in Nurglings. They just talk to each other to hang out. Because they literally are just the same. There's like no hierarchical differences.
What's Scabathrax?
I'm not 100% sure. He and Rodigus, it gets a little weird when you have these like named ones that seem to break the otherwise established lore.
Do they get upgraded into Poxwalker, or what are the Plague Bearers too?
No, I believe that they actually just outrank Plague Bearers. I think Plague Bearers are essentially just like mindless zombies.
Oh, okay.
And then the character Plague Bearers are a little. I'm not 100% sure how they fit in either. Like, Nurgle, he can do whatever he wants. I mean, maybe he just like he thinks one of them has like a particularly nice like set of legs, and then turns him into a sloppy Vile Piper.
Do you know that there is a named character Nurgling in the game?
Yeah, Rodigus.
His name is Grotti.
It's just one.
Grotti?
Grotti.
Where's that from?
I take a wound.
I guess a Space Wolves thing.
Did I already do teal?
I mean, they all have names.
Oh,
so I suppose anything that they
Okay.
White is that?
any lore that goes deep enough into the interactions with an Nurgling and something else, you'd probably get some names in there.
Cool. So that would be the end of the fight phase.
All right, are we gonna do the thing? Fight again. Fight again. Maybe.
2 more damage into the Lord of Change.
Move on.
Do you fight against the Lord of Change, or do you just finish off these green Nurglings?
Well. He does not, so one base stays.
Nah, there's only one Nurgling left. Who cares?
Orange lost.
Are we doing leaderships right now?
Yep. So we're not fighting again. This Wolf Lord,
good.
I think, is gonna die because he already ate one hit from his big stake on his head.
Probably figured it just wasn't worth most of your remaining CV.
Teal.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, that seems like that was the turn to sink damage into that guy. It doesn't seem like anything really has a great chance of killing him, besides Ragnar.
Right.
Like a Wolfen squad.
So you get 1 point of primary.
Yeah, the Wolfen are
respectable damage, but yeah.
I
mean, Ragnar's not doing anything with that guy. He's just swinging for 1 damage each.
But this squad over by Objective 2 has wrapped a Nurgling base.
That was last turn, yeah. So this
that dude's gonna have to spend 2 and just try and escape.
Yeah, otherwise those Scorpii can't shoot these Wolfen. That's a big deal.
Yeah. What's the status on the other Wolfen squad? Are they a viable target instead?
If the orange Nurglings fall back. But the other Wolfen squad, yeah, it's already kind of been gutted by the Scorpius shooting. I think they lost 3 Wolfen so far. So there's only 3 left.
They are the one on the weak flank, though. Like, you might want to just pull down this Wolfen squad, both these characters, and just completely dominate this half of the board, and the entire Space Wolf army is just fighting over 1 objective.
Yeah, that seems like how Battle Lines typically goes. Like everyone sort of base trades and really pushes for one side of the table really hard. And it seems to me like this Lord of Change is going to be kind of dominating Objective 3. Now that both these characters have committed and didn't really die, I think there's a non-zero chance it just survives for the rest of the game.
I imagine he could probably, once the heavy work's done, he could just like advance over, try and move it to the middle, and actually just start gumming up the works on the other side too, presenting a threat that forces the Space Wolves to pull backwards.
Yeah.
Like, then they can't force everything they have onto the Nurglings that are constantly trying to gum up the one objective they're holding.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting because, I mean, there are a lot of stuff that's still on Objective 3, and I don't think that Chaos can afford to just kind of leave it alone and have the Lord of Change go do something else, because it's going to take them longer than they have to clear all these Blade Guard veterans and this Impulsor and things like that. And if all these Nurglings die, which is eminently possible, there's nothing there to contest those Blade Guard veterans.
Yeah.
Isn't that what you said over here?
We are nearly out of CP on warp surges as well. And the moment you're not warp surging these squads, the resilience drops pretty hard.
I think this is the exact same thing, isn't it? This is unstable, so is this. They're both not breachable. If I couldn't go through here with my intercessors, how can you go through?
You wanted to go inside of it.
What do you think of the Judicar in this list?
Up the ledge. your base will have to go over this obscuring unstable part.
I don't think my base fits here anyway.
Yeah.
Players having some discussion about the sort of positioning and next to these big obstacles.
They're saying if they can produce like a Baneblade out of that central manufactorum.
Yeah, they're wondering what happens when the doors open and the first Lehman Russ rolls off the assembly line.
Yeah.
Alright, green's gonna fall back.
So what do you think about the Judicar pick in the Space Wolves army? You think that works out?
Yeah, I like it, especially since Space Wolves are going to be such an aggressive sort of melee force and want to... I mean, they want to be taking a lot of characters because they want to use that 6-inch heroic intervention ability that they have just innately. But then, additionally, the Judicar makes it so that engaging into them sort of on the swing back is really difficult. Because even if you charge into one of these units, like you get heroically intervened by a bunch of stuff, and then Tempora Mortis, and then you don't do anything, and Wolfen kill you.
That does feel like a pretty strong combo. Although the Judicar needs to be himself in combat, so unless he is the target of the charge or someone places in a way to where he can intervene, like I guess if he also has the 6-inch intervene, that's helpful. Although given the back positioning that I've consistently seen from the Judicar, it's a little difficult to pull off. Because if he's far enough forward, he just gets smited out.
Well, the Tempora Mortis has a 6-inch range, so you don't even have to be anywhere close to the.
I thought the Judicar himself had to be there.
Armor of Rust, you do. You have to be within an inch, but he's just a super Armor of Rust. He's like, why did you take Armor of Rust when you have Armor of? I don't know. This is sexy chaplain armor, I guess, that I have on me.
All right, we're gonna advance our mode.
Mm-hmm.
Too bad he doesn't give you full rerolls against firstborn units, otherwise these poor Thousand Suns would be destroyed.
That Poxbringer just feels so riskily placed.
Yeah, he's kind of asking for it, for sure. That said, I mean, this is post a charge phase, right? So he can just peel back if he needs to. He doesn't really need to stand around there. And I think these Space Wolves have better things to do. They want to be killing all these Nurglings and to secure that objective rather than sending dudes all the way over there to go fight that guy.
I can see Ragnar just like, jogging past the intercessors to just tag him out and then move into the Thousand Suns.
Yeah, it depends on where he ends up, where
the
Poxbringer ends up going. Because if he just advances directly backwards, I don't think Ragnar even bothers.
Do they move 6 or 5?
6, I believe.
5. Yours.
Yeah, there was no honor of the chapter that last turn, chat. They just hung out for a bit. This green Nurgling squad on the spotlight here looks like a potted plant. Brendolf's in the chat. How's it going, Brendolf? You got to watch some Space Wolves absolutely tear up a Chaos Army.
I actually thought they were regular Space Marine.
That is what's happening.
If you take them as like normal Rubric Marines, they move 6, but if you take them as Thousand Suns, then they move 5. I think that's how it works.
Like I say, I do like this map quite a bit. It is a good looking map.
I don't know what the players are talking about here. Rubric Marines are definitely always move 5. The Sorcerer himself is move 6.
So this is the guy that has a Thunder Hammer here, right?
Correct.
I think in previous editions, the presence of a Sorcerer gave them additional movement speed, but that hasn't been the case in a while.
Yeah, they were like slow and purposeful without the sorcerer
Yeah.
or whatever, and then he
All
removed
right,
that. Yeah, I think
Where'd you want to put him?
that sounds right to me.
Oh, the hitbox is annoying.
He's just outside ninja, that guy.
Yeah, that's fine. That's crappy little hitbox.
Looks like this Proxbringer's he's going for it. He's going ham.
CP to deny psychic power with my
Maybe the
challenge.
idea is that the Poxbringer just turns around somehow kills Ragnar in like the
That
complete
is-
surprise.
That seems impossible.
Like Shaquille O'Neal's just running down the court, and you're the only defender, and like
Before everyone-
you're just like,
Cascades.
no. I'll throw the basketball, and then everyone's just like confused because that's not how the game works. You're not even holding it, and then he just like dunks on you and you die.
Do I want
Yeah.
to deny that already? No.
Yeah, Ed in chat. This is a tabletop simulator.
He's gonna cast.
We are playing the semifinals of the T5S2 Invitational. It's a tournament series
7, does that go up?
over the course of the last couple months has had
Or do you
over
need
300 players involved and tons and tons of tournaments, like 40
Uh,
tournaments. And we are down to just 4. We'll have this game today, just now, and then at 3:30 will be our other other semifinals game.
Oh,
that
Blub 4T. It's kind of
Push off on a 9, and this is the one that
Taking the
does
shots at
deeply
us.
mortal wounds.
The player names are missing. Yeah, that's it's up to the players to put
I
their
will try and
their
deny
names
that.
in the score sheet, and they did not do it.
Can you click on those?
9.
Yeah, we just put my name in the score sheet.
Oh yeah, yeah. I should do that too, and then
I
it's
do
just
not
us, and then it's like we both
deny-
made it in.
Wait,
Yeah, we did it,
D3,
finally.
I didn't need 5 more points. I just needed to
Yeah.
click on one of their names.
2.
Yeah, we'll have the players. The
CPU
players are our
049.
champions for this game.
No, go for it.
Well, maybe we'll give them a little bit of our prize pool that they win
D3
for
on
us.
Alright.
1.
D3 on the other guy.
Chaplain. For 1, he has a 6 on feeling pain. He takes it.
The impulsor.
I do like how we have finally managed to get some nice impulsor models into the workshop.
1.
Yeah, they're much better than the
Well,
rhinos
yourself.
that are
Yeah.
on the base, for sure. So looks like this is a big infernal gateway. Didn't quite kill the the wolf lord. He's still alive somehow, but blew everybody else up.
And Nurglings.
It's an interesting choice. How much damage did he do to
And
himself?
It's 3,
I don't
right?
know if he's rolled it himself yet. Yeah, he kills his own Nurgling base. Oops.
Alright, he's gonna cast Smite.
Could have been a good play if that was the only Nurgling in combat.
Goes,
it looks
minus
like he did
2
2
plus
damage
2,
to himself
7
with
goes
that.
off. So I would
That
just
gateway.
die.
Yeah,
Time on me. Do I
that's
fight?
like
on
he's
them?
one away from being bracketed then.
Shouldn't have traded my captain that hard. 2 CP to final death.
So
Oh wait, no, they bracketed
I'm
8. Never mind.
we
What am I
made
thinking?
only in death, though we're considering only in death on the wolf lord because he is about to be killed by a smite here.
Not a bad play, but he's no longer juiced up with all the other strats like he was previously. But I mean, he just needs to swing in 4 damage to bracket the Lord of Change, and that's a big bracket. You lose a lot.
Yep. Blubburn, Arn unfortunately lost his quarterfinals game against Jamie. So he will. So this is Dan's
The
Chaos
real
Army.
wounds could be done now.
Dan's
basically
variety of the same Chaos
5
Army. I
attacks,
guess.
5 hits, 4 wounds.
Does
Maybe
you have to
take 4
defy that
damage.
at the start of the phase?
That would be. Yeah, that would be the start of the phase. The other one would be. Let me double check that. Let's go.
Where do you think we point these whirlwinds this round?
Seeking a saga,
You think we do
uses
the
beginning of
the
fight
emergency
phase, that's when we be using the fight phase.
evacuation
And
with this
touches
one
with
Nurgling so we can
wild.
fire into these?
Use
Well,
the stratagem in
well,
the
we're already
fight
past
phase.
that phase,
So I
right?
can do it when I
So-
find that.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And then,
Do they have a
that
legal
sucks.
target? Are we just
It's
shooting
just
blade guard
impulsors, I
veterans?
guess. Blade guards probably.
I'm already
That's probably the
clear
highest
attacks,
value.
so
There's an
we'll
impulsor
fight
that's
that.
half dead. They could potentially knock it
2
off,
CP to
and
find
it would deny any scoring for the
Attacks.
Space Wolves for the primary, which is a good deal.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good. And then they'd have to
Hitting
take
on
something and
2s
turn
and
around.
1s. And wounding you on 3s.
So we did honor the chapter, or only in death to the end.
2 more damage.
Magnus evacuated off to the side, probably trying to fire some mind bullets at these intercessors.
Yeah, I think it looks like we're lining up the smites to kill these to
Go to
bring
Yeah.
these guys down, and then potentially follow up with the rubrics. The sorcerer does have a 4-staff, so he could kill a Primaris Marine.
Yeah, if the hope is maybe he can get the Nurglings out of combat, then the Nurglings can just charge in to...
Those?
There's nothing over here they want to charge into.
Yeah.
Takes 1. Final pain, yeah.
I guess they could charge Ragnar and hope to just beef him out of the game, just in the most disastrous and embarrassing way possible.
He's gonna cast what?
Prescience.
I mean, 9
-2
Nurglings.
as well.
If Ragnar is sitting on toughness 3 from the psychic power, and the Nurglings are within 3 or of 6 of the Boxbringer,
Prescience needs a 7.
the winning on 4s, they could do it.
And then you're plus how much to cast? Plus 1.
+1.
-2, 6. So Prescience fails.
24 attacks, 12 hit. Nah, actually, it's pretty unlikely. 12 hits. It sink like 6
Attack.
wounds, and he takes 2 wounds out of it.
Needing a 9, I think. Fails.
So unfortunately, that Wolftail Talisman's still alive on the table. Really screwing Ahriman's turn to cast here.
-2, and this is your second smite. So 8 -2, 6.
Yeah, this might have been a little bit
for 2 mortals.
more of a Hail Mary play than was perhaps necessary, throwing Ahriman over there. I feel like you really want to try and secure this Wolftail Talisman, get that off the table, and then free up the Lord of Change to charge the Impulsor.
Yeah, I think, I mean, this is sort of, I guess we're trying to optimize our damage output, right? Because we're assuming that guy is just gonna die to the Lord of Change in melee. The Lord of Change has a tough charge on the Impulsor because it has to go around the wall.
I mean, it's still
it's
probably 6, like a 7-inch.
Yeah, I don't know, 6 or so.
I suppose that's failable.
And we did do 1 damage with the gateway on him, so 1 hit through with the big stick. As long as he doesn't make any Saga of the Bear saves,
yeah,
we'll kill him.
Goes off.
So they just put that on themselves.
Yep.
Ooh, Rubric Marines with Weaver Fates on themselves to get them that better invulnerable save.
We're measuring the Rubric Marines to that Wolf Lord, although I don't know.
To cast
Line of sight there. Kind of an.
Yeah, we were measuring to see if they the wolf.
Oh, right,
the
they can
Talisman
cast.
range,
Yeah.
-2, and are you still +2?
He's still +2.
Cool. So D3.
Cast that in the Wolf Priest.
Yeah, for 1. Goes down to 2. 6 I cannot pay. He takes it down to 2. Cool.
Alright, so shooting phase.
So that was an extra cast out of the Lord of Change into the Wolf Priest. Hits him for 1,
He's gonna shoot,
which is fine, I guess.
I mean, that means his weapon's currently what, like a D3 on the staff, or is it flat 3?
It's a flat 3.
Okay, so that means that he can now make one of his bear saves and still go down.
Yeah.
He's gonna shoot 1 into the Wolf Priest and then 1 into the Blade Guard.
One thing I'm sad to see here in this Thousand Suns Nahari is just no Mutilate
Is this
Vortex
the one that
beasts.
is not rerolling once?
The Wolf Priest is being lookout sword right now.
But he is the
But he's
closest.
the
There's
closest.
nothing closer.
But he has to be the closest visible if he's being lookout sword.
Oh.
But these ignore line of sight.
Okay. Doesn't.
Does that work? Because isn't ignoring line of sight tricky with that kind of thing? Especially with like Cloud of Fires and all that kind of stuff?
Not to my knowledge.
No, artillery cannot snipe characters if they cannot see them. They can't even fire them.
If you use conceal, right, and there are Nurglings closer than the unit that you concealed or Cloud of Flies or whatever, you can't shoot it because there's another unit closer, even because they can still see it.
Go for it. So this is into which one first?
The Wolf Priest.
Hitting on 3s and winning on 3s.
I guess we're just gonna ignore me.
2 wounds, 2 4-ups. He fails
Are you still
both,
shooting
does
Wolf
4
Lord?
damage,
Yeah.
6 up for pains.
That's not a legal play.
Yeah, I don't believe so. We can double check.
Alright.
Blade Guard.
I guess the players were okay with it, but I don't think that's how the rules work.
No. And it's certainly not.
1 takes 2 damage.
Unfortunately, there's a Warhammer community because they just rewrote it a second time.
Cool.
And you can just look right at it, but
Yeah, the character must be visible to the firing model if it is within 3 inches of another unit. Yeah.
And this is
I would say she get into that chat room and mention that. It's kind of big.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's... Well, let's take a look at the Scorpius real quick in case it has a weird line of sight rolling here.
Cool. These are 4-ups. I lose 2. Oh, do we lone wolf?
Nope.
Any more shooting?
It's just a standard, no line of sight weapon.
Guess we'll shoot the.
Apparently, I'm getting here. Let's pause this. We do need to double check that the wolf priest cannot be shot. Because apparently the new rules specifically say that he has to be visible. Trevi, can we get that double check, please?
Yeah, look out, sir. It says you have to be visible to the firing model to target a character that's being looked out for.
Although I am closest, he is not visible. Cannot shoot, even if they ignore line of sight.
Okay, but that's not the FAQ ruling that they made for conceal, right? Because like for conceal, for example.
But this is not conceal. This is specifically.
Right, but they made the same ruling for thunderfire cannons, and it has the same criteria, which is targeting a unit that's not visible. Mm-hmm. Like if there were Nurglings here, and you had a concealed unit right there, I can't say that's the closest visible target because it conceal, because I can shoot them. Because they count as being able to see the unit that's not visible.
Trevi, can we get a ruling on how Lookout Sir works for the Scorpius?
Sure.
Apparently the FAQ only affects conceal, not Lookout Sir. Let's just wait until we get a ruling from Eric.
Yeah, we're gonna go through the FAQs here real quick.
And is the FAQ like an old FAQ from like 8th, or is that a 9th FAQ?
So yeah, no changes to the rule.
It's FAQ demonstrating the way that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it in the main book.
Ignore the fact that buildings are there.
But does it say
conceal is in ritual? No, not rituals.
If it's too specific, then
faith and fury, right?
We just need Trevi to make a ruling. Trevi, what's the ruling?
Yeah, give me a sec. I'm gonna look at these FAQs we're talking about.
Cool.
Why would an FAQ about faith and fury?
Does it change much of what you're gonna do, so I can just flip him over, and then we will know if he stays there or not? And I'm guessing you would be charging him with green and Lord of Change if he does survive. Because we can just wait to declare those two. You can keep doing your turn until we get a ruling, and then we'll just go back and you can declare charges. An enemy character with wounds characteristic of less than 10 can only be chosen as a target of the shooting phase if it is both visible to the firing model and is closest enemy unit to the firing model.
Yeah, I mean, if the weapon ignores line of sight, then I'd say it's visible to it. Otherwise, it can't actually shoot at it. It's the same thing with overwatching with artillery piece. It sees through the terrain and shoots overwatch anyway.
Those are two completely different rules.
Yeah, we're gonna go with that. The characters being looked out, sir, cannot be targeted by indirect fire weapons. Just as an edification, the model has to have line of sight to a model being looked out for in order to target it with the weapons. There's nothing that says that a weapon specifically can do that itself.
It's unfortunate that Lookout Sir and Line of Sight both have the same acronym.
Right? If you don't have loss, you can't loss. Duh.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Like they're completely separate rules. Like
yeah.
No line of sight weapon lets itself target things that don't have line of sight, but Lookout Sir negates that by saying that those things cannot be targeted unless this other condition is fulfilled.
Also, what would be the purpose of that clause otherwise? Because otherwise you couldn't shoot it anyway, so who cares?
Yeah. An 8th edition fact would not matter currently. Like there are lots of 8th edition facts that are not in effect. All of them, in fact. Look, you could try and derive some sort of designer's intent from an 8th edition FAQ, but if that FAQ does not currently exist, then it does matter insofar as how the rules work.
We're going to declare the rubrics into the imposter.
Sure. Six minus 2, 4.
I mean, when the new Lookout Sir rule kind of first hit the scene in their Warhammer community articles, everyone was assuming Guard would suddenly become like these gods of character sniping. But that quickly became not the case once the actual full rule was released.
Also, interestingly, I'm not sure that this FAQ even says that you can target a concealed unit that you don't have line of sight to. The question is how does conceal interact with weapons that ignore line of sight? And the FAQ says that the affiliation unit must still be the closest target. Okay, it's also hasn't changed.
Alright, we'll go to fighting.
What a weird FAQ.
Pull up. Heroic Interventions. Time on me.
I think we've both seen weirder.
So Judicar, Heroic Interventions is white one.
Yeah, and it's also a little bit different because Conceal has a similar wording to Lookout Sir, but is a little bit different. I would have to end up with an inch, which I do not think I can do. I'm not within 6 here now. I don't know, that's weird.
Just out.
Also, I think Lookout Sir previously had a mountain of FAQs attached to it, and then Conceal had none, but was a mirror of those same rules. So they probably had like
it's going to be one of those
some
like
strange one-off FAQs just to try and make them work a little more similarly.
I don't think I'm close enough. You would have stayed with us. Yeah, that's it. Okay. I could go into this one and just wipe this unit here and lose movement. I don't need to wipe this unit here. I don't care about it. Over here, no heroic intervention. Intervention is cool. That's the only heroic intervention and the beginning of the 5 phase.
In 8th edition chat, there wasn't a requirement that a character had to be visible to target it.
Right. We'll go to.
That's a new thing in 9th edition.
Or to change first into the Wolf Priest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like why would they have the language for visible at all?
Yeah.
In that, like you could just say closest target, and then the game's own line of sight rules would already take care of the visibility. So like the only reason to have that clause in there, period, is to prevent like artillery sniping of characters.
Right. Exactly.
Yep. So 5 bases, 6 bases.
Should be 9.
Yeah, it is a big difference that
this one won't and this one won't.
Conceal specifies that you have to be the closest visible, so if you have something else that's invisible that is closer, we wouldn't block for it, right?
Bases.
Is I think the intention of that.
That's fine. 8 bases.
So the intention of the 2 visibility clauses is much different.
I mean, you quickly run into this kind of like degenerate scenario of artillery can shoot characters where the primary use of an artillery piece is to kill single individual people.
Yeah.
Alright, I need to make a lot of 3-ups here. He survives. My saga's not complete.
But, I mean, it does look like his intention was originally to do that and then probably free up Lord of Change to charge the Impulsor, which now forced him to shoot the Blade Guard vets. But he did have good performance of those Blade Guard vets.
Yeah, and it's not
so
I
will now fight first with the Wolfen over here. 3 attacks from 2 hammers.
Like,
these hit on 4s.
Yeah, so chat, if the Impulsor wasn't there, clearly the Wolf Priest would be an eligible target because he wouldn't be Lookout Sword for.
2 5-up.
But because he's getting the benefit of Lookout Sword, then he has to be visible to be targeted.
1 base dies. And then
I don't even think this is rules lowering. This just feels like using the rules in the very clear way that they're written. Like this isn't really ambiguous.
No rerolling. And wounding on 2s. Rerolling. Cool. 2 5-ups. Cool. I will not consolidate. You now get to activate a unit. Still on you. You get to activate a unit.
We'll go with Teal.
Yep.
What's the confusion about, chat? You can. I didn't explain myself very clearly before, but basically, you can read the two separate rules very differently.
6 spaces.
Lookout Sir says that in order to target the character, you have to be visible, full stop. Whereas Concealed says in order to target the character, it has to be the closest visible. You can't target the character unless it's the closest visible target. So clearly there's a very pointed difference between the intentions of the two clauses in those different rules.
2 3-ups.
So I don't think that an FAQ on one of them is gonna be relevant for both.
You have 2 more.
They're also just very different things. One's a psychic power attached to squads, and the other one's like a.
Well, no, the Conceal's a.
I now get to activate Wolf.
Oh yeah, it's
we'll go
stratized power.
3 here. 3 here. 3 here. Any wounded bases? 1 on 2.
I mean, if we just fully, if the old I guess if the guns, no line of sight, necessary power took primacy, like it could shoot any character regardless of Lookout Sir.
Right,
because you're ignoring all of the rules attached to Lookout Sir.
Cool. Alright. 1 base dies and 1 down to 1.
Well, other stuff could still be closer, right? It only comes into play when you're there being Lookout Sir and are closest.
You're ignoring
still out of line of sight. But yeah, there's a whole.
Like it says you can just target those things regardless of conditions. So like if you're ignoring one part of it, why not ignore the rest of it?
Yeah, I think the fact that people conflate being able to target indirectly with having line of sight to a unit is pretty common. I'm not really sure where that comes from, but if you have a weapon that says you can target units that aren't in line of sight, that just ignores the requirement that ranged weapons normally have to have line of sight to their target. That's all that it does. It doesn't mean that you automatically can see through walls.
Yeah. I mean, there is a little bit of a gray area for like the sequencing of the checks in the game. Like, first check, are you within 3 of a friendly character? Second check, can the thing see you?
Yeah.
Like, which of these takes primacy? With like, which rule overrides the other rule, and so on. It's like because one rule does override another rule, but it's like.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly room for that to be clarified in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
But at least to me, it seems pretty clear that the intention is that Lookout Sir is not able to be targeted by indirect fire.
I mean, I don't think it would be good for the health of the game.
And that's what we're gonna say.
Yeah. I think that'd be pretty deleterious to the fun of this game if, like, suddenly artillery pieces were just these excellent character snipers.
Well, it's still. I mean, it's like literally only in this situation, right, where it matters.
I mean, you character that's sitting back on an objective to.
Well, you can shoot them anyway because they're not being Lookouts. It only matters when you are the closest model and you're being Lookout. Yeah. But again, if the intention was for it not to work this way, it wouldn't require that you see the character to be able to target them, because it's already a requirement in the game.
Go closer this way. We'll stay outside of nature of these nerfing bases here. 6.
Is Ragnar your warlord?
No. He just has an ability that allows for any units to consolidate 6 inches if there's no enemy units within 3. Cool.
Well, all we need is another, what is it, the 4th FAQ on Lookout Sir?
And Narmacel saying Lookout Sir can only be not used when the character is the closest. Can only be not used.
Of all models.
I'm not sure what that means, to be honest. I apologize.
Just give it 45 minutes, chat. Games Workshop will have another Warhammer community article and another rewritten version of the rule.
Yeah, well, clearly they're watching these streams.
They need to wait to find last, so it would be red.
We've been pioneering these these FAQs. What's that? Magnus is smiting 4 times? Get that garbage out of here. FAQ it.
Cut that man in half. Have him turn into 2 boxy tanks.
Yeah. It was funny that we played Magnus smiting a billion times versus a million Space Wolves with OBSAC, and then both of those rules got FAQ'd like 2 days later. But I think it's just players. Utilizing the best rule, the most broken rules.
Exactly.
From the chaplain, we take a wound. Down to 7.
Sail, I am also very excited for that. Like, I cannot wait until maybe they somehow reintroduce the war boss on bike, just like in the FAQ somehow on accident.
Well, maybe they'll say like weapons that can target models that aren't visible to the bearer. Ignore all restrictions on targeting.
Oh yeah, and then suddenly it's just like all characters just get shot instantly.
Yeah, all characters. You don't have to be in range to target them with the attack. Any stratagems don't work on them. All that stuff.
The Lookout Sir rule is going to eventually be longer than the entire 8th edition core rulebook.
Yeah.
Is that stupid?
If only they just stuck with the old character rule. That would have been nice.
No.
And where's your sparring sorcerer? Your sparring sorcerer is right here.
Yeah, Sail.
Does he want to consolidate anywhere?
It's like, as a guard player, I would love it if my artillery always ignored.
No, we'll stay right there
indirect fire stuff.
And then my impulsor gets to activate before you activate your rubrics. So
MacBray, they've got there are tons of battle reports being put on there. I mean, they have playtesters that they'll occasionally deign to open the emails from when they maybe on weekends when they accidentally click on them. So
it's like when
they have other sources.
Basically, as often as I open work emails.
Yeah,
it's just by accident.
And
also, I mean, you can see this has been a debate previously in a lot of Discords I have seen. Like almost immediately after the Warhammer community article was posted, when they started talking about these rules, they immediately started talking about guard being able to character snipe. So like they have to be somewhat aware of the ambiguities here. It's sort of whether or not they choose to just like bright line, just say how it works in this one example.
Yeah, that would help. That would just certainly alleviate this issue wholesale.
And these wound on 2.
Maybe they're planning on just giving Space Marine characters so many more wounds in the next codex that they they don't even care.
And Intercessor Squad has 20 wounds. Captain has 25. It's fine.
Yeah.
And he's got an invulnerable save.
Ragnar Blackman just has 45 wounds, and it's just like, no, it's fine. Just shoot him with that Lehman Russ. It's cool.
So these guys won 7, so they've lost 4 now. And how many teal bases have you lost? 2. 2 teal bases, 4 orange.
So this is bottom of
my
2.
Wolf Priest, which will put everything into your bird.
It looks like the Wolf Priest, the Lord of Change bounced off that Wolf Priest.
No, I felt my chaplain litany.
It's kind of incredible.
I wound you on 3s.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's 5 attacks hitting on 3s,
Cool. And now you get to fight with your rubric.
It can happen.
Yeah.
Especially when you're not willing to throw the command points for rerolls. I would still be surprised if the 9 Nurglings don't just pull this man into the ocean and then hold him underwater.
Yeah. I mean, they are appropriately colored blue, so there you go. Yeah, it's going to be interesting, chat, how the wounds changes affect other non-Space Marine factions.
Yeah.
Non-just normal Space Marine factions, because certainly the...
Is that your turn?
Certainly There'll have to be points changes involved, I think, as well.
Time to me.
Well, I mean, will there?
They can't just say like Grey Knight Paladins go to 4 wounds and don't change their costs. Like, come on.
I think past precedent, you know, they'll do a Space Marine release, buff all their stats, and then they go down 15% more cost.
All right.
So I think, as we sort of anticipated, Objective 3 being swamped by Nurglings in this Lord of Change, despite the fact that this Wolf Priest is locked in an epic conflict with the Lord of Change for the rest of time. I don't think that the Space Wolves have the beef to clear this side.
Objective, I get 5.
Has he swung yet with the Nurglings?
Yeah, we're off to the Space Wolves' turn now.
Oh no!
I need to go kill that.
My champions, they didn't pull it off.
My intercessors can disembark through here. And we're gonna figure out where.
Where are they disembarking?
They would have to.
Yeah, tabletop veterans. I think that they perhaps have their lawyers just with a lot of cease and desist letters prepared, but that especially during the times of the pandemic, that the Tabletop Simulator is just a great way of generating and maintaining enthusiasm for their game. Like, I don't think they want to touch this community at all.
Could you imagine?
So that would be
the optics of shutting down TTS on.
Check this guy over here. No.
Like during COVID, that would have been.
Yeah, all these people who can't go play games with each other, their collections just get moved to their basement. They pick up new hobbies. They start maybe play a different video game, and suddenly it's a massive revenue loss because the mindshare loss is just significant.
So what we're gonna do is where these bases are.
It's like a game of Operation over here. I don't know if we can. I don't think we can fit through here, guys.
Nope.
Why not?
Yeah, that is only 2.7 inches of crack. You can't do that.
1.3. Yeah. Okay.
They seem to be doing it.
So what we'll do then is fall back.
That is a straight. That is too narrow.
Or just go round. I'll just go round. I don't need to go through the center. So I'll disembark within 3. And let's find out how close that is. So I can't go on that side of the wall. All I can do is start 7 inch here. I'll go right here.
That is true. But they can contact Steam. Steam can just delist TTS. Like, TTS is not a big money maker for Valve's platform, and Games Workshop, while it is much smaller than Steam, like a lawsuit is perhaps just not worth their time. They've done it before. Steam is a private store. Like, there's all kinds of ways that Games Workshop could interfere with this. If they really wanted to, like if they wanted to go nuclear on the whole thing, they probably could get this to stop.
So then that 6 inches gets me over that wall. It's right there. So they move 6 inches. Right over that wall. And then
I mean, people could somehow network, but like TTS's networking function works through Steam. I don't think people are figuring out some sort of like Hamachi build and then rebuilding the multiplayer pipeline on TTS so that they can start playing the game in like a non-Steam fashion. Like the entire server infrastructure runs through Steam. It would be pretty hard to
it would be different
to find an alternative.
To sort of mobilize the community if you're not on outside of Steam.
Exactly.
These intercessors, I guess, they're in combat. Wolfen.
According to Wahapedia, they've already tried to shut them down.
If I want to go over this obstacle, how
TTS?
No, to Wahapedia.
I mean, Wahapedia is like... Yeah, Wahapedia is like...
I guess we
its servers are like on Mars.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think they're touching the Wahapedia anytime soon.
Wolf Priest could potentially fall back.
Yeah, certainly seems like the Wahapedia guy just doesn't care.
Yeah.
which is an opinion I respect. He's like, it's fine, guys. I'm in Russia. Come at me, bro. It's Russia in the wintertime. You're gonna starve like Napoleon.
Copy. Come on. So falling back 12 inches. My front of the base cannot fit there. My front of the base would have to go here. That is the furthest I can fall back. Which is not ideal.
Tabletop veterans, that's not necessarily the case. TTS is built in such a way as to where it's almost it's eminently moddable, but
I might die.
it can be changed. Like there's no reason TTS necessarily has to allow importation of third-party like .obj files. Like it would honestly break their business model. Like they're almost entirely based on people being able to use the Steam Workshop to build in and mod things. But like it can be designed in such a way to where it's effectively impossible on a build of the game that is sold through Steam. Like I mean, Skyrim like famously just shut down their own mod workshop and works entirely through their own thing now. And then it becomes very awkward to mod that game by comparison, which is why a lot of people still use like kind of mid-life versions of that game. Like there are tools, like it's not impossible. Like there,
move Ragnar 6.
You could probably you can never stop someone who just like has TTS on their computer, assuming there's no kill switch, from being able to do this. But like you can stop their multiplayer networking, like at the drop of a hat. There's a million ways you can effectively cripple the community to the point where it just becomes unsustainable and just vanishes.
But the more important,
Games Workshop doesn't want to.
Chat, definitely check out the Wahapedia Patreon and give that guy $2.
Yeah.
He deserves it. He's got a lot of work putting all the new 8th edition stuff in there.
Yeah, you give $5 a month to Games Workshop so that you can download a PDF of the base rules and then have an unsearchable shotgun list of half incorrect datasheets, or you can give your money to a dude who just like lives in like a igloo in Russia who just has this great, super useful online FAQ that we're all using.
So I can't shoot.
On which we have found, I think, 2 errors.
Ever.
And they were mostly typographical.
So shoot Armand to death.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you could build this game in Unity in 20 minutes because it's just a model importer that like 2 people can look at simultaneously. The issue is the multiplayer networking functionality and creating the community. Like you can rebuild TTS. That's not a hard thing. This like honestly, this game is not that like this game's hyper simple. It's basically just a physics sandbox where you can import 3D models.
That's
the work is the other parts of it.
On its workshop description too.
Yeah. Yeah. The hard work is every other aspect of creating a thriving community.
Yeah. Cool. So we'll do that.
So it looks like we're aiming at engaging all friends for the Space Wolves here. That's why we had all this interesting positioning with the. What is this guy?
Just jumping 2 feet in the air and then standing back down again.
I think he's. Let's double check.
Yeah, what has just gone on? Okay, so they managed to free themselves. They killed the
Is this intercessor a proxy?
Where?
This guy?
No, he's not. He's dead. He's from Squad A.
That's what I thought. Thanks.
Guy's gonna die in a coherency check.
Yeah, his whole unit. What if you just had a unit? Yeah, just models just 8 inches away from the squad, and you're like, I'll just remove the rest of the squad. It's fine.
Hey, you might do that in some situations.
Yeah, if he was on an objective, sure.
Yeah.
But we got 1 primary for Space Wolves. Only 5 points for them, but they are.
They got 3 more turns to score 15.
Yeah, they're pulling it on secondaries as well. They got 8 points for killing that 1 sorcerer. Ahriman may be in a position where he could get slapped. Ragnar Blackmane's about to end this side of the board's whole career.
I guess it causes much havoc.
I mean, the moment he ends that Poxbringer's career, the prophecy holds true once again, where he just takes 2 smites from a Thousand Suns character, and he just like falls over and like holds his knee for a while.
Ahriman got all the support powers though. He doesn't even have anything but smite.
Disembark.
Well then, no, there's bolt to change on there.
For Ahriman? No,
yeah,
he's got warp time, death hex impressions.
Bolt to
change, I think, is in the Lord of Change.
Oh, never mind. I read about Brotherhood of Sorcerers in like the quarter of a second. It was on his thing.
You're right. This is BO Sorcerers. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, bolt of changes on the
back with my impulsor
on the Lord of Change appropriately.
And we'll go here.
Oh, maybe he just sinks a pistol shot in too.
and then he will fall back for 12 to here.
Just got to keep in mind that he has to draw line of sight to the character.
It is true.
And then
is that universally true? Don't they have a no line of sight power that they have now? Or is that like on one of the cults? Probably not his cult.
For 1 inch, so you can move a total of 8. And we'll go 8 right in here.
Oh, are we going to get Wolfen into this Lord of Change?
Ooh, that's 8.9.
Go get him, buddy.
Not off this charge.
8.
Unless this is just a movement. In which case, definitely
that was
yes.
movement,
yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah, because they can advance and charge, so they're moving 8 this turn.
We got 2 Thunderhammers in the claws in here.
Yeah.
Bad.
Although, honestly, the claws are more dangerous to that guy.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough.
Still command points for rerolling on saves, though.
Yeah.
Nurgling survived.
Now, it is a little worrisome for the Space Wolves.
Put him right in front.
If
now we pull Ragnar up to 6 inches.
If they lose Objective 3, which they
he
certainly
would go
will,
there, therefore Wolf and Dustfern in front of him. So let's
unless these Wolfen go ham.
First. We'll go
then the
outside of an inch.
You know, they're both basically. It's going to be Objective 1 and 3 versus Objectives 2 and 4. And there's going to be a parity on points for the entirety of the game.
I think this is a battle for secondaries right now.
Yeah, but that also means that Chaos is probably going to be ahead at that point, unless the Space Wolves get stuff into Objective 1, which they might. I mean, there's still a lot of rounds to play in this game. But I imagine that will be the number one goal of the Chaos stuff that's over on Objective 3 is going to be to block off Objective 1, so try to stop the Wolfen from some cutting through.
I think the big worry right now is that next turn, this Impulsor, which is broken free, is just going to touch both of these Whirlwinds. Which, once again, I do not know why they're being placed immediately touching each other.
That's certainly going to be engaged by the Nurglings.
3.8.
The blue Nurglings.
3.8.
No, not that Impulsor. The other.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Which is fine.
Yeah, that one's going for an epic journey.
Like, why do you think... What is the like strange instinctual feeling that must be filling the hearts and minds of these Chaos players, where these Relic Whirl and Scorpiuses have to be literally touching each other in every deployment?
Yeah, just it's a muscle memory from playing Imperial Fists.
Yeah.
So go 6 here.
Like we're also used to just putting both of these models behind that one L in our deployment zone. We're not thinking it them like.
We get the L in the corner, and we put the Eye of Hypnoth guy there, and your Eye of Hypnoth captain, and then there's like 3 Thunderfire cannons next to him. And then that's how you play the game. That's it.
Like if I'm putting those on the table, the distance from each other is at minimum 1 inch more than the total length of an Impulsor plus 2 inches.
Hitting on a 3, rerolling 1s. I hit. That's a mortal, wounding on a 3. 1 wound, AP 1. You're good. So you take a mortal and you're marked. Now we'll do the intercessors. Everything.
Yeah, shoot some random assault or auto bolt rifles into Ahriman.
Can you imagine if these Scorpiuses were the Purge?
5.
Right now.
That'd be pretty good.
CP to auto hit with everything. No, not with it. I am not in range of. So these are hitting on 3s, no rerolls.
Almost, we considered a Bolt Storm there, but we were out of range for it. Just auto hit Ahriman 15 times.
Wound on 4s.
I don't even think that kills him, though. Marked. Yeah. That was not a good roll. only 3.
That's a lot of failed.
Ahriman takes him, though, yeah.
I'll take that. Over here, Ragnar will grenade these guys. Hitting on a 2.
Yeah, seeing the real weakness of these like traveling characters that aren't like embedded with another unit.
Wolfen will shoot.
If only Ahriman was out of line of sight.
Auto launchers.
And they could
if only.
There's 2 of them. 2d3. They advanced like an idiot. So they hit on 4s or 5. They hit on 6s. They advanced.
I love that we're trying to kill Ahriman with the random ranged gun that the Wolfen can get.
4 pistols into the
Their bizarre, wildly inaccurate grenade launcher. Just give me something.
And wounding on 2s. Cool. Over here, we'll toss a grenade into green. With the single blade guard, hits, wounds, fails, 2 damage, take it. And then the grenade from the other Victrix into him.
What do you think of sniper units coming in at 9th? Do you think they've gotten better? They feel like they're better to me now.
Wounds.
The archetype I don't think is quite as good because units that sit back and on your table edge and make a ranged attack every turn is like not really where you want to be. You want to be hyper fast and mobile if you're shooting, I think.
But it feels like characters are much more visible now. Like they're no longer hiding in the, like a back corner behind a wall, just fighting an aura buff. So like
there's also less of them though. Like you rarely get that situation where there's like one intercessor in the middle of the table and 12 characters behind them that are all being protected. Like there's maybe 3 characters.
But they feel more individually important.
That's true. Yeah, I mean when there are less models on the table, the most powerful models are going to be a little bit more effective for sure.
That is all of my shooting.
So Armand survived the salvo of random garbage that the Space Wolves were able to accrue to fight them.
Armand's entire life has been about surviving random garbage.
Salvos of random garbage. Yeah. I wonder if we put this Wolf Priest within 6 inches of the Scorpius. That would have been a really heads up play here.
And blue.
We did. You got to kill that guy.
Well, I mean, or you just move a Scorpius.
So we want to put the 2
sacrifice half your shots in order to. You got to plink 1 wound into this guy, right?
1.
2, I think. Yeah, 2.
2. And what I want to do.
I think Ahriman should kill him. If Ahriman didn't kill him, though, that would have been hilarious.
So
we're gonna see how
there. He can go right in.
Or does he kill Ahriman? What happened last time?
No, he fell back this turn. So he won't
never mind then.
Yeah, he's done this
8
turn.
here, but I want claws into him. But then Blade Guard don't fit. So claws.
Can you imagine if that man was capable of fitting in the back of this flatbed truck?
There.
But he can't do it. There's not enough room.
Leaving
Can't fit
for the Blade Guard here. Blade Guard will now charge.
He's like, but my jump pack makes me an approximate size of a Primaris Marine. I don't care, buddy.
Can I be outside?
Yeah, the roof is too short. He's like, there's not. It's not even a roof. It's just a.
So let me.
It's a truck. Nah, dude, get out.
1 Blade Guard.
Are we trying to fit a Blade Guard in there? That looks a little dicey there, bud. Certainly can't do that.
I guess
I don't know if he can fit in there without standing wall.
There you go.
Nope.
So 1.
Brendolf,
2, 3.
the Lords of Change are Zinj demons. They're not Thousand Suns, unfortunately. So you cannot burn them as if they were Prospero.
So 1 will go right there.
Nah, they weren't even there.
1 will go right here.
They had what were their little buddies called? Their little demon buddies.
So he'll go 5.
They had a name for their little demon buddies that they had on Prospero.
Bird goat people? They didn't even. At the original burning of Prospero, they weren't even there either. That was purely. That was just the Thousand Suns.
No, there was like they called them like familiars, but it was something. It was like an Egyptian.
And I go with a 6. So they're gonna go 6.
And then when the Space Wolves attacked, they all just turned into like greater demons and stuff. And they're like, "Surprise! We were demons this whole time."
6.
I don't remember that part.
6.
I just remember the Thousand Suns getting all desperate, and then
I'm gonna look it up.
too many cards.
We'll declare.
I feel really dumb because it seems like it's gonna be a really stupid word.
They go 4 inches. They get to reroll. I'll go ahead and reroll. Charge.
Oh man, I wish that the Chickens of Change had the Thousand Suns keyword though, because then they could use the Thousand Suns psychic powers, and they would be so much better.
Wolf Claws is gonna go.
All the Thousand Suns keyworded psychic powers. Oh my god, they would be so good. Or stratagems, I mean. Sorry.
Aren't Watchers in the Dark? Brendolf, aren't Watchers in the Dark like just aliens? They're just little alien guys.
Yeah, it's really unclear what they are.
Tutelaries. God, Headrush, you handsome and smart person.
Not that smart. That's not an Egyptian word. Get out of here.
It's Egyptian sounding.
No, it's not.
It's like cartouche.
That does not sound like cartouche.
Tutelary?
Also, I don't think cartouche is an Egyptian word. I think
it's a word commonly associated with Egyptian things.
I guess we could potentially tag them. So if we go,
I think you just watched too much Stargate.
That is absolutely correct. You are not wrong, sir.
3.2. So
I watched far too much Stargate, and it clearly had a deleterious effect on my entire life.
We'll go here.
Also, we have literally no idea what any of those words sounded like.
That's true.
There's no way.
It's not like we can ask. Well, yeah.
We have not had an ancient Egyptian speaker alive on this planet for like 3,000 years.
I bet they all sound like tutelary.
It's just that word.
They're just like tutelary, motherfucker.
I got bad news for this Boxbringer.
He's about to get hammered.
Yeah.
I feel you, Boxbringer. I'm also. I wish I was here, because I would like to be hammered.
Oh, you're not drinking right now?
I'm not drinking at 1:30 p.m.
It's past noon.
49.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
I'm gonna go all the way over here.
Well, you know what it's about to be drinking is these Wolfen. They're about to be drinking in the viscous fluid that is inside Nurglings, because they're about to stab a bunch of Nurglings and pop them like water balloons.
They're like gushers, like we were saying.
Yeah. Interesting positioning from
all of my
from Jamie here. He's lining up to send a Nurgling with a consolidate into Ahriman. Or not a Nurgling, a Wolfen. That's a little bit different than a Nurgling.
At the beginning of the fight phase,
send a Wolfen into Ahriman, and that it won't be able to swing at him, but it'll at least stop him from falling back and casting spells.
I will start swinging. I will swing with a Wolfen into your sort of change. I will not be spending any CP to buff up units. So
which of these two factions do you think is like the biggest fan of the Mothman?
This is only turn 2.
It's
no
too much of an inside joke.
But
clearly it's Ahriman. Have you seen that guy's hat?
Oh yeah, you're right. That makes total sense actually. Yeah.
-3. Hold on. You fell 2. That's 4 damage. And then the Wolfen Claw Sergeant for 6 attacks, hitting you on 2s. And
hey, one thing that is nice about commenting these Space Wolf on Thousand Sun games, they are decided fast.
There is a.
I
mean, I guess the downside is that there is a lot of like sort of blank action in these games.
Yeah,
like probably these players have 90-minute clocks, and probably 60 minutes each is spent resolving attacks on or with Nurglings.
I mean, what's the Chaos player's clock down to? It's like 17 minutes.
17.
This guy will move into here.
Dan did take a little while on his deployment. He took a long time, and
I wonder if anyone's clock was running during the line of sight debacle too.
No, they had it paused. I checked.
Okay.
So they stay within 2. Ooh, okay, so I don't think I actually can fit Blade Guard in there.
Rush, I agree.
Have
Blade Guard can hit your
a new homeworld since Prospero.
I guess I'll activate this guy down here then first.
Isn't it the same? Attacks. No, it's the Planet of the Sorceress. It's not the same planet.
Yeah, but right? You know that the name of the Planet of the Sorceress is?
Is it Tutelaries?
Sorcerius.
Saves. 1 base takes 2 damage.
Of course it is.
I wonder who came up with that. Magnus is like, "Welcome to Sorcerius," and all the Marines are just like,
just like rubbing their eyes.
They're just like,
they're just face palming. Like, I'm so glad I was reduced to dust 1,000 years ago.
This is into red on 2s. And on 2s.
I mean, that's not a lot. Is that any worse than any of the other, like, Space Marine home planets? Like, the Space Wolf home planet's name is Fenris.
What is Macragge, though? Why is it a Greco-Roman themed planet named like after a Scottish man?
And then
that one I was confused.
And then the 1 dude into your bird. 4 attacks.
What else we got? Nocturne No, Nocturne should have been the Night Lord's one actually.
On the Blade Guard.
Nocturne can get away with it. That's just kind of a cool name.
Base 3 plus
yeah, that one's okay.
I rolled 4 and 3. Is that okay with you?
What was the name?
More attacks.
Prospero's like a nice dig at how the Iron Hands are just like the stupidest chapter, or Iron Warriors, just the other stupidest chapter.
Which one? No, Prospero's 1,000 Sun.
Oh no, you're right. Crap. What is the name of the Gorgon? Was it?
That's
the
Iron
home
Hands,
planet? Yeah. No, you're right. What was
Medusa? Medusa is Iron.
Medusa. Okay. Wow, they really did just make them complete clones of each other.
Wait, is it really Gorgon and Medusa?
Okay.
I think so.
No,
I think they called the Iron Hands guy the Gorgon. What was there?
Ragnar,
Iron
everything into
Hands.
Iron Warriors are from Olympia.
There we go.
That's
okay.
fine.
10 attacks.
Or Iron Warriors, excuse me.
I've seen some fan art of the Iron Warriors where they have this like hardcore Spartan kind of like look to them, and they like look visually interesting and cool. And then I look at the models and it's just like, oh, you're just like a Space Marine. And it's just like, oh.
Yeah, like the Minotaur sort of Grecian Space Marines, very cool style.
It looks sick.
So one would take 2, yeah. And 2, and then 1 more dice.
Very cool style, and for a while, they had one of the best Space Marine chapter keywords.
Okay.
What was that?
Judicar will activate.
Minotaurs.
It will be 5 attacks, hitting on 2s.
What?
Rolling 1s with Ragnar. And then wounding on 2s.
Could have been Adeptus Astartes, I don't know.
Saves.
Adeptus Astartes is not a chapter keyword. It's because they got that. They had just all their characters, all the Minotaur characters are saying.
Adeptus Astartes could have been a chapter keyword for the first 6 months of 8th edition.
Yeah, that's fair.
Then these intercessors over here will activate.
Ooh, did we not kill this Nurglings one? Uh-oh.
They always have this tendency to leave like one guy left.
Yeah, somehow it's because of this one Wolfen who didn't. Oh man, they also didn't kill the Boxbringer. Uh-oh.
Well, how did they just dedicate Noah? Have they not attacked him yet, or has that unit just not attacked?
They definitely attacked, I think.
I
mean, maybe they haven't, and we just watched these guys swing. These guys did do 6 wounds to the Lord of Change, which is nice. Or 4 wounds to the Lord of Change.
Wounding on 2s.
Is he bracketed yet? Oh, he is. Uh-oh. I don't think that Lord of Change has the move distance to get out of that scenario now.
1 dice. 3 damage.
What's the... Yeah, what does he bracket to?
Sorry, this is where?
He brackets to 10 inches, but his base size is so huge. I mean, I guess he could go backwards, like to the other side of the sign. Yeah, he could get out, but he can't get out in a direction he would necessarily want to.
And then the other dude's fighting him.
Yeah, it's not like he's gonna be stuck within 6 of the Wolfen or something. Right?
If he takes 2 more, then he can't. Then he literally can't get away because his movement speed becomes 6.
He just gets intervened into every turn.
Yeah.
No rerolls.
Well, I guess you just pin Wolfen with Nurglings and hope for the best.
Yeah.
Each of these characters is worth 8 points every time they die, so it's probably worth throwing most of your army away, keep them alive.
Activate will be the Wolfen.
Oh, okay. We didn't fight with these Wolfen yet. That was just random characters going in.
Okay. So that this
this
Boxbringer is about to feel
the Boxbringer took 1 wound, I think, from just a bolt gun or something. And I thought that he had just made every invulnerable save ever.
Yeah, we'll do the 3 hammers. I guess we'll pile it around. Put him.
Like, you know when you throw a can on the ground and you just stomp on it and turn it completely flat, and you're so proud of yourself because it doesn't mold to either side, it just goes perfectly flat down.
Yeah.
That's about to happen to this poor Boxbringer. This dude's about to get you're gonna then try and put him in one of those recycling machines and it won't even accept him anymore.
Yeah, it's gonna be like one of those cartoons where you get hit by a baseball bat and your head sinks into your body cavity. This is about to happen.
On 2s because there's base strength 5 and you're T5. Rerolling nothing.
Yeah.
That many invons.
I think 12 wounds on that guy. He'll be fine.
And this is sorry, where?
There are main characters in Game of Thrones that are going to have died less hard than this guy.
Yeah. So that is only 24 damage to him.
3 damage. 3 damage.
Make it.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, just roll the 5 ups. Ready?
Yeah.
Oh my God, he tried.
You didn't try that hard.
That was a lot of 5 ups though.
Yeah, that's not. I guess that is actually. That's a. How many? That guy's got 22 wounds though, right?
Yeah, it's just 2 grit on clean ones stuck together.
I couldn't kill him.
He's like Magnus. When you cut him in half, he just turned into 2 tanks.
5, so I would have to go this way. So what I'll do is I'll consolidate.
So unfortunately, could we not have? Oh, maybe I think that there was a problem. Oh no, did we just forget to consolidate this unit?
No, they're measuring it out now.
Well,
trying to see if you can stretch towards Magnus.
I'm wondering why we didn't.
Yeah, that's fine. I get a CP.
Kill the Nurgling squad. Maybe we're going for a wrap on it. But this. Unit. Oh, maybe they didn't declare.
I think he forgot to move them. Or what's the? It's not consolidate. The advance pylon. Yeah.
Yeah, because I thought it looked like to me the intention was to move this Wolfen into this area, to kill the Nurgling squad. Then when they consolidate, they can all go towards Ahriman and they can touch him. That's a little awkward. And I guess you just couldn't cohere this guy properly to get within an inch because these guys would all have to go this way.
You finally make it a combo with the Poxbringer. You get like so excited. You just
yeah, I finally get the chance to destroy this vile Poxbringer that's been a thorn in my side. I think it's
great enemy of
Fenris. This game, yeah.
I get.
But we did kill the Poxbringer, so that's, second of Whore the Witch, second Assassinate.
3 saves on the
and we are killing it on the
Blade Guard. These are 4 up in ones.
Killing it.
1 dies.
Killing it.
That Nurgling's gonna run away in leadership, right? How many was there originally in that squad?
Yeah, I think there were like 8 remaining or something.
Good ones.
Ragnar did what Ragnar does.
I will now activate
Die to a smite.
Cursors.
Yeah. So, do you think that this seems like a pretty good Space Wolves list, but I don't know how much it wants to play against Landspeeder Tempest
because they didn't charge.
And
so it should be 9 attacks. There's 4 left, right?
Do you think that this was that this list was mostly a response to the Hottest Takes Chaos list?
I mean, in the first post-game interview, that was explicitly stated.
Yeah, because it was a pretty reasonable assumption that you just play against the Chaos list 2 times, and to get to the
I need to make it through. I need to beat this army twice, and then hope like whatever comes in the finals happens.
I think it is a valuable lesson for us to learn that if you put your faith in nothing but 45 Nurgling bases, anything that is good at killing 45 Nurgling bases will kill your army.
Also, when you announce that you are going to, in a format where you can change your list between rounds, if you announce you are not changing your list and your list is 1/4 of the remaining lists, maybe some will affect into you a little bit, especially if they know they're going to face you. Like, gotta mix that up.
Go around. He's based.
And I mean, like this Chaos list itself was a tech to fight into the Salamanders list, which is another 1/4 of the remaining list as well.
I think the Chaos list was just built for the format. It does benefit pretty well from the full deploy style because like a single scout unit or whatever can't deny you that much real estate. And if you don't have the skew to deal with it, I think it's just good. I don't know if they were anticipating the Salamanders coming in, but clearly the list plays well against the Salamanders, as we saw yesterday.
Yeah. There are a great number of conceivable lists that would be functional within 9th edition that would deal quite well with this Nurgle list, but I mean, just given the optics of what was coming in to these like semifinals, I mean that little could, and it's just unfortunate for Chaos here that they both managed to run into the same Space Marine Steamroller.
Yeah.
Or Space Wolf Steamroller.
Yeah, it was. I mean, like we were saying yesterday, the way the brackets were going to shake out, either 2 Salamanders players are on 1/2, or these 2 Chaos lists were on 1/2 of the bracket, and somebody was probably going to have to play 2 of like this match, one of the matchups twice in a row.
Yeah.
Okay, no Blade Guard. It's just 1.
Yeah, 1, 2 up. All good.
Wolfen.
And then I will now take these on the pack leader, so he will have 4 up armors, and he will have a 5 up in the pain. He takes a wound. Back onto you. You can keep activating.
Do red.
Careful, because you'll have to pile into this one as well, right? Because he'll be closest. The red Nurgling here will have to go.
Yeah, as long as he ends closer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll put all 5 of them into the sky.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
What do you think Ragnar's favorite color is?
It's clearly red.
It's 2.
because that's the color of his beautiful coat.
Red,
he has left them for last.
Rubrics.
Well, no, he's also got a nice red little cloak on him.
They'll go into
and also, it's the color of the blood of his enemies that coats his mighty chainsword, you know, and stuff.
The 6 attacks on the
So that turn is a big swing from the Space Wolves. I think, like you mentioned before, this is probably a game for secondaries, about secondaries, and
just one there.
I think the Space Wolves have the edge. They are going to lose the 2 points on, or a couple points on engaged on all fronts, probably most likely. But they should get all of their other score all their other points. I guess it's a big question mark is whether this order change goes down, because it is a 13-point swing between the players.
I take it.
Yeah.
Damage D3.
I wonder if you just run away with that guy. I'm just like, all right, I'm out.
Yeah, I think that's the play. He's once bracketed. I mean, he's in the danger zone now. Like, he's not gonna be able to fight his way out of this. He's not gonna be able to cast his way out of this fast enough.
Yeah.
And I want to activate with the Wolfen again to fight twice. And all I want to go
running these Nurglings in these like very tight bricks just feels like such a another strange decision point, because the Space Wolves keep slipping past them.
Yeah, because they make a charge. The problem is I won't be able to fight you because I didn't declare you.
Yeah, that's also just sort of a function of how combats work, right? Because they are
you to be within an inch.
If the point of the Nurglings to die rather than kill, like, you don't necessarily need to push them in as close as they can to get more attacks. You keep the formation so that you can prevent like the lateral movement of characters or units slipping past the combat.
I do not have to be within anything. This is the old Space Wolf. Activate twice. So he has to stay there. He can go here, so we know that. So it looks like
we're gonna honor the chapter now after the Wolfen have charged.
For sure. What about these guys? These guys.
I don't think they can hit anything because everything's dead. They're just gonna, I think, touch Ahriman.
So then these guys would have to keep coherency. So only
Seems
three.
Like an expensive,
so I'll go
expensive touch. But I guess that means they wrap him. So that's probably fine.
Activate 3.
What are the odds? You think we see a Ahriman die to a desperate breakout?
So I can go 6.7 with him.
1 and 6.
You need to
fix good call.
Yeah, I'll figure that out in a second. So that's the furthest it can go, and then I'll pull them back.
You know, 2 and 12.
Oh, it is going to be a little. This coherency is going to be awkward because half of them have to go towards the Thousand Suns. Ooh.
Closer.
You could just basically stand still with those guys.
So escape. How far is he? He is 6.7, so he has to end up 6.6.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna manage to pull that far to him. They're gonna have to pull back a little bit.
And then this guy is 6.9, so he has to finish 6.8. So he'll have to go.
They could just sacrifice some models to the coherency, but. Oh, you're right.
Those front guys will have to be. Yeah, these front guys will have to be pulled back. So that's their activation, and now they will consolidate. So now
gotta pull that guy back a little bit.
8 and 6.
Which means you gotta pull that guy back.
So then he can go 3 to here. He can go 3 to here.
I mean, they could also engage Ahriman. He just kills 5 of them.
He can go 3 to here. We know he can move 3.
So, I mean, I don't think you can actually wrap me.
No, I don't think I can wrap you now. And he can go 3 here. And then that is coherency there. And then these are within 2 inches of each other. Cool, that's coherency. 3, and 1
Is this guy not moving farther away?
No, he was 6.8 and 5.8. By moving here, Ahriman now becomes closer.
Right.
And that's it. That's all I have.
So Ahriman gets to fight then?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it protects the Wolf Priest, right?
1 wound. What's the damage on this?
I believe it's flat 3.
Let's see.
Flat 3. I will take an armor save. AP.
Yeah.
AP1.
AP1, so this will be a 5 up. I fell it. 3 damage. These are 5 up Finno Pains. A Wolfen dies. Therefore, the Wolfen will be able to fight. So 4 Thunderhammer attacks into...
Is Ahriman going off? Not bad.
Hitting all 3s.
Sorry, why do they get to fight?
They get to Wolfen get to activate when they. They get to just fight.
You can't elect to not use your melee weapon anymore.
Which model did you roll the save?
I'll just go this one. It doesn't matter. And then Ironman, 2 wounds on Ironman, 2 in ones.
Well, no.
If they charge this turn, no. Oh, with the swing on death.
But it's not.
I don't really know. I don't know how the out of sequencing fights work, but I assume like all your legal targeting would be the same for the entire turn, regardless of the source of your attacks. So I would assume not.
We're still in the fight phase.
Yeah, we're still in the fight phase. Trevi, do you know? I'm pulling up the rule for the Wolfen. Yeah.
Well, so it just says that they can fight, right? But I mean
But it's not as if it were the fight phase, I believe. Let's find out.
They're slain in the fight phase, so they're still subjected to the rules for charging.
That I don't know. I have literally no idea. Let's have a look. We're going to need Trevi to.
I mean, if it happened in any phase other than the fight phase, which is possible, then I think they could swing into him.
After charging, like how they fight shouldn't be relevant.
Yeah.
So when this unit is slain, you can attack with that model before removing it as a casualty.
Right, but they still charge. They're still subjected to the charge rules.
I don't know. I have no idea. Let's wait for Trevor to. And if not, he just survives because I would have thought.
I mean, like, lawyers do determine the laws. Like, otherwise, it's just both players can just say opposite things, and there's no way to reconcile it.
And there's nothing in the FAQ about it.
I don't know why they would be able to. They weren't able to previously, and the rules insofar as only able to attack things that you charge haven't changed.
There are new appendices, but I don't know if any of them cover this this situation.
I mean, if they can't fight again and attack this guy either. I get it's just a melee attack in the fight phase. Like, you're following all the same targeting rules.
The attacking unit made a charge move this turn, which they did. Its models can only target units it declared a charge against this turn,
normally,
or units that performed a heroic intervention this turn. So you can't actually target him.
Yeah, it sounds like I can't. Trevi?
I definitely used this to my advantage quite a few times in the games that I've played against Wolfen with their legal targeting restrictions, because they can't do it to things that heroically, or in 8th they couldn't do it to things that heroically intervened in.
Yeah.
When they charged, and like that was one of the key ways of picking that unit apart with combat characters without just losing everything. Thresher 2005, yeah, I believe if they were killed in the psychic phase, they would be able to attack. Although once it has reached a psychic phase, they're no longer under the effects of having charged that turn, so like it wouldn't matter anyway. Like the targeting restrictions are almost entirely just in the fight phase of the one round.
Yeah, all normal targeting rules apply when you attack with or when you fight again with an individual model. So they would not be able to swing if they hadn't declared a charge on Ahriman.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, so there's actually a couple appendices that talk about this in the new rulebook, and I will say that is phenomenal, and I love it.
But
and it does specify this is the fight again ability, and there is a rule in the core rulebook that specifies that any fight again abilities use normal targeting rules. They also are considered. It's an individual model fight, which is another area that's covered in the core rules, which also says that normal targeting applies. So in both cases,
Yep, died.
They
2 invuns, 2 wounds.
What's that?
in
have
both
died?
cases you would only you would still have to have declare a charge, etc.
2 invuns. Survive, because it doesn't matter.
Once again, a victory for the most obvious interpretation of the rule.
Boom! Oh yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
I actually really like this
right.
appendix. It's
What's up?
it does clear up a couple of these issues.
Yeah.
Which is very nice. But interesting that has there's not been an FAQ on Death Frenzy at all.
I mean,
Guess you don't need it.
Thresher, the restriction to only being able to attack things that you charged, even if you base them, never makes logical sense, but is kind of important for just preventing you from crawling up the side of a unit, fighting twice, crawling another 6 inches up, and just striking something to, like 1.5 feet into your opponent's backfield that you did not charge. It basically makes the concept of declaring charge targets almost pointless if you could just attack anything. Which should be the case. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like the targeting restrictions being relegated to only things you charge. I feel like that's kind of awkward, but you know.
Yeah, I mean now that there's the new clause where you have to engage models that you declared as a charge target when you make your charge move, it doesn't seem necessary that they.
And they got rid of heroic interventions, just like being immune to it too.
Right,
There aren't very many scenarios where this can even happen.
Yeah, yeah, this is definitely an odd one for sure. Yeah, there's the fight again clause in the core rulebook chat specifies it also applies to as if it were the fight phase fights.
And it is a fight phase fight.
And it also just
occurring
straight
in the
up
fight
is
phase.
Yeah.
Like
tell them back. I don't.
that clause might be necessary sometimes, mostly for targeting, because otherwise it becomes illegal to even make targets.
Yeah.
But like you don't need that clause at all because it's just occurring in the fight phase. It's just a melee attack in the fight phase.
Yeah, I like that
now.
it's in reinforced.
I have no CP to deny.
Yeah, it's also that's not that they had section in the rulebook isn't just for stratagems. Also,
what's worst?
It's for anything, any rule or ability that lets you fight again or fight as if it were the
goes
fight
off with a -2. Yep.
He's gonna cast it on the wolf.
Yep.
I actually think it was very intuitive, to be honest, because I mean we came to the correct answer without really having to think about it too hard.
Reroll it.
We mostly just looked up the rule to make sure we were right, but
2, and you have +1.
Yes,
it was pretty clear what the intention was there.
Okay, so these guys have death X on them.
Thresher, I'm not even sure why the Wolf Layer did that in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I think the intention was to wrap Aramon.
Yeah.
But he just didn't have the distance to do it, and that's probably something that he should have proxy based out.
After falling back.
It's if I fall back in the movement phase.
Like, Aramon certainly would not want to stay there and start smiting into them, because if he starts smiting them, then they do swing at him, and that's like a big issue.
9.
So he does have to fall back, which does prevent his psychic output.
1 mortal, 1/6 of Final Pain. We're good.
So it's not necessarily a terrible move. Like, if he... It's a huge risk to Aramon if he stays in there and tries to actually do anything about it. So it's...
Yeah, it looks like we did the super sneaky ninja plan where Aramon
the rubrics are gonna cast
cast a bunch of spells and then just nopes right out of melee.
Also, the follow-up turn is going to be terrifying. Like, it feels like the containment's been broken over here.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, that also gave the Wolfen squad 6 inches of movement, right? So like, it's not like nothing came out of it. Aramon had to spend a cast to warp time, and he had to and the Wolfen got to move really far. So I mean,
you have now?
If they don't
if
immediately die to Scorpii, they're about to ruin another career. Yet another
warp
one.
time is a normal move, right? Does that
no,
mean you cannot cast again?
Correct. You can't cast after your warp time out of melee.
Okay.
Because you already have fallen back,
Yeah.
5 Final Pains.
So why didn't he just fall back?
Dies and down to
because he can cast and then cast warp time.
You won the head one already.
Yeah.
So kill 2.
Cool.
Yeah, that's right. You're right. 100%. Yeah,
You don't
Genius.
And they only get to fight in the 5 days, I believe. What's this?
The gate.
Yeah.
So on the Wolfen,
One.
Mortal,
1/5 up.
I love how indiscriminate this order changes with its.
on the blade card.
McBray, I don't even think he needs to charge the Whirlwinds with the Wolfen. I mean, one of these Impulsors is about to just charge both of them and tap both, lock them in, hold objective 1 for the rest of the game, and like the Wolfen probably break free and move over and clear out the rest of objective 3 now.
We kind of want to do it on this up.
This order change
Down to 1.
has done almost as much damage to itself as the enemy army has.
Did it just Infernal Gateway again?
Yeah.
That's
2 damage.
you
bonus.
can't do that. You
Did he
don't do
bracket
that.
Did he bracket himself? Oh no.
Yeah.
He did.
Yep.
Oh no.
Don't cast that.
Oh no. Yeah, this order change wants to be like touching the back edge of this table right now. He's like, why am I stuck with all these idiots punching me?
And these are both within.
It's a tough one. That's a toughie. You get stuck in with the characters. The characters would bean out and get you. I wonder if he wasn't thinking about Saga of the Hunter when he put the Lord of Change there, because it is a deceptive threat range on that Smash Captain. You're normally like, all right, Smash Captain's like probably 19-ish inches, and he's like, I'm going 24, bro. What are you doing?
6 ups.
3s onto me. This would be 6 ups.
I mean, you also get a big head about the sheer resilience of the thing. And in fairness, it basically shrugged that off. Like, it got choked up in combat. It couldn't move around anymore. But like, it's done okay.
Yeah, it has somehow still killed stuff.
Dies.
Mostly itself and its own weapons, but
let's put the dead ones over.
It'd be 4. Yeah, it would be 4 or 5 wounds up if it was not just Infernal Gatewaying into its own face every time.
It has done 4 damage to itself so far.
I don't even know why you're why are you have it does no more damage than the other spells you have access to. I don't even know why you're casting that.
Tanks 1, so that one fails to kill. This one kills him.
Yeah, chat. I think what happened there with the Wolfen was that
Tanks it.
Jamie took his armor saves against the Blackstaff, in order to kill the Wolfen so it could swing, and then once it was determined that you couldn't do that, he just rolled invulnerable saves instead.
Won't be a legend. No, dice. So 5 die.
I believe is what the interaction there was.
We'll go
The players rewound that one
3, 4,
game save. Oh well,
5.
I think the Scorpius happened though. Holy crap!
The other one.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. All right.
Oh boy.
That's a change in the game state.
It's a little chunk. That was like a 200-point Scorpius activation.
Shoot one
Yeah.
one
Easy game, dude.
Back here by objective 4.
Cool.
Wolf.
You are good at artillery, dude. Not gonna lie. 3s. So these are 6 ups.
Yeah.
Plus 1.
Right there, I was pretty on team Spaceballs have this in the bag, but that's
these
that's not
Wolfen are
small.
about to hammer themselves some more when Scorpius and Scorpius
Yeah.
were like, what if you just die instead?
1 tanked.
I don't even think you need to kill. I mean, does he have? Does he need to kill those? I still feel like that Impulsor can just tap them and shut them off for the rest of the game. But like, not having that Wolfen squad to walk over and just take over this entire flank.
Yeah, the Wolf Priest is alive and doesn't look like anything can finish him, so he might just live inside these Scorpii for the rest of the game too.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, no, they are blast weapons, yeah. Actually, that's a...
Yeah, you can't shoot him in melee.
Nope.
5 ups.
We had him Chaos can Overwatch, though. That's a dangerous charge. Presuming you don't just tap an Impulsor in there first. Which you absolutely do.
Yeah, that's true. They could Overwatch. They do have TCP.
I put this guy in Rocket Ministries.
Yeah, nobody's out of time yet, chat.
Alright, that was dumb.
We got time.
Do you not roll saves?
No.
No heroics?
Oh.
You can take no game actions.
That's harsh.
Yeah, it cleans things up. You don't have to sit around and
no charges,
play out a game. You can just math damage and then you're good.
Yeah.
To here.
The priest is close enough to intervene as the Scorpius. He is going to go into Armon though. Aramon kind of
to
just ran right into
there.
that.
Yeah, I don't know why he went that way.
Yeah. I don't think he had anywhere else to go, to be honest. The Wolf Breezes.
Cool.
This is the second game in a row where this Wolf Breeze has gone
Now,
ham.
no charges, so I get to fight first.
Although maybe Aramon
So,
learned
I will fight
from his
first
like staff
with-
wounds before and will actually, parry,
Killing Aramon. Yeah, let's kill Aramon.
do the
4
right dodge
attacks into
timing
Aramon.
and then hit him back.
Hitting on
He just has to
twos.
do 1 wound to this guy.
And wounding on 2s. Ooh.
Mm.
4-ups. Oh, he died.
Do Thousand Sons have a fight on death?
No, they don't.
Okay.
It's basically only a Space Marine thing.
I will consolidate 3 inches onto the super.
Orcs got it. Do Tyranids have that too?
You now get to activate with a unit.
They do. Theirs also
Oh.
works on monsters.
Oh, there goes that guy. If he wishes he could fight on death.
Mm-hmm.
Or actually, I think theirs doesn't work on monsters now I'm thinking about it. I think it's worded bizarrely.
4
I
up.
don't remember.
1 dies.
Demons
Cool.
sadly
I
do
will
not
now
have a fight on
activate
death.
with the Wolfen. 3
No, it just
attacks
works on
into
it just works
three
on,
attacks. 1,
on characters.
2, 3. Into the bird, and then wounding you on 3s.
But it's pretty nice on like Smashy Hive Tyrant. He'll go
Yeah.
like Feast Voracious Appetite, and or like
Oh,
One
I've-
Eye is the best one.
Takes
I've
4
noticed.
damage.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. And then you get to activate with something.
Activate. Blue.
This one Blade Guard veteran's just proudly fighting 10 times his weight in Nurglings.
He's a little bit outnumbered right now. There's just 2 Blade Guard veteran sergeants, and there's like
Is that Blade Guard veteran lone wolfed?
3 into
I don't
the
believe so.
Wolfen and,
Oh.
I don't think we lone wolfed.
Sad.
It was looking like the
Cool.
the score might end up relatively close, and so I think giving additional assassinates is probably not ideal.
Yeah.
It looks like the Lord of Change did die though.
Uh-oh.
2 wounds, 2 2-ups. I'm okay.
That's
Time on
that's
two.
not good.
Ragnar
I mean,
will
if
activate into the Marines.
if these Scorpiuses get engaged, that's lights out.
10 attacks.
Yeah, I mean, this is the game sort has been aiming at this point for a while. That said, the Orange
This is
Nurglings
turn
have
3
denied
now,
an
right? 'Cause
objective
you
for
went
the
first.
Space Wolves, so they're actually gonna
And I didn't
only
do
score
that
5
on
primaries next turn.
And then wounding on 3s.
That said, they will max support the Witch, and
That would be 5 up in wounds.
but yeah, they also killed Armon. Yeah, they just killed everything. So
Yeah.
they're almost maxed on Assassinate. They're maxed
These are two
on
down.
Abhor the Witch. They
That
should
was where?
This is
cleanly
two-
get engaged on
This is
offense
Ragnar into your
for the rest of the game.
Yeah, this game is just down to Chaos trying to prevent as
And
many
then
primary
you
points
have
being
the
scored by
Treachery.
Wolves as they can for the rest of this game.
Yeah, kind of. I think a downside of the Nurgling list, and honestly one that we've noticed in the past too, is that the clock is a real issue because the
Yeah.
Nurglings have such a volume of attacks that are so difficult to resolve, and you are required to resolve them. If they are in melee, you have to attack with everybody who can.
And you're in combat from effectively turn 1 every single game, no matter what.
Right? Yeah, you have to play. I mean, we've already played
One wound, 2 up.
whatever
Okay.
Probably
So
9
I will
rounds of melee
activate-
attacks.
Blade
This
Guard.
game,
into
this
red.
game already. Now I guess we're
This is 3 attacks.
top 3, so
4 because it's a
5
charge.
rounds.
Should be a charge. Yes, I killed Sergeant the other unit. So he hits on 3s. 6
Yeah, this is like
explode.
round 5 of melee attacking.
Oh, he didn't
One.
charge, right?
Yes, so I still hit on 3s. 6s explode because of the Space Wolves Super Doctrine. And I win on 2s. Cool. That kills it based on half.
Well, assuming
Do you have any more activations?
nothing else bizarre
the
happens
other
and the
Blade
Space Wolves
Guard
do
will go
advance here,
into
I'm
blue.
actually really excited to see
He's
Space Wolves
only 3
into a
attacks,
faction
he's
that's not
not
Chaos. Because that's basically all we've seen so far.
Yeah, who are they up against next?
I mean, we don't know. This is the
It's-
first semifinals game, so we don't know who the other
Cool.
advance could be.
Well,
It
you
could be
gotta-
either Nick with
Already
Salamanders
5
or
activations.
Liam
leadership.
with.
Gotta turn those supposition engines on. Then you gotta throw it a hut take.
So we lost.
Oh, I mean, the Salamanders are going to get stomped, right?
Mhm.
Like, there's no way.
Red lost.
Liam does feel pretty confident about his chances in that game. He's
Okay, they're good.
he's feeling like the map is going to be good for him.
So
Short table
in
deployment's
my
good for
turn,
him.
I get
He's
a
feeling
CP.
pretty good.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I feel like that is going to be, that's a bit of an uphill battle for the Salamanders.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. The Salamanders did drop a lot of their vehicles out of their list. They still have a lot, but they aren't quite as vehicle heavy, which is good. That the Haywire is not going to crush them as hard.
You should have just got 5 primary, right?
Yeah, for certain. And like, you can't just like wide face hit like 5 speeders at the same time and just, you know, clinch out a third of the army in one turn. And aggressors are pretty good into Harlequins, assuming you can keep them from being engaged.
Yeah. So I think that we may be angling to a point where the Chaos gets there while we stand denied, which would be bad.
These intercessors.
They can still probably max engage on all fronts, or at least get close to it. But and potentially grab an assassinate off of the Wolf Priest if they get lucky.
Yeah.
But that said, I mean, I think we're looking at.
When I charge, I will be planning to tag both, so you can't consolidate onto this objective here.
I think we'll, probably not looking more than 55 or 60 points for the Chaos.
Was there no Overwatch?
We haven't gone to charge fight yet. This is just movement.
That guy seems a little. All right.
Yeah, I think he just threw him up there. It's going to be a Snake's charge, and then he's going to just touch both.
Well, I mean, you can't. So the way to stop the Overwatch would have been to touch both with the Impulsor, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
And to here.
So he's getting an Overwatch here on at least the back one of these, unless that Impulsor's charge is really good.
Probably worth the shot, because if you kill him by accident, like.
Like, you're no longer in threat. You can actually just start running away from the rest of the game. Like, the while we stand, we fight probably ends up being pretty safe.
And we're happy there. Shooting, there will be no shooting.
It does suck for Dan that he's almost every Nurgling is in combat and has to roll attacks. Like, he could resolve the rest of this game probably on his time if he didn't have to fight every time. But the fact that there's just a bunch of invincible Blade Guard like slowly going through all of your Nurglings, and your Nurglings have to attack them is just miserable.
So let's charge in.
I'd like to see melee attacks become optional. I think. It seems. I don't like that they're required. Although I guess that makes wrapping like trivial easy.
Yeah, I'm not a big. That would have a lot of like deleterious effects.
Yeah, that would not be great.
Nope. Cool. And it goes with an 8, so I'm gonna go literally just right in front.
I mean, there's always a problem with like running 250 orcs or like 160 guardsmen. Like, there are just list archetypes that just lose on the clock. And you just have to,
you just gotta deal with it.
You just accept it. Yeah, like that's this list may be overwhelmingly good, but also it will never win a tournament because you can't win. Like, it's humanly, physically impossible.
That's a good point. We missed the Terminator Sorcerer, I think, in the Assassinate, so we should have 4 there.
2 here. And we will now do Intercessor over here. We'll charge these Nurglings, needing a 5, rerollable with Ragnar.
Did we not Overwatch?
9.
I guess not.
Huh? Alright, I mean, that is not the choice I would have made. But I'm not in the Invitational. By 5 points.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's no backup game plan, right? Like, I think any other game actions you take at this point may just be bringing the score closer to parity, but it seems unlikely that Chaos win this game somehow. I'm gonna go out on a limb. All the characters are dead. Everything's brutalized.
Now, Thrasher, that back impulsor is not would not have based out this back one before the Wolf Priest charge, because he could not have fit. Like, the Wolf Priest, that back impulsor is where the Wolf Priest was standing.
We'll go here. That is all of my charges. At the beginning of the fight phase, I'll spend a CP for the Chaplain to have exploding attacks, and I'll.
Oh, we could Thousand Suns these guys, because they're Thousand Suns. Hellforce Scorpio. Yeah, do it. Burn them like Prospero.
No, I think that's good enough. Exploding attacks. Do I reroll wounds into you?
Maybe one of these things just explodes.
Just kills that guy.
Yeah, so this backfield just detonates into 6d6 explosions, and they all just like.
Scorpius. I hit you on 2s, re-rolling. 4, 5, and 6s explode. And then 6s explode because of my
oh, Jesus.
I wound you on 3s. I re-roll with a strat. And these are AP4.
That was 4 attacks, chat. 4 attacks, 9 hits. You know?
Yeah, that's a lot of 2s. Although, there you go. Well, let's bank on this explosion now.
No, it didn't explode. All right, there you go.
That's
And then
fine.
we
Stay
wrap the
there.
other one in.
This impulsor will activate and turn like that, and it will fight you. I have 4.
Things are looking bad for the old sons of the Scarab here.
Re-rolling is Chaplain. No explosions. Wounding you on 4 is your T4. 1 wound AP 1. You're good.
Space Wolves always just feel like they're just bullying the Thousand Suns. They just like show up wherever they live, they kick down all their cool little crystal pyramids, and they say mean things about them and make fun of their dumb helmets, and it's just like...
Spray paint slurs on the walls.
Yeah. Thousand Suns are like, I just want to play chess and go to my AV club.
Yeah. They just give, they just like, they bust in and give them wedgies, call them nerds.
Yeah. Like slap the their like little binder out of their hands. And...
Yeah.
And then hopefully I do just kill you.
Yeah, brutal.
Here.
Brutal.
Here.
At least all the wolfen are dead. Oh no, there's one wolf alive.
I will do the normal.
Ow. I mean, eventually. Well,
I mean,
we'll
you got 2 minutes. You're Dan. You got 2 minutes. You're gonna try to kill that wolf.
3 of them.
Get her done.
He's hit on 2s. 6s explode.
At least Dan, I don't think is allowed to make any more, move any more his models anymore. So that's good. That'll save him some time.
Yeah, I don't know. They need to move anywhere anyway. Like, where's anyone even going? Ragnar is just like sitting on objective 2, probably just got his flask out.
He's whining.
Hitting on 3s.
Oh, I thought you'd been whining like he just got like a bottle of rosé.
Yeah. He's whining and dining over on objective 2.
Base dies and 1 takes 3 damage.
Why can't you lone wolf a wolf? And it's literally a lone wolf.
Yeah, right?
I will consolidate with them to here. I now control the objective.
You know what would have stopped this truck from running these Thousand Suns over? A Mutalith Vortex Beast.
Oh, if only they had the meta breaking list. Triple Mutalith Vortex Beast.
I'm telling you, Mutalith Vortex Beasts, sleeper hit.
Is this impulsor gonna kill an Earthling right now? Oh no, not like this. No, not like this.
They just turn their grab things off and it just lands on top of it.
Ooh, they are squishable.
You want to just talk it out from there?
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna talk it out with the players. That makes sense.
Hold this objective. Let me see if this Scorpius will kill this guy.
Go for it.
We're gonna roll the Scorpius out on the priest. Oh,
but do you have a? Corn told me about this like Thousand Suns strat to do mortals or do something with a Thousand Suns unit or something like that in combat.
I don't know. I don't know their strats very well. There might be one.
Right. Because from now on, you would get 5 points for primary, and assassinate. I've killed all 4 characters. Legion of France. I'll get another 3 this turn. And then another 6, putting me to 14.
It's too bad we didn't see a coruscating beam this game.
And
do you remember
that one game?
Yeah. The first game, the first Thousand Suns game we ever had on the channel, where coruscating beam was the sickest play. And then
this 22 wounds, just like nightmare cast, and he just didn't even.
Yeah, there were like 7 characters right in a row. You're like, what if we just killed all of their characters? That'd be cool, right?
That'd have been so great.
Yeah.
No one ever remembers their orbital strike.
Probably get another assassinate, but I not max out primary. Well, I only go to 40.
Let me see. Okay, yeah. There's Ward Flame Gargoyles.
Yeah, that's the one. What does that do?
I use it at the start of the fight phase.
Do it.
We're gonna see if we warp flame the wolf priest to death. Make it happen.
Please do.
Make it.
So if I did it, it would only do mortal to that guy on a 6.
Okay, well maybe do more. It does not do more.
Yeah, so it
would doesn't go off. Oh, that's a really bad strat. That's too bad.
But that's not relevant.
No, it's not relevant. That's it. That'll be it, right?
Yeah. I screwed up getting too close to those Wolfen on the first turn. I should have done that.
Yeah. I screwed up sending my Smash Captain into here. The Chaplain could have done it on his own, and I just put the Smash Captain back here and then go get Iron Man next turn. That was a waste. That was not a good trade. I thought I could put a den on your bird and 3-up in 1-1 damage. Did not go well.
Yeah. Well, I rolled 3 1s on his attacks and then 2 1s.
Yeah,
on his damage.
he didn't kill him. But yeah, man, thanks for the game. It was a good game.
Yeah.
Yeah, chat. Let us know if you have any questions for the players.
The nerdling thing
we'll talk
was
about.
a mistake. I shouldn't have done that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd probably get.
We would get 5 for primary, and then a couple times, and that'd be it.
Yep, sounds right.
Good game, guys. The it seems like the Space Wolves are well practiced at stepping on Nurglings at this point. They know, they know the perfect place in the inside the swarm to hit to disperse them all.
Good luck with the salamanders, though.
I know, dude. That's gonna be so rough.
You were teching for the Nurglings, and I'm teching for the salamander.
Yeah, it didn't work out. I mean, a Nurgling is more resilient than a Marine, so
yeah, he has a lot of mobility in shooting, though.
He does have a lot of mobility in shooting. Yeah, it's gonna be a rough game, though.
Just gotta go get him with the wolf and chase him down. It's fine,
sir.
All right, well, good luck, Jamie.
All right, thanks, man.
Hey, thanks, Dan. Jamie, congrats on making it to the finals, man.
Thanks, man.
That's awesome, dude.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
it's exciting.
Right?
I wasn't thinking I was gonna make it past the group stages. I was counting on Arn to get me through it.
Are you still doing a game for third, Trevi?
Yeah, so we'll have, if you guys if you want to play, we'll have a consolation game tomorrow, I guess. Is what it sounded like what people were asking for.
Yeah, I think they wanted to do a game for third place.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So you would play whoever goes down in the next game between Nick and Liam.
All right. Cool.
Cool. Yeah, I'll get in touch with you and we'll schedule that.
Sounds good.
Sweet.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks. And we'll see you on tomorrow for the grand finals.
Bye.
Yeah, congrats again. Have a good one.
Thanks.
All right, Shuma. That's going to be it for this game.
Yeah. Is that going to be it for our Chaos Heroes here?
McBray, the Salamander still has to play the Harlequins. Yes, that's going to be the next game. That's going to be starting in about an hour from now. Yeah, that's it for Chaos. The hottest stakes Chaos couldn't make it through the solid rock wall that was Space Wolves, as Space Wolves crushed them 3 for 3. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, after seeing it 3 times, I mean, I don't know how this Chaos list gets out of this matchup. Holy shit.
I feel like this variant of the list, Sans Magnus, has the weakness of the fact that it's spending over 1,000 points into Nurglings that it does not think can kill anything, so it does not think to bring any support to that arm. Like, I feel like once you no longer have this ultimate Superman backing your line, you really do need that half of your list to also start performing in other ways. And like there are a lot of steroids you can give to Nurglings to where they will start killing multi-wound, like Marine equivalent units. Yeah. But in a list without any of those, I mean, they don't do anything. Sans Virulent Blessing, like the mono Nurgle detach for plus damage, Sans extra attacks from the Bile Piper. Like if you're not really bringing the hat trick of additional buffs to them, they're just 1,000-point wall you're hoping can't be killed. And the moment you run into any game scenario where they can be killed, it looks like you just don't win those games.
For sure.
Because there's just no nuance to it. You have no fight back.
I think even worse is that Space Wolves have so powerful an anti-Psyker game without having to take Psykers of their own. So Abhor the Witch is online, which is already bad for this army. Their characters trade up super hard. Like, you're just randomly bringing Thousand Suns, which Space Wolves already tech against. Like, great, thanks. You have the Wolftail Talisman on these incredibly aggressive characters, and the way the ranges work out, you can't really commit your Psykers in without that Wolftail Talisman guy just immediately ramming down your throat. Yeah. And there's like nothing you can do about it, and you're just gonna have to eat it.
Yeah, it feels like this entire game is just two Scorpiuses trying to fight a 2,000 point Space Wolf list by themselves, and it's like just not
basically and
not
I mean, they
quite
did,
what you need.
They did the Chaos Lord's work over here.
Oh yeah,
just killing boatloads of stuff. They basically killed all of the Wolfen by themselves.
Yeah.
And that's enough. They killed all the Wolfen. They did a bunch of damage to Impulsors. They killed some Primaris guys. And that that alone isn't enough.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, they're strong, but they are not a 2,000 point army. They are not by themselves. Like you need a little more than just those two models plus a pile of things to hold them off for a few turns.
Yeah, and I think it's something that you and I noticed. I think early when we were starting to play the game, that these horde lists, these board control horde lists, are really good, but only good if you can follow up and actually remove the things that are killing them.
Yeah,
and like Nurglings will hold the center for a 1 to 2 rounds pretty well, but pretty quickly any application of like heavy force will remove them, right? Like they're not invincible, they're just difficult to kill, or they're just suboptimal to kill, right? You don't want to have to engage into them. But if the Nurglings or the army that the Nurglings are supporting doesn't have the damage output to mitigate the damage that they're taking, then it doesn't matter. The Nurglings are eventually going to die, and it feels like that's what we're seeing here. Is like the Scorpius can do a lot, but they can't do enough to make up for the fact that you have 1,000 points in idiots who don't do any damage.
Yeah, like the Nurglings feel immortal until they don't.
Right.
And then suddenly they're just all gone, and you're like, oh, wait.
Yeah, they also bleed a lot of CP randomly,
go?
Right? Like, because we saw, like, sometimes you have to insane bravery them, like, at least once per game, I think a lot of times you have to insane bravery unit. You have to Nurgling Infestation, you have to...
Just warp surge. Like you can sink 4 CP off of a single squad in 1 round to try and like hold a flank, which like that's unsustainable in the past 2 turns.
Yeah. Yeah, Nick's in chat here. You ready to Nick, are you ready to jump on and get on those Harlequins in a little bit? How are you feeling about this game? Liam sounded really confident yesterday.
Yeah.
We'll see how he ends up. But certainly sounds like the Harlequins would be pretty good into the Chaos matchup as well. I think the downside there is that the Mortal Wound generators are really strong against the Harlequins because none of their defensive tech works against Mortal Wounds. They just have nothing for that.
None of their defensive tech works against a million spammed out Strength 2 attacks either. Like the Harlequin players are not a good stat line to throw into an Nurgling squad.
Well, the -1 to wound is actually pretty annoying because you go from 5s to 6s killing those little guys.
They have that universally?
It's a big giant aura off the Shadow Seer.
Okay. Well, I mean, they can do that on 1 flank, but it's like given the sheer breadth of the Nurgling line, you're still not getting that in a large portion, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's not going to be everything, and it doesn't matter on the rest of the army for sure.
Yeah.
But then also, I mean, you should be pretty decent at killing Nurglings. Like Haywire Cannons, at least they blast a little bit against the bigger squads, and it's just a volume of firepower. And then obviously the Zephyr Glaives are really good at killing them. Yeah. Zephyr Glaives are like literally the perfect stat line. Strength 4, 2 damage.
Although I don't know if you want to plow that squad into a Nurgling squad. Like you'll kill a Nurgling squad, but also then the Scorpiuses just shoot it.
I mean, they're going to shoot it anyway. You can't stop them.
You can't if you fly past the Nurglings to just hit the Scorpiuses.
Yeah, I mean that's maybe a situation where you use the fallback after you fight strat to just go directly into the Scorpii. Like, I'm here now. You have to kill this unit right now, otherwise you lose the game.
Yeah, Necro's day drink while playing 40k. That's the Space Wolf way. I don't know if that's the Salamander's way though. I feel like those guys are pretty straight edge.
Yeah, I would. I imagine so. I don't know. They're just casual drinkers. I think the Salamanders. They drink with friends. They're very friendly.
You think? I feel like the Space Wolf, the Blood Angel, are like, hey, let's get a drink after this, and then the Salamander's guy is just like visibly uncomfortable at the bar.
Yeah. Thrasher 2005 is the idea that they have 40 attacks. Shuma, I think I imagine talking about how the Nurglings can deal damage back.
Oh yeah, they're fighting into 1 wound things that just have a 4-up.
Yeah,
they'll kill players pretty quick. They reroll 1s to wound. They hit on 4s.
And we mentioned
they have other
also
steroids they can get.
Yeah, that you can combo them to deal a bunch to actually like to literally deal damage, right? Because you can if you take them in a pure Nurgle detachment.
Yeah.
They get that we touched on this a little bit in the last game or yesterday, but they get the 6s double damage on 6s. They can also It's not the other Blades of Putrefaction. Virulent Blessing.
Yeah, Virulent Blessing, yeah. So they get +1 damage on 6s. Virulent Blessing gives them double damage on 6s and +1 to wound. So then the Nurgle bonus is not unmodified 6s.
Mm-hmm.
So then that starts happening on 5s. So then on 5s, they're doing 2 damage.
Yeah.
Then on 6s, they're doing 3 damage. They're already rerolling 1s to wound. So then, like, if you give them Virulent Blessing, and then you have someone else to give -1 toughness to another squad, they're like wounding on 4s, 5s 2, 6s 3, rerolling 1s. They'll end up just doing like 30 wounds. And then you're really just relying on armor saves.
Thrasher 2005. Oh, talking about the Harlequins, you can use the strat for +1 damage so that they kill the Nurglings. That's
one squad.
You will crush that squad, right? Whichever squad gets hit with that.
Like if we're talking about one full Nurgling squad versus one full player squad, and you're sinking a bunch of buffs into the one player squad, then yeah, that player squad wins. But also that's 46 Nurglings, like wide deployed across the entire table versus like a pile of, like a big pile of players, and it's just like an en masse fight. Like you'll have like some spiky areas, and then some that are not. Also, that squad might just kill the Nurglings, so that they get charged by another Nurgling squad, which just throws in like 46 attacks.
Yep.
And then they're just strength. They're just toughness 3. The Boxer is given the Nurglings +1 strength. There's possibly other buffs. Like at the end of the day, I mean they'll do like 10 wounds to the players, and the players will fail like 5. It's just not as efficient to grind as
it definitely. I mean, if you spend strats, right, the players will absolutely cut through the Nurglings, but
yeah,
it just feels bad to do that for the most part. Yeah, it's definitely. I think that seems like a game for sure where the Harlequins really want their CP, which they always do. I think Harlequins are very CP hungry, and so having to spend strats to kill Nurglings is not an awesome trade.
Nope.
But I think that's going to be it for us for this game. So stay tuned, everybody. In about an hour, we're going to be live with. So that's going to be about probably around 3:45 U.S. Eastern Time. So a little over an hour from now, we're going to be live with the other semifinals game. That'll be Nick Rose versus Liam Vissel, and Salamanders versus Harlequins. It's going to be sick, and so stay tuned for that. We'll leave the stream live, so you can just hang around and until it gets going.
We will be back.
Bye. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on their results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With over 400 players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 1, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down. So what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server at the link in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual games, including the T5S2 Youngbloods series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and give you a chance to experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this Invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on their results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With over 400 players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 1, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down. So what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server at the link in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual games, including the T5S2 Youngbloods series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and give you a chance to experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this Invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on their results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With over 400 players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 1, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down. So what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server at the link in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual games, including the T5S2 Youngbloods series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and give you a chance to experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on their results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With over 400 players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 1, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down. So what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server at the link in the video description. They can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual games, including the T5S2 Youngbloods series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and give you a chance to experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this Invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on their results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With over 400 players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 1, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down. So what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server at the link in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual games, including the T5S2 Youngbloods series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and give you a chance to experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this Invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on their results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With over 400 players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 1, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down. So what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server at the link in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual games, including the T5S2 Youngbloods series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and give you a chance to experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on their results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With over 400 players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 1, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down. So what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server at the link in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual games, including the T5S2 Youngbloods series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and give you a chance to experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this Invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on their results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With over 400 players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 1, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down. So what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server at the link in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual games, including the T5S2 Youngbloods series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and give you a chance to experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this Invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on their results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With over 400 players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 1, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down. So what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server at the link in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual games, including the T5S2 Youngbloods series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and give you a chance to experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this Invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? We are back with the last game, the final game to determine the two finalists for the T5S2 Invitational. It is down to just these two players to decide who will play against Jamie Paris in the grand finals happening tomorrow. It is, in the blue, playing Salamanders, Darkwin, aka Nick Rose, arguably one of the best and most veteran players in the entire game, up against the WTC Team Belgium's Liam Vissel playing Harlequins. This game is going to be sick. We are back here on battle lines, 4 objectives on the map, and a lot of line of sight blocking for these Harlequins to hide behind. And I am, of course, again, joined by Shuma. How's it going, Shuma?
It's going pretty well. Excited to see how this goes down.
Yeah, it's going to be a super sick game. I think both these players coming into this game very seriously. Liam has told us in the past that he feels pretty good about this matchup. He likes the terrain for his army, but Nick, I think, also has, I was talking to him before the game, he has some plays that he's ready to do. And he's got ways and means. He's cooking up something. And we'll see if the Salamanders can withstand the onslaught of haywire cannons that are going to be hitting their vehicles. Fortunately, not many of the other Harlequin weapons are good at punching through the Salamander's armor. But that said, there are a lot of them. And they may just be able to overtake quality with quantity. Talk about lists here quickly as the players are doing their performing the pre-games and getting ready to get set up. I think they're just going through their lists with each other real quick, so they know what's going on. Probably going to have a pretty clean game here. No gotchas. Hopefully no forgotten heroic interventions. That'd be nice. And yeah, so we don't have an attacker-defender role yet. We'll just go ahead and get started with Nick Rose's Salamanders list. We've seen this list many times on stream so far. Both Nick and Dan Paolini were both qualified for the elimination rounds using this Salamanders list, the same Salamanders list. And both of them played a very similar list in the group stage. So we have seen a couple different versions of Salamanders and several iterations of the same list for the most part. But it is a single battalion detachment of Salamanders Chapter Space Marines, bringing the Invincicap, a captain on a bike with the Forge Master Warlord trait, as well as typically the Salamander's Mantle to give him toughness 7 with -1 to be wounded. He's got a Thunderhammer Storm Shield. A Primaris Chaplain to get access to those delicious Wise Orator Master of Sanctity litanies, as well as a Indomitus Lieutenant, the profile with the Storm Shield and the Relic Blade. We have a whole bunch of different troops options, 2 units of Assault Intercessors, an Infiltrator Squad, a Tactical Squad, and a Scout Squad. And you know, Shuma, you know what Nick told me before this game?
What did Nick tell you before this game?
He told me that someone in one of his group stage games asked him why he didn't have Scouts in his list. And he took that to heart and decided to add Scouts to his list.
It might have been me.
That person was you. Yeah, he was like, why don't I have Scouts in this list? They could go in this Landspeeder Storm. That would be cool. And there they are. So a unit of Scouts with a Storm Bolter on the Sergeant in place of his Bolt Pistol. We also have an Aggressor Squad with 5 Aggressors in it. An excellent pick for this style of Salamander's list. They can be targeted by Crucible of Battle for +1 to wound. They also have that Relentless Determination stratagem, which, as we learned the other day, you have to use at the end of your movement phase, so don't forget about it. And that allows them to count as being stationary when they fire, so they can double tap all of their ranged weapons. We also have a unit of Servitors to hold backline objectives and just be generally annoying. In the fast attack, we have 5 Inceptors with Plasma Exterminators, as well as 2 units, of 2 Landspeeder Tempests. In heavy support, we have a Rapier Carrier to add a little bit of indirect fire to the list, as well as 2 Eradicator Squads. And as a dedicated transport, we got a Landspeeder Storm to schlep those Scouts around.
Yes, I love that pick. It's so cool. Like, it's not just a meme play where like, I guess maybe I'll put Scouts inside. Having a 5-man unit that just explodes out of a transport, especially a fast-moving transport that wants to space plant into the opponents, like, it provides this excellent degree of move blocking. Like, you put the Landspeeder up immediately in front of a unit that wants to move. They're forced to shoot it before they can get any clear lines of assault. They shoot it, and then suddenly it's taking up 5 times as much space.
Absolutely, yeah. And as we've seen many times before, the dedicated transports in 9th edition are just so powerful because not only do you have to efficiently kill the transport, but you also have to reserve enough shots to kill the unit inside in order to deny an objective from your opponent. And once that transport dies, those scouts are OBSEC. So a lot of times if you're just fighting with non-OBSEC infantry, then the scouts just take that objective away from you, and if you can't kill them, it's not very good for you.
No.
And we did see those scouts do excellent work in Nick's quarterfinals game yesterday against Kian Tan, where the scouts, I think, were the longest-lived scouts that have ever lived. They got into an objective on Kian's side of the table and survived there for 3 rounds and denied the objective several times. Almost engaged a couple of exorcists to stop them from shooting. They were an incredible forward deploy unit. And especially in conjunction with a unit of infiltrators as well, to just push up the table and add just a lot of infantry in the middle that your opponent has to deal with.
Oh yeah. There's one thing about this Harlequin list, though, and that is that it does not necessarily care about the backline pressure you might be able to apply, since it does not have a backline. It is just going to go into your face.
Yep. Yeah, players still doing pre-games here. We're just double-checking. Yeah, but yeah, this Harlequin's list absolutely goes face, and it goes face well. And in all of Liam's games that we've seen him play, he has absolutely put it on a masterclass of Harlequins. I think the most impressive thing that I've seen with Liam's play is that he banks his CP very appropriately over the course of the game, where he very rarely has those turns, which you can absolutely do in Harlequins, where like you'll give a unit +1 to wound, you'll dive, like reroll a Twilight Pathways, double fight, and just do a billion things. You know, give it your whole army a 3+ invulnerable save, and you spend 9 CP on turn 1, and he just doesn't do that. You know, he takes things very slow and cautious. He's calm under fire. He lost 600 points of models on the top of 1 the other game, again in his game yesterday against Matt Green, and he was like, "Nah, that's fine. That's okay. I don't need those. I'll just play with this 1 unit of bikes instead."
That is a lot of points. Especially out of 2,000, you know, it's almost a third.
He lost 5 bikers and like a full Harlequin troop and a couple other odds and ends here to an Imperial Fist artillery battery. And man, did he not lose his cool and just played through the rest of the game? He's like, well, that was more casualties than I'm expecting, but it's okay because these Starweavers are about to, or these Skyweavers are about to absolutely pull your army apart one model at a time. And I think we're gonna get a show like that from these players again. This game's gonna be awesome, and I'm psyched to play it.
Same.
But yeah, let's talk about this list. It is a single battalion detachment, just like the Salamanders, but this one is from the Hysterical Fury Mask of the Harlequins, which gives them an additional attack the turn they charge. So basically, I mean, they basically are Salamanders. They get shock assault. We have in the HQ slots, we have Shadow Seer as well as 2 Troop Masters, not just 1. We got the full 2. One of them typically bringing in Twilight Fang, the special relic power sword that will increase his attacks by 1 for every round that has passed in the game, or equal to the round number. So once you get to round 4 or 5 and that guy dives in, he's coming in with like 10 attacks. He's an absolute blender. We have 2 units of 10 Harlequin troopers with a mix of weapons. 1 unit with a billion Harlequin caresses. 1 unit with a whole bunch of Harlequin kisses. Both units with a couple. Yeah, they're just so lovey-dovey, these guys. And both units with a couple just regular blade troopers in there as well, in order to just be a blade of wounds for the special weapon models. Just so you can lose a couple pretty easily, and you don't really care about them. We also have 2 units of 5 Harlequins. 1 unit with a bunch of kisses, 1 unit just with the blades, and those are mostly, like we were talking about before, mostly to stand inside these Starweavers and just sit on objectives after those Starweavers explode. We also have a Solitaire as well as a Death Jester in the elite slot, and for fast attack, the pièce de résistance here, 15 Skyweavers, all of them with Haywire Cannons and Zephyr Glaives. There is the impetus.
Full Monty. Not the full 6-man squads.
No, you don't want 6-man squads, unfortunately, in 9th edition
anymore.
40k. Get that 6 guy out of there. Yeah, Star Wars Legion has its 5th trooper. We have our 6th trooper. We get that dude right off of the roster. All of these units I think a lot of times people will kit out their Skyweavers and try to sort of make things more efficient, more optimized, and take one unit with Haywire Cannons and one unit with Zephyrglaives, and this is my melee unit, and this is my ranged unit. Yep. But it seems to me that the correct plan is just to make everything as jack of all trades as possible. Jack of all trades, and partially because they look like playing cards, so that helps. But also, that makes your opponent's target priority very difficult. You can't get rid of these Haywire Cannons because they all have them. They're all going to come hit you with these ridiculous, potentially D3 mortal wound guns that'll light up your vehicles.
The trick's not to put all of your eggs in one basket. It's to put all of your eggs in every basket and just have 3 times as many eggs.
Yeah, I'll put all of your eggs in 3 smaller baskets.
Yeah.
100%. We also have 3, like I mentioned before, 3 Star Weavers with Shuriken Cannons. Just solid, dedicated transports. Sometimes we see the Death Jester or the Solitaire hide in one just to sort of deliver them up the table. I think it depends on the battlefield situation for Liam, but for the most part, each one's going to get a Harlequin troop in it, and they're just going to chill on an objective.
There was a 48-hour period where they would have had to have gone on those Star Weavers not to get shot, but thankfully, we are back to vehicles blocking for the Gasser.
Yeah, fortunately the vehicles do block for these little guys. Thank goodness. Looks like the attacker-defender roll has happened. Nick won with a 2 to a 3. And I'm not sure who picked which, so that'll be an exciting thing to find out. I think, typically against Harlequins, I think you want to pick to go first so that they don't dive on you immediately.
Yep.
But given the T5S2, the system that we're using right now, with these asymmetric boards, it may be better to pick Defender, actually, and set up defensively. You know you can deploy setting up defensively and just weather the storm for a round. You can probably make the Haywire Cannon shots difficult for most of the Harlequin units, and only 1 unit of Skyweavers coming into you is probably fine. You can eat that charge and come back swinging.
The downside of 3 eggs and 3 baskets methodology is that you still only have 1 cast for double move, so you can only catapult 1 of these squads forward.
Absolutely. I'm going to send it back to the players' mics here. We're going to get a look in on where they're at with their pregame.
On the Troop Master, so...
Yeah, that may be helpful. Because it's just going to be hard to I outline the guys. It's just going to be hard to see them, so...
So I'm good. So, okay.
Okay, we're demarcating our reserves right now. That's what we're doing. So the secondary objectives for these players, I think, pretty interesting. They certainly look like the Harlequins aren't taking like sort of hyper aggressive secondary. So I wonder if they're going to be aiming for second player here. But we'll see how it goes when they start deploying. Harlequins taking While We Stand We Fight, which is a pretty common one for Liam to take. It doesn't seem like it would be a good pick for Harlequins because you're like, how hard are these guys to kill? But it ends up being 2 characters who are going to be relatively difficult to take down, especially Shadowseer, who not only buffs himself with his own auras, but also is just, I mean, he's just a support caster. He's not going to be front line.
Given how much of the initiative is on the Harlequin side to be making the movements and the assaults, like, it's hard to get preferential positioning to ever even tag one of these guys.
Right, yeah. He also has his Solitaire as a While We Stand We Fight target, because that actually is the most expensive model in his army. And I think maybe besides the Shadowseer. Shadowseer is a little bit more expensive, excuse me. But the Solitaire is a While We Stand We Fight target, and that's it's constantly funny to me because you always expect a Solitaire to just blitz turn 1 and just rock it right up the table.
Yeah.
And he just never does it. He always just chill. Redeploying. Let's double check.
Yeah, for being hysterical, that man actually has excellent self-control.
Yeah, absolutely.
They should call it the Wily's Dance We Fight, though, considering.
Are we starting deployment, guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
Yep, just on pause there. Perfect. Cool. Good luck.
All right, I'm back.
And good luck to you also.
All right, so...
Uh-oh.
What's up?
Oh, maybe it was just me. I got dropped from the game.
Uh-oh. Come back in.
Yeah.
Come on back. So Liam looks like is deploying first, so I think Nick won the roll to go first, chose Defender. and shows the side of the table with this these obstacles on it rather than what is typically assumed to be the more preferential side, which is the side with this area obscuring area terrain on these big smokestacks. That's actually a pick that we saw Jamie do as well, although in that game Dan won the role to go first and elected to take first in the Chaos versus Chaos versus Space Wolves that we saw earlier. And interestingly, the Space Wolves chose the side of the table with less line of sight blocking terrain, partially because the majority of the damage output from the Chaos Army was indirect fire, so having a lot of terrain on your side of the table doesn't really do anything. But also because it let him use this obstacle to protect his characters a little bit more effectively, so you can sort of just tuck a couple really key models in behind these crates, and it's very difficult to draw line of sight to them. But also because it's hard to actually get over them. They aren't breachable, so you do have to literally climb over them. They're about 2 inches tall, so it takes 6 or 7 inches of movement to get from one side of the crate to the other one, and then get down. And that is too much for a lot of armies, and you can really take up a lot of real estate with that. So I think Nick's going to be trying to use that to help assist his screen against this Harlequin Alpha Strike.
Oh, yeah. More than just that, though. The defensive side provides excellent cover against an Alpha Striking shooting army.
Right.
But one thing it does do is if you do get charged on turn 1, those walls become a huge impediment. You can't easily leave your deployment zone, and they end up blocking your own fire out.
Yeah. Yeah, I think really interesting to me how the players are approaching the terrain in this battle lines map. I think that typically you would assume that the right flank here is much more defensive and much better, but I think in every case the players have decided that the left flank is preferable in the matchup.
I know. But I'm go first.
Well, the meta has also, at least insofar as this tournament is concerned, has really shifted towards these high damage Alpha Strike and sometimes close combat oriented lists, which aren't trying to fire long distance from their own deployment zone into the enemy. They are trying to pin the opponent in their deployment zone. They're trying to dominate the center board from the jump. And in that situation, I mean, you want as little terrain blocking you as possible. Not as much.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. We've seen a lot of really powerful melee powerhouses come out in this semifinal so far. Both the Harlequins and I guess both lists yesterday in the previous game earlier today were really focused on doing a lot of their damage in melee. And
it's speed too, right? These lists can just get there.
Yeah, for sure. Between Nurglings forward deploying, Impulsors, and just, I mean, Space Wolves having so many combat activations, just shooting across the map once they get stuck in. And that's sort of compounded, I think, by the mission as well. The mission being battle lines means that domination of the center of the table is key. And so just sitting back in your deployment zone and shooting doesn't really do anything. You may be able to deny your opponent a couple of points, but if you're not fighting tooth and nail for objectives 2 and 3, you are losing quick.
Yeah.
Only 4 objectives on this map. They are relatively spread out, and we usually see this game basically turn into 2 separate battles between the 2 center objectives. Players are pretty able to hold their deployment zone objectives pretty well, but we get 2 sort of mini engagements between these 2 objectives that are separated by this obstacle in the center.
I don't even know if I would call those mini engagements.
Yeah, I mean, they're both it's like half of each player's army goes to fight each other. Yeah. We play a couple of Crusade games. How's that? I want to thank everybody in the chat for tuning in and hanging out with us while we watch this sick semifinals game. If you are interested, you can check out all the lists and the standings over on tts40k.com/invitational. I should note as well that T5S2 standard pods have just started being paired up. They're just going to get off the ground this weekend. So if you are, now is the time to get on the wait list if you want to be on those as quickly as possible. In addition, we have a second Youngbloods event that's starting this weekend as well. The event was just added on the server, or on the Discord server. But if you want to jump in, head over probably within the next 24 hours to the T5S2 Youngblood sign-up channel and post in there to be added into the secret channel. That's going to be open to everybody, and that's just going to be a casual, sort of laid-back GT 2020 format event. You don't even have to register a list. You can just play whatever you want every round. And we're going to be just using it to learn the rules and maybe put some of these exciting tactics that we see in the Invitational to play. So I absolutely highly recommend, if you haven't signed up for that and you want to get some games in, go ahead and do that, because that's going to be there's unlimited spaces and it's open to everybody. We're just going to play some games. Are you going to play in Youngblood, Shuma?
I feel like I might leave those spots open to the youngsters. Definitely gonna try and get on that bot action though.
Yeah, dude. We also have rapid fire pods as well if people want a bit of a faster paced game. Those are just 3 rounds, but they play in under 7 days. So we typically will reserve 48 hours per game, and to just shoot those right off to accrue some scores and play a whole boatload of 9th edition 40k games. Meg Bray in the chat signed up for the Youngbloods pod. Awesome, dude. That's gonna be sick.
Nice.
Welcome aboard.
So the deployment here so far looks like we're trying to create an iron wall for the Landspeeder Tempests. I imagine behind them we'll probably see most of the rest of the space, or of the Salamander's deployment.
Yeah, I think one of the things that Nick has to be incredibly careful about is keeping those land speeders alive, obviously. The Haywire is going to rip them all off the table extremely quickly if Nick lets them get tagged too early, or lets them get line of sight to them too early. Nick's fine if those Starweavers want to sort of come in really far and dive on those land speeders, because they have a tough time confirming the kill, especially since those Efferglaives are only AP1 and Salamanders obviously ignore that. And it opens them up. Yeah, it opens the Starweavers up to get the Skyweavers up to get removed very quickly, because they have to jump so far deep into the Salamander's deployment zone that when they fall back, they probably can't go farther than they probably can't go any farther back than Objective 2 for the most part. So they're going to be stuck in there if the Skyweavers want to jump in on the Tempests. And Nick is obviously spacing it so that they can't fit a base in between the wall and the base of the Tempest. Yep. So none of them should be able to charge these Tempests without going all the way over the wall.
It will be interesting to see just how far the Harlequins try and push up in the first turn. How much do they just want to try and bounce off of a series of tacticals? Do they believe that their shooting can kill all of these aggressors? The aggressors are perfectly positioned to just waltz forward and lay waste. A Starweaver is not a good stat line when getting fired by an aggressor.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, this might have been a pretty solid pivot from Nick in his list construction, because he did move from taking... He had 9 land speeders in his group stage list, right? There's just so many land speeders. In that list, I would be terrified of playing against this many Skyweavers with Haywire cannons in that matchup. Just terrified. With the list he's bringing now, he has a lot greater variety of threats. I was talking to him before the game. He was pretty worried about this matchup. I think understandably so, especially since Liam's such a good player. But just looking at the units in his army, almost everything in his army matches up favorably with these Skyweavers. Anything that gets line of sight to them can rip them off the table. We have really resilient heavy infantry units that aren't even that don't take too much damage from those Efferglaives. The Haywire cannons just bounce off 3+ armor saves for the most part that ignore their AP. I don't think it's really not a question of whether Nick can survive the Harlequin, the majority of the Harlequin army's attacks, or swing back and kill them, because he absolutely can. It's going to be a question of the positional game, and that's really where the game's going to be decided. And I think both of these players are very good at that aspect of the game, which is why this is going to be a sweet matchup.
Definitely. Yeah, it was an interesting switch from the like just hardcore skew into these ultra fast, ultra hard hitting shooting platforms. Which like with most skews, you know, in the right matchups, you just like victory is assured. But then if you're in just like the wrong part of the neighborhood, you just get like blown right out of the tournament. And pulling up into a much more even keeled setup that had maybe fewer strengths, maybe does not perform as well in some situations, but has far fewer weaknesses in matchups, feels like a great play.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nick, if you've watched Nick play, he iterates endlessly on his builds. It's constant, and they always look similar, but he's constantly making small tweaks to them to make them more and more optimized. And his lists look so weird when you look at them on the table. Like, I mean, you look at this Harlequin list, right? And it's a battalion. It's got some big units of troops that can fight or hold objectives.
Got 5 models.
Yeah, yeah, basically. And it's got a bunch of characters that are really powerful, and it's got these Skyweavers that everybody knows the power of. But it's like it's kind of like Harlequin good stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, not that there's a huge breadth of options in the Harlequin Codex, to be honest, but there's not really anything super bizarre going on. But you look over at Nick's list, and he has 4 different troops choices in his army, right? He has
a
scouts, tacticals, infiltrators, and assault intercessors. He has every single. It's like when you buy a used eBay lot, and it just comes with a bunch of broken stuff, and half of it's shattered in pieces, and you can't use it in games. So you're like, all right, I guess I'll make my 2,000 point list, and I guess I have. I could count this guy as a scout, so I guess we have 5 scouts we can use, and like, oh, these are some tactical marines, we'll use those guys. Like, and I bought an Indomitus box, so we'll use the assault intercessors. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, if you're spending like $200 a month on that Games Workshop loot box that they started releasing, I mean, you might just get this army in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's just such a grab bag of models. But if you watch Nick play, you'll realize that every single one of these models is in this list for a very, very specific reason, and that one of the strengths of Nick as a player is that he has so many options for all of his units and contingencies, and his lists are extremely finesse oriented. He has, especially with the new strategic reserve rules, there are multiple ways to use any of these squads. You can be between strategic reserving, between playing, sort of aggressively, between using them as a counterpunch unit. Every one of them is tactically flexible, and Nick just has a whole breadth of options that he can use depending on the matchup to give himself the best chance to win. And I think as sort of a bizarre hodgepodge as this list looks, as we've watched him play and as we'll see in this game, he's going to be able to use that list to its utmost.
Oh yeah. So, fun fact, this Salamander's army has more units than the Salamander's Codex has datasheets. Or different unit types versus datasheets.
As the Salamanders or the Harlequin's Codex?
Yeah, the Salamanders have 14, that just counted 14 different datasheets at play here, which I do believe is in fact more than the Harlequins have.
Than the entire Harlequin's Codex, yeah. So Liam coming out of the gate here, using some proxying, which I love.
Yep.
I'm a big fan of proxying. Just copy pasting models. One of the beautiful things on TTS, you don't even have to bring a proxy base. You just copy paste.
I like this positioning on the scouts. It's not really an attempt to actually reach Objective 3, but it is an attempt to stop, or at least make much more dangerous, the double move on the Skyweavers to pull into this back area where then they could draw line of sight to the speeders.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's see if we have any reserves here for these players. It doesn't look like we don't have anything in reserve for the Harlequins, but we do have Inceptors in Deep Strike for Nick.
You know what makes me sad though? These scouts, no shotguns.
No shotguns in the scouts. We do have a Stormbolter though.
Yeah,
so that's
they're actually bolter equipped entirely.
I know. Yeah, that's crazy. That's
no swords. These swords, not they're just very strangely shaped bolters.
Yeah, it's true. It is. Yeah, that's the endless sort of the never-ending debate between bolter versus combat scouts.
You might have issues with. Yeah, this guy won't be. You might have to advance.
I guess this guy can go there.
You think the scouts are going to go to 2 wounds?
Oh, yeah.
I hope not. I would like to see some
right now
in the army.
They overlap with tactical marines within like the price band so much.
Yeah,
they're so similar. Not having an easy time placing these Skyweavers here.
Yeah, unfortunately, just missing out on the optimal placement.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the plan here is, I guess we may be charging into the scouts to try to just wipe them out, and then using the stratagem to jump back behind objective 3. I think that may be the play from Liam.
Mm-hmm.
They are kind of the easiest kill on the table for him on turn 1.
Kind of thrown out here too.
Right, but if he can pull those scouts as being a unit that can easily hold objective 3, then looks like we found a way. Life finds a way on these Harlequin bikers.
Guess not.
Oh, what are we doing? Oh, I think he's pre-measuring his fire and fade.
Okay.
So he may be shooting, and if he kills the scouts, he may just fire and fade back, and so he doesn't have to worry about charging.
Interesting choice not to send them out in their land speed or storm. Then you've got the storm out there. Like, the Skyweavers would have to fire their Haywires into the storm, then charge the scouts themselves.
Yeah,
maybe that is the way you don't do it. Actually, that's actually not great.
Yeah, they're pretty good at killing those guys.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so it looks like so we're bumping into some very good positioning from Nick. He has placed his infiltrators just far enough back that the Skyweavers cannot clear that wall, even with an advance, and not be within an inch of the infiltrators. Oh, it looks like it, and we oh my gosh, look at Nick here with his defensive plays like a boss. He has placed the Eradicators perfectly within 12 inches of those infiltrators. So if the Skyweavers elect to declare a charge on them, we get a Born Protectors, just Eradicators blast those guys.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little bit surprised that the Harlequins did not elect to go second.
Well,
Nick
won.
Like this is...
Nick won the roll.
Oh, then I am no longer surprised.
Yeah, certainly.
Correct choices being made here.
I think, as we've seen, Liam is super happy to go second with this list. Both these players, I think, really want to go second because they're both, their lists are both so fast between the Tempests and all these land speeders and the Skyweavers that they don't. There's no pressure on them on turn 1 to make table space. They'll get there. They'll get there in their own time.
But you could only overwatch. You could not overwatch and only move the 2d6.
Really weighing our options here for the Harlequins.
Oh, it's not an easy series of decision points here to make. Like, I would almost say, do you just say the first turn is a non-turn? And
yeah, I mean, I like the kill on the scouts. If you can just force Nick to sort of feed things onto objective 3, that seems like the highest upside play to me, to be honest.
My worry there, though, is like you can't pull the Skyweavers completely out of easy line of sight from the Tempests. Like, the Tempests can just hop onto the other side of this wall, and then they'll be able to see at least one of these Skyweavers.
I mean, I don't think that's true. So the Skyweavers can sort of hide in this corner, right?
Can you fit the whole?
The
whole unit.
I think
how far back do they move instead of full movement?
It's a 7-inch movement.
I think this one, the one that's farthest on objective 3.
Yeah, maybe I think Leah maybe should have advanced these guys. Although if he ends up charging and just using the fallback strat, then he has plenty of movement, right?
Yeah.
But if he fits into this corner, that line is blocked by the obstruction in the center. So there isn't, unless you get to this line basically here. Oops.
Well, I mean, given the placement of the Skyweavers in the middle now anyway, it looks like that's just not a concern of his, because the speeders will be able to see this squad.
Yeah, you basically have to get to this line here in order to draw line of sight around that wall. Yeah. And that's easy for the bikes to hide behind. I think objective 3 is like pretty solidly in the Harlequin, under the control of the Harlequins. And even the players can advance and charge onto objective 3 fairly safely from behind the wall on objective 1. Just the sort of medium threat range of this Harlequins army is like really powerful specifically on this mission.
Given the one thing with the Skyweavers, though, if they do take that 7-inch move back, you'll only have the one Skyweaver bike on number 3, and then on the following turn, the Land Speeder Storm just like jets out, sits back on 3, and basically you're just on this game of hot potato where nothing has objective 3, and it's just
you're not wrong about that. That's a really good point, actually. Yeah, this Land Speeder Storm just
that thing is MVP. It's 55 points. Looks cool.
It's got a sweet heavy bolter. Yeah, you got some cool guys hanging out the side, shooting their bolt guns. Ka-ka.
I think the real question is, do you think the Space Marine Codex, do you think the Servitors are getting +1 wound? Do you think the servo skulls are getting +1?
No, I imagine. It looks like chat's talking about it in here as well.
An armorium cherub.
Yeah. Do they even have wounds? I don't think you can mechanically interact with it.
Yeah, they go to 1.
They get +1 wound. They go to 1 wound. You can shoot it now. You can shoot armorium cherub to death.
Watchers in the dark suddenly just have a stat line. They can be killed.
Oh no. Deuce 83, if I could take an army of cherubs, I would. You imagine how many times you could make 1 grav cannon fire with that army of cherubs, though. They're just flinging themselves into the chamber of that weapon.
Yeah, it's like orcs. They're just like firing their own children.
Yeah. It's
What's the casting?
the cherub attack gun.
No, it's only 6. It's not
How scared do you think the Imperial Guardsmen who have been just hiding out in this like manufactorum in the center for days have been?
Dude, yeah, they're psyched because the Space Marines are here to save them. They're having a great time. They're like, finally, these Harlequins can stop just playing circus music outside our window.
It's just like insane clan posse just constantly. Just thoroughly mediocre raps going on.
So this is a sweet play from Liam here, that he moved up behind this building in order to make line of sight to the Skyweaver's Heart in case he failed his Twilight Pathways.
Mm-hmm.
That's such a heads up play, and I see so many people just jet these jet bikes as far forward as they can. They'll like chain back, and they'll just like YOLO, the double move, and then if it fails, they are just absolutely rinsed. And Liam
I have experienced that a few times.
He's got extra game plans.
How interesting that there's a webway portal on one side of this manufactorum, ending on the other side of this manufactorum, and no one has ever like accidentally stepped into it.
I don't know what we're doing with this this guy. He's having trouble. Yeah, it's very nice that the Shadow Seer was able to find the one place. So we're gonna be going for a kill on these infiltrators here. That would be really nice for the Harlequins, because that's a unit that can just tow behind this wall on objective 2. They can tow in there and be relatively safe while they hold that objective with OBSEC.
Yeah, that was a good placement.
Liam would love to get rid of those guys and then just fall back. I don't know where he can fall back reliably. He can't quite go behind that wall. But he can maybe just go behind the building and force the Landspeeder Tempest to come out really far in order to shoot them.
Yeah, I mean, and presenting 2 squads, he only really has the firepower to fully demolish one of the 2.
Deuce 83, here's my shooting phase where I table myself with the Armorium Cherub Army.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're like, would you like to remove every one of your models that's within 24 inches of this Grav Cannon Devastator?
And Grav Cannon Devastator fires 80 times.
80 times, that's it?
180 times.
Yeah, how much is a Armorium Cherub? Like 5 points? One Grav Cannon is like a 35-point dude, so you get, I don't know, what was that, like 196? Like 100.
No, Grav Cannon's like 25 points right now, right?
Oh,
I think like,
right,
they're
40
like
points for that.
Yeah, they dropped so much. I think it's like obscenely cheap. All this love of the Eradicator, people have just forgotten about the poor Grav Devastator.
They're like, we're also 24-inch range and shoot a bunch of times, but we don't do 12 damage when we hit you.
Yeah, they do.
Grav cannons? No, not each individual Grav cannon.
No, but there's
every Eradicator will shoot you for 12.
So Eradicator's like, yeah, I can fire him, I'll go twice. The sergeant of that Grav squad's like, I don't even know how to count that low. And then fires like 86 shots out of his gun.
It's like 116. Oh.
They just work on like a base 24 system. Like the lowest number is just 24.
Don't have the 6
Nope, I didn't bother with it. The model is too small, I
all the bike is going to shoot into the scout here.
Alright, we're shooting at the
1 CP for
scouts.
+1 save against 1 damage.
Consequential play here.
Oh, and we're gonna. Oh man, we're gonna give them +1 save with the Salamander strat. They're gonna take their 3-ups and they're gonna like it.
Yeah. Really hoping to have to force these guys into assaulting, because then you're locking one of these two Skyweaver units into the front board.
Yeah.
Or the scouts are just left alive.
That's just death for one of these. I mean, I think one of these this Skyweaver unit on 2 feels like it's just gonna die anyway.
Yeah.
I think Leah might be okay with trading them for the Incursors and forcing the Salamander's army to deal with them.
So if that was the play, was the Incursors or the Infiltrators the play, or would you have just wanted to plow right into the Assault Intercessors here and try and... I don't know. What would have been the highest value to try and strip out of his army?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, getting rid of the OBSEC, if you're going first, you don't really have many good options. Getting rid of the OBSEC on your opponent's side of the table is what you have to do, I think. Especially, we haven't really talked about the secondaries too much. Oh, there's a Fire and Fade, so we're not going to go for the charge. You're going to hide.
Do we lose no scouts?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Strong.
That +1 save. He's pretty good.
But, I mean, all their watches are broken now, but they're fine.
Yeah, those cool bolt guns, they don't work. They don't tell you how many bullets are in them anymore. But the Harlequins have taken Domination, which requires you to hold both of the objectives in the center as well as your objective on your table side. And if Nick can just hide objective secured on those objectives, it's really tough to just keep sort of sending OBSEC onto those.
It feels a little optimistic.
Yeah, I think Space Marines are so good at just slowly moving up the table and not taking sort of as many casualties as you expect that you'll probably see 2 turns of domination for the Harlequins, and then it gets really dicey.
Do I get the CP backs?
Yeah, the downside of the Skyweaver is when you're fighting an army that is not presenting vehicles to you, like that. They have an okay stat line. They'll kill a lot.
Player of the Twilight had backed at CP for the Harlequins. Right. Sick, free Fire and Fade. That's the best.
It's like this first turn did not even happen.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, we spent a CP for the Salamanders, so that's something. Get got, Salamanders.
7?
As I was saying before, like if Skyweavers are not able to effectively fire their Haywire cannons into something, like they're not a cost-effective melee squad. Like they're very expensive. They have to do a lot of work over multiple turns to really earn their value if all they're doing is punching things, and that's not easy to do when the Salamander army is so primed to just pick this entire squad up.
Yeah.
So like, they need to find targets for those guns.
So, and I fight on the wall. So.
All right. Looks like here comes the Skyweavers into the Incursors. Where do you think these bikes will fall back to if we do elect to use the fallback strat, the curtain falls?
So one is going to go there?
I mean, they took up the physical space that could have been behind the smokestack area terrain, which is where my first indication would be.
Yeah, unfortunately, to clear that, I think we measured before, to clear that's like 20 inches back. So they won't be able to do it with just the fallback move.
Maybe they just literally position themselves directly in front of these assault intercessors and just say, enjoy your deployment zone.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I guess we also didn't... we elected not to Born Protectors. These are Eradicators. That would have been the sickest play, though. We also... we have the 3+ invulnerable save strat popped on these guys, so they are pretty hardy this turn, although I can't imagine aggressors care that much. I think aggressors might kill them.
Yeah, I don't think they care at all.
Like, oh, I see your 3+ invulnerable save and raise you 82 saves, sir. Caca.
And none of these... Like, the Starweaver is not itself OBSEC. None of these units on objectives are OBSEC. Like, they can just be snatched out by land speeders.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's nothing I can really do about this.
Like,
So,
delaying the assault element of the Salamander's list to not be able to push very much out of its deployment zone is a way to keep them from the mid-board for a turn, but all you're really doing is just saying the first turn didn't happen and I traded
I need to make
traded down on one squad.
Yeah.
5 ups.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, I think, for the Harlequins that it's specifically Salamanders on the other side of the table, because they rely so heavily on AP1 weapons, and the Salamanders just do not care.
Nope.
It's funny how I think the pivot that we've had on this
risky.
On that
I was expecting to save one
that
more,
chapter tactic
actually out of this,
because when that codex came out, everybody kind of poo-pooed it, but right now when we're at this sort of meta game where like an autocannon stat line is sort of solid gold, where you're hitting it like AP1-2 damage, and Salamander's just like, nah, dude. I'm gonna take a 2-up save against that, bro.
Yep.
We've left a game state where the 3 most dominant lists were these like static, unmoving gun lines where everything was -2 or -4.
That said, all 5 Incursors just died.
Damn.
Well, that was gonna happen.
Was it? They don't attack that
was it
many
not?
times. They're only strength 4. I think they're 4 attacks apiece. Oh, and they killed it, so they get to advance back. Oh no.
Yeah, but I mean, like, they're still in the same problem. Like, they could have gone behind this obscuring terrain, but there's nowhere for them to go currently.
Somebody put a Skyweaver unit there. Who did that?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can't plan assuming that you're gonna wipe an entire unit of Incursors out. But that's that's only 20 attacks, right? And they don't have any. There's no buffs on them, I think, at all. Maybe he didn't strat for the +1 wound, so he was just hitting. He hits
average 20 times.
He hits like what do you say, 14 of them or so, and then you wound on 4 or 7 wounds. And he's like, on average, you kill like maybe 2 or 3 if you're super lucky.
A -2 weapon, -2 flat 2 damage. I mean, if they got 7 wounds through, like that average does kill the whole unit. You're on like a 50-50 to kill the whole unit, but he also shot into them in the first place.
Yeah.
So
that's fair. That's fair.
If he could sink like a wound or 2 through, them killing 4, I mean, you're looking at probably like a 65-70% chance.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, the Zephyr Glaive is -2, so it will punch through that. So that actually is pretty reliable then. Yeah, I think probably average you kill like 4, right? But if you just spike a little bit, you'll get the whole unit.
It's like a 50-50 for all 5.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, so that play was actually a lot higher odds than I expected. You're right. I think I was misremembering the Atlanta Zephyr Glaive. I thought it was AP1, but AP2 is pretty solid.
Just blocking your own move back. I just don't. There's no evacuation zone here anymore. I don't know where they're going. Like, there's nowhere they can fit. They can try and.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to escape the aggressors because the aggressors will just delete that unit if they shoot it.
Did the Tempest not?
I guess on a 3-up it's dicey for the Tempest. You're also not blastable, so they're just having to roll their shots. It's kind of a mess.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. There's also 2 damage. I keep thinking the Tempest launcher's like flat damage 3.
Oh god, could you imagine? Holy crap.
Yeah, I have to advance anyways.
I think the
first one, if you
I mean, the unit's probably going to die, right? But you have to make it so that the entire Salamander army has to shoot it.
Yeah, we went over this in the last game. Like, you'll eventually kill that big chicken, but is it worth the expenditure when you could be shooting other things? Although, since it's the only visible Harlequin model that's not this 1-star Weaver that's just destined to be sent to the next dimension, like, I imagine there's nothing else to shoot, so you just put everything into the Skyweaver army. Like, if you want to ultra tool a single unit up to be ultra durable, you want to present other targets that are less appetizing, so as to force some sort of like unfortunate choice scenario where your opponent's just like, I don't want to shoot them, but I have to. Right now, if that's all you can see, and they're super tough, but they'll still die if everything shoots it, then they might as well not be super tough, because the opponent's going to shoot his entire army into it, they'll die, and that's their only target anyway, so it didn't matter.
Yeah. So I think probably a pretty average turn there from Liam. He's probably very sad that these scouts are just chilling.
Yeah.
Just chilling and making fun of him. I wonder if, do you think there was a play maybe to go for a wrap on the scouts or something? I guess the desperate breakout makes it dangerous. Yeah, then you just
there's no. I mean, at that point, it's like, oh no, my scouts died, but they're all a bunch of ones. Who cares?
Yeah, whatever, man.
It's like what you always wanted to have happen with a wrap was that your unit just miraculously died. Like, that was.
I know, and now you can.
Yeah. Now it's like, oh, they might even live, and it's like, oh, that's even better. I would have just accepted a strat that just killed them all.
Yeah, the number of people who like rerolled successful morale tests and stuff, like that was the big brain play in 8th edition.
Yeah,
I had a game where I straight up lost because I passed the armor save on a scout to confirm a wrap on them, and I was like, I could have just CP rerolled that and won this game. Why didn't I do that? I was like, no, I'll save my CP. It'll be fine, and it was not fine.
No.
I would actually have to advance.
Yeah, and that was you get those big brain plays where you realize that you can actually take invuln saves even if they're worse than your
yeah, you can take armor saves. And we actually saw that almost happen in the last game. We had a really cool play, which ended up being not legal, so we retracted it, where a unit of Wolfen double fought to engage Ahriman, and then when he hit him with his staff, they took their armor save rather than their storm shield save, so that they would die and get to swing on him. which was really cool if they hadn't charged that turn and couldn't actually fight into Ahriman. But yeah, definitely relevant to keep that in mind. You can just like choose to kill yourself.
Yeah, that like getting a 6-up invuln that you can sometimes get out of some armies, and it's like, when would I ever use this? Most of my armies is 2+ save. It's like, that's the scenario. Like, does your Terminator want to die?
Yeah.
Just take that save that's drastically worse.
Right, yeah. Yeah, just take the invulnerable save against that guy punching you. See if you can get that guy out of the wrap, yeah.
Sure.
So the Terminator just like takes off his breastplate. He's like, you'll never get me. My muscles are too strong.
Yeah, so I mean, sometimes that happens also, though, which is unfortunate. They're just too good.
I mean, the Custodes guys just leave their like breastplates at home and just put on some like vegetable oil.
Yeah, my Custodes army is just of those naked custodian guards.
You literally just have those, and you just have like this like spray bottle of Pam before every game, and you just like spray down your whole army.
Oh, God. That's the grossest thing I've heard all day. Disgusting. I'm out. I'm imagining like after you play a couple dozen games with that army, and they're just this amorphous blobs of grease.
They smell so bad.
Oh, God.
They're in your game case, like others, like dirt and stuff's just like congealing.
Bring up my entire army as a fireman calendar shoot.
Because everything
exactly.
One to hit.
Why don't we have that? What is like? GW, where's our Space Marine pinup models?
Oh, lagging.
I mean, they're a third party. They're a third party ones you can get for custodes.
Yeah, but I want them for every faction. Give me the Space Wolves one.
I assure you, there are third party sellers for every faction. All the way down to Tyranids, okay?
Oh, especially Tyranids. Dude, I've been on
maybe more than others.
You guys are out here, you're gonna advance.
No, I think we'll both agree that the one army that has the most just bizarre pin-up-y models is for some reason Mechanicus.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's like there's a pin-up-y model from the Raging Heroes range.
I think they have like an entire line.
Yeah, you're right. It's just more like Sex Priest Agencies, am I right?
I'll show you how I care this engine, and then like the soft chest just starts playing. They just get out like a sponge and like a hose. It's like cleaning that Scorpius Dune Rider.
Oh no, it's piping. Needs a little work. Alright, we're done. Let's talk about this game of 40k.
Alright, we're still positioning these rings to try and protect the aggressors from probably the only way they die in this entire game, which is just getting tagged by a beefed up Skyweaver squad in combat.
Well, specifically a Skyweaver squad that has a 3+ invulnerable save, because if they don't, they might just die. The aggressors.
Dude, Slanesh has entered the chat.
I do like the play from Nick here. He has upgraded his bike captain to a chapter master this game, which is going to be extremely relevant. Excuse me, on with all of the hit penalties that the Harlequins can impose. Like, and unlike all of their vehicles and bikers are already -1 to hit, so having that full reroll available is really important.
And unlike various sizes of birds and nurglings, the stacked up defensive buffs on the captain on bike here actually really matter.
Oh, super matter in this game, yeah, 100%. Yeah, and he has been upgraded with the Forge Master and -1 to wound combo, so everything in this Harlequin's army, I believe, is winning him on 6s.
Yeah, he may be a machine, but he's not a vehicle.
He is the life of the party, though, because when he's around, Harlequins get hammered.
How long have you been sitting on that one?
That was spur of the moment, bud.
I don't believe it. You got that in like a spiral bound notebook somewhere.
No, man.
You have like little drawings next to it. Like you thought this up like in high school, just sitting at your desk.
I'm just clowning
your
around
whole life,
dude.
you've just been waiting to find a way. It's too bad all of these Hydra flat gun turrets on all these buildings cannot point far enough down to engage in this army.
Yeah, like, unfortunately, this airbase was designed to protect against an aerial attack, and it turns out when you just teleport to the ground level. All of their flak batteries don't really do much. It was unfortunate that the Imperial Guard architects that designed this base didn't think about that. These defensive masterminds were like, wait, what do you mean teleporting? That's not something that exists in this universe.
Yeah, I mean, maybe give those guys like some vegetable oil, and they'll suddenly start being able to successfully defend a planet. Because like, let's see the score. No vegetable oil. Cadia is in 1 million pieces. Just like truckloads of vegetable oil, and Terra has stood undamaged for 10,000 years. So I think we know with the score there.
Not for long though. Apparently the Tyranids are going to get them.
Hey, can you give me that line of sight check?
I mean, I think that's that final assault where the Tyranids summon all of their swarms everywhere, and then just lose the battle, and then they're just one. Then they're replaced by like Tyranid War Veteran Space Marine chapter that's an entire line.
Right?
Yeah.
Line 24, so no problem, and I think with both you can see.
Yeah, so I can see them.
With this one you can see this one can see for sure.
Yeah, so we're measuring Tempest line of sight into the Harlequin troop.
I'm trying to see.
You're seeing the.
So if you go for first person view, it becomes very easy to like.
Yeah, basically I want to make sure. This is my intent. I'm trying to go do. I think.
One can see, but I'm not sure.
You can see the shadows here, but he's a character.
Yeah, I think Nick might think that the shadows are part of that Harlequin troop. He's measuring from the edge of the Harlequin troop base, actually.
Right, basically sit out here with the base. His memory by the ball, so it'd be measured from here.
Trying to fit somewhere to where they can get line of sight on something while still not being assaultable.
Hey, Trevor, do you want to give a call? I want to make sure
I don't know why that would be a concern, because these Tempest would just get shot.
I see. You see for sure the shadows here, but from the base of can you see?
Well, because I can measure from outside of my hall, so I have this little prod.
Yeah, of course. No, it's not the range. It's the because I'm not sure you think the guys in fact, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's why
when can see for sure that no.
Yeah, I just might move up further ahead. I just don't know. I mean, that's why I'm asking Trevor if you want to make.
Yeah, let me take a look here.
Because it's definitely dicey. I will agree with that.
Right. Yeah, it's the difference between 1 millimeter sliver or not, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm fine either way. And I just don't know how the obscuring piece works and.
I think you are good there.
I'm good.
Yeah.
If that's the case, I'm going to touch the train there.
Yeah, so I think a little bit of confusion maybe, especially if you're in top-down mode on this map in particular. Well. This building is very difficult to measure around, or it's not the easiest to measure around. It's not that hard. But one thing that can be confusing is that this little lip on the edge is actually not part of the obstruction itself. That lip, the circle in the center, is just so that you can easily demarcate what is within 6 inches of the board center for secondary objectives that care about that, and that's why that's been placed there. If this obstruction wasn't directly in the middle of the table and blocking that measurement, then we would remove that. But I think that's what the line was crossing over, and there was a sliver between the base and the edge of the wing of the assault of the Landspeeder Tempest that could be drawn an unbroken line. I do like that is pretty black and white. Yeah,
can you imagine the fist fight that would have occurred just now if this were
yeah.
Start of the shooting phase.
Yeah, dude, I am so pumped to bring a laser line measurer to a 40K tournament and have it actually matter. I'm unreasonably excited.
Just want to make sure.
In 8th edition, you could do it, and sometimes it mattered, but usually it didn't, because all of the terrain was weird, wiggly, wobbly shapes.
It was way more useful to just point at someone's eye, and then when they were like holding their face in pain, just like move the model a little bit.
Yeah.
So hitting on 4s, rerolling everything because the Chapter Master.
Maybe 10th edition will get rid of 2 line of sight entirely, and we'll have a real line of sight system.
I'll hit. Cool. Looking for 2s.
I'm liking the preparation of the salamanders here. Like this blob, this like amoeba that just looks set to devour the entire board.
Yeah.
Is the game plan built specifically for this match?
I think certainly, in a lot of cases, that's how Space Marines are sort of encouraged to play in 9th edition. They grind up the table.
You go into the transport.
And blast everything that they can draw line of sight to as they do.
One goes through.
Where is the relic holding?
One goes through. That is
Troop Master as well. Like this feels like something where they desperately are going to need.
I gain a CP. Forget about
one buzzsaw of a clown to just clear off this front intercessor squad before they have to commit these high.
The befanged Troop Master. He is inside the Starweaver on objective 1.
That's too far for this turn. Uh-oh.
How much damage? Alright, goes into a 1.
Yeah, I know Nick. Well, he's got the Twilight Fang, right? So he wants to engage as late in the game as possible.
There again because of
he doesn't want to throw out immediately and just go fight.
Yeah, but when you're fighting this amoeba and you're trading like 5 infiltrators for Skyweaver squads plus whatever else they can do turn after turn, you need to shrink the size of this amoeba and actually create some vulnerability so you can get some some real good trade-ups on the Skyweavers, because the moment they're gone, you're in trouble.
I guess going to CP1. Oh, yes, I guess that's free.
Okay.
So.
And throwing somebody that cannot be overwatched
so one goes
in to prevent the aggressors from just, stratting, firing 72 shots at it and then intervening.
So as an Eradicator, like shooting into a Skyweaver, two wounds went through from the Eradicator squad. 2 failed saves from the Skyweavers. 1 CP rerolled into success. The other one did 1 damage.
Are going to fire into the Starweaver.
Just tanks that damage. Get out of here. Eradicators, you get nothing.
So
I mean, the Starweaver is like the Toyota Camry of the Warhammer world. Like, this thing is just not. It just goes forever.
Never breaks down.
For a 1 wound.
Yeah.
If you had to buy a sub 70 point
goes through
dedicated transport flyer thing for your your main car, it would work. Which one would you buy?
Again, 2 more hits.
If I had to, under 70 points, what transports are under 70 points?
I guess let's go under 90. I guess you got like the Starweaver, you've got the Landspeeder Storm, you've got the truck, the Orc truck. You've got
1 left.
Landspeeder Storm is probably the most. It's probably the flashiest, right? You can
Chapter Master.
It has to be a dedicated transport though, right?
Chapter Master's just gonna fire his.
Or just I guess a transport in general.
Really hard for us to kill.
Slow and useless, but it has a bunch of guns on
it. Do you want to drive a Tyrannocyte to work? You smell so bad.
Certainly do not.
Reroll the 1 for Lieutenant and Master of Arson, 2 wounds.
So, I wonder if there's. I mean, maybe we start just diving with this. With this Harlequin army.
I think
the next turn, and
no,
like we can go in, we can +1 to wound these jokers, hit these assault intercessors, just touch everything, hope for the best.
But you can't. You really needed to be able to sink this Troop Master to these aggressors to prevent that strat. Like the Skyweavers will get over here and probably dice these assault intercessors. These Skyweavers dice the blue assault intercessors.
Yeah.
But you're still just leaving this aggressor unit to just exist afterwards.
Yeah, that aggressor unit certainly is the bully of the table right now.
I almost wish it was one line of models farther back now. Because I can see a world where they just hit these blue or yellow assault intercessors, kill them, and then just consolidate into the aggressors, and then it's like.
Okay, I don't think that will get you behind the wall with everyone.
Kind of lights out.
No, not behind the wall, but I guess. But 16 shots I'm usually is here. So this guy is in, and this guy is in. And I'm thinking if I can hide from most of the shooting or not. Just I can go a little bit far, right? Not a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think you can hide.
Where do you think the Harlequins buy their clothes?
The idea is to hide from the aggressor.
It's all handmade. It's very expensive. It's maybe Etsy.
I was gonna say Express.
You take the aggressor.
Yeah, but I can see 3 aggressors there. Because if you want to be in the objective, You're gonna get shot.
Okay. I'm not going to do that. That's fine. So 5 guys inside.
I mean, Harlequins have a strat. I'm just looking through their abilities right now. Harlequins have a strat where they just auto advance 6, just like the Eldari one. But that's so good when your whole army can advance and charge. What?
I mean, the Skyweavers and Starweaver both already do that, right?
Yeah, but no, it's only for infantry. But
okay.
I mean, infantry moving, they move like 12, right? They move 18 inches automatically and then charge. They move 8.
Yeah, can't the Troopmaster go even faster? Can't they get like a double?
This
so the aggressors are gonna fire there because there's nothing else.
Solitaire.
Okay.
Fire at.
Yeah, they add
No, that's fine. There.
A bunch of movement. When
I appreciate that, Liam.
We're playing Pinochle here because there's no Solitaire on the table.
All right.
Oh wait, no, there's one in the back.
The Tempest.
Yeah, he's the while we stand fight target.
Into these guys.
Well.
So the salvo launchers are gonna go here because they're 36 inches.
Yeah.
The 6 inches doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
The assault cannons. I don't really have anything else.
If we're gonna do while we stand we fight, could it not have been what's his name? The guy with the gun.
You have the -1 to wound on
The
these
Death
guys,
Chester?
correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You have to pick your most expensive models.
1 CP to...
So it's locked into the Shadow Seer and the Solitaire already, and then you just get to pick one of your Star.
Well, I mean, if the Solitaire is just gonna be like the guy who sits in the corner of her table.
So there's gonna be max shots.
And denies like 5.
On them. Teen on 2s.
Yeah, it is an interesting pick because usually you would just want to throw that guy away, but I think so many people just audible into assassination against this list that you're like, hey, I'm not going to send him in anyway. I'm not going to give you 3 points. So it's just like a net of 8 almost.
I reroll 1s everything for Chapter Master. They'll all hit. And then moving on to rerolling 1s for the Lieutenant nearby. So 12 wounds, AP for 2 damage each.
Eric Guerra says that Harlequins get their clothes at Ren fairs exclusively.
Yeah, Express. That's.
And then 12.
You go to Express, you get like one
onto...
of those like turkey legs, right? And then you buy like a $40 vest that just breaks in 2 weeks.
Do you think Harlequins eat those turkey legs? I don't know. They're a little slender for that.
And then 3.
I think like 5 of them will share one, like a
the +1 wound.
Yeah, just like a pack of weirdos.
Like 10 wounds.
2 bike dice.
Alright. Getting somewhere with that.
What is the Harlequin's favorite soda drink?
Are you
3 shots?
Are you gonna date them? Is that what all this intel gathering is for?
You roll a 3. 3
no.
Hits, 4 3s.
No, that one was leading directly to an Insane Clown Posse reference anyway.
Oh, was it?
That was gone somewhere, yeah.
I dodged it. Look at me go.
It was gonna be Faygo.
What?
That's like a Midwestern like orange soda competitor that they've rapped about constantly.
Oh, gross. Here. It's like a kind of weird Fanta.
I'm not assaulting you or
yeah, basically,
here. I think
Fanta is kind of like a weird Fanta.
That's true.
3 for
so we did kill the
morale,
the Starweaver, and the Harlequins inside, which is good.
Who could have seen that coming?
Shocker, but we only killed 2 of the Skyweaver unit up here, so that is sick.
It's 8, so I'm good.
Is that actually not? Is that like a points positive trade for the Harlequins so far? How many points were those infiltrators? Like 22 apiece?
Yeah, they're 110, I think.
So it wasn't.
No, not even close.
16 only, I guess.
All right, here comes the dive, hopefully.
Movement? Yes.
Oh, okay.
I regain a CP first.
Yeah, regain your CP. I gotta do.
What if midway through this fight, like a Baneblade just rolls out a post 4 112 here that they just finished making?
Goes off. It is going to go on the aggressors, and heroic intervention goes off also. So, boom.
So all 3 bikes are in range of the Tempest here?
Yep.
The Tempest, I mean
the Storm. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Liam. That's fine.
So I realized we paused the clock for the judge call earlier, but it didn't get unpaused. So there's
this thing to see truth, right?
So
sorry, say it again, Liam.
Nick got a little bit of extra time. We can rectify that towards the end of the game.
I don't know that it's going to matter in this matchup anyway.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, the players have been very deliberate so far.
You're right. They barely left their deployment zone.
Yeah.
We'll
So we'll see how it goes. I mean, this is a matchup that seems like that they will run. They'll sort of have like half their army left at the end of the game, where like you may still have really long combat phases to go. So it looks like we're towing into the area terrain with the unit number 3. So we're probably going to try to kill the Tempests with the Haywire from them, and then bounce them back behind the Obscuring with Fire and Fade, and then send in the unit of 3. Or maybe not. Maybe we just sit it on the objective and chill, to be honest. Use it as a move blocker.
Next turn you can come from the reserve.
We're exploring where we gotta go with the Skyweaver squad over here. Might just be abandoning Objective 3 entirely.
No, he's measuring screening for the Inceptors.
Oh. Yeah, it might be valuable.
Because what would be bad is a unit of Inceptors getting a beat on one of these large trooper units, because they just immediately vaporize it. Here's 30 shots of wounding on 2s. Woo! See ya.
Unit of 4 is going to advance.
How do you think the Catechins feel who made this outpost? Because these are all Catechin livery and symbology and stuff. How do you think they feel about the Mordian Iron Guard advertising to them via this?
Yeah, if you want to join a stupider and more silly looking guard regiment, go here.
You think the phone number on that probably just like rings the commissar's cell phone?
Yeah, it just comes and shoots you. It's like, you want out of the guard, son? Okay, the troopers are coming up.
So the screen.
I wonder if it's going to matter that these troopers can move over this terrain.
So then here.
With their flip belts.
If
they use that stratagem to move an automatic 6 inches, they can leap directly over this
I
obstacle.
don't know that they can fit.
Well, not right now, but maybe the assault intercessors will leave.
I guess this guy.
How sick of a gotcha would that be, though? Like, all right, I'm safe behind this giant wall. And they're like, no. We just like teleport 18 inches. See ya. What's up, dude? We're here. We're gonna get +1 to wound and fight twice.
That's actually one of the more fun Necron subchapters, especially now that they look like they've buffed it a bit in the up-and-coming Necron book.
Oh, the invasion beamers?
Yeah, the ones where they get like automatic like 6-inch advances, and also when they advance they can just go through terrain as if it weren't there.
That is, I think, my favorite, and probably the most quintessential Necron sub-faction ability. Because it's an entire kingdom of people who are too lazy to run anywhere.
They're just all ghosts.
They've developed fantastical technology to teleport themselves up to a mothership and then back down 15 feet ahead of their current location. They're like, I will not be running over there. I will teleport a short distance.
I mean, if you've got 2 kids like in a room and they're just they're like texting each other while their parents are in the room and they're just not talking. I mean, what they're doing is they're sending their text to a server in Texas, which bounces it to Louisiana, which then sends it to like a satellite, which then drops it down to something in California, and then it does it again in the reverse, and then back to 4 feet away.
Right.
1v3 and then.
-1 wounds.
Yeah, so.
Oh, I think we've realized that we haven't fired the rapier carrier yet, so I think that's what we're doing right now.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Shout out to Nick for squeezing a rapier carrier behind this obstacle. I didn't even see it deployed. I wasn't even sure you could fit anything back there, but Nick found a way. Good thing rapier carriers are teeny tiny.
I don't know, man. Look at how the tactical marine's placed. It is on top of that. Obstacle. I think the guy dies.
He's dead. Nick, you'll have to remove those gunners. That rapier carrier dies.
This IRA will be printed there because you circle.
Man, could you imagine if a warcopter just exploded immediately in front of one of these assault intercessors? Right?
40 millimeter, right?
That'd be pretty good.
Yeah, it's the big base, the Gravis, on like the aggressor, 40 mil.
Can you put a model here if you can say put a model here?
So we're really trying to get screening on point.
Like if your intent's to hold here, and block this off, I don't think I can put something there. Yeah, I think you're fine.
Because there is those guys here.
And I can't put anything up here, so you don't have to worry about this either.
Yeah, this is the straight up the big weakness of deep striking now. It is so hard to get any good lanes of fire anywhere.
Yeah, that said, I think I've been finding, playing a little bit more deep strike in my lists, that your army is also, like, you have just less garbage in your army. Like, everyone has dropped 3 to 6 troop choices out of their army.
Yeah.
And that means that there's less, like, idiots to stand in the back and screen. And honestly, like, that's one of the reasons that Nick has these servitors in his list, and that they are so good. For 28 points, you just get 4 people, and they can screen an entire flank out from deep strikers. And it's like... And then on the other side, he has infiltrators, and they can sit down and put a 12-inch bubble out to deny that. So I think for the most part, it is easier if you're on point to screen out deep strikers. That said, you do also have to have the body count to do it, and some lists just don't. We've seen both in those chaos lists and the Nurgle lists.
We just watched.
Yeah,
both players had these vast empty backfields, and we were both saying, like, why didn't either player keep anything to drop at?
Yeah, like, man, 5 plasma terminators over here, just some like dumb inceptors to jump in, and would just blow up a bunch of vehicles. You know, here's like, all your backline, it's dead. Here's
an outflank. It's an impulsor. Next turn, it moves 16 inches and assaults both of these Warwinds.
Yeah, I'm good.
Good luck stopping it.
Yeah, that would be brutal. You know, like, I blew it up, and you're like, here's 6 Blade Guard veterans.
There is normally only 4 cast. It's going to be a unit of 4 cast, of course. There. They can screen, and there are still 9 of him. That's fine. So then, here you cannot come here.
I am appreciative of how useless the Space Marine doctrines are in this game.
Which is interesting. Okay.
None of the AP matters, and +1 to wound on melta weapons brings them from wounding everything in the army NTs to doing the same thing.
If I come with this unit of bike here...
They may get +1 to wound on Star
Weavers. The Star Weavers. I was about to say, come on.
I can see you speeder without any problems, I think.
Although those rerolls are pretty good.
Because I can't... Yeah, you got that perfectly fine there.
Yep. All right. So it has begun. What are you thinking? We're getting Skyweavers firing into the land speeders, charging the self intercessors.
Do they charge the intercessors, or do they charge the scouts and just clear that objective again? I think they have to charge the scouts because we're trying to score domination every turn.
Yeah, 24.
Maybe, but that just leaves your units just kind of hanging out there.
Why?
I need with this a little bit, but not by much. 0.01.
Yeah, where are the rest of these Skyweavers going to go?
Well, so these ones, the ones on the area terrain fire and fade back. The ones on objective 2 are just sacrificed for the cause, and the ones on objective 3, curtain falls back behind the wall on there again.
Yeah, you might be right about that.
You dominate, you just get to kill a bunch of stuff. You only give up a couple Skyweavers for it.
You've got these players back here prepared to intervene next turn.
They're ready to go.
Like,
but oh man, if we just pick up all the Tempests right here, just casually, like, it's so brutal.
Yeah.
All of the mobility has been removed outside of this Tempest and these Inceptors. Basically, nothing moves very fast at all.
I kind of felt like it was going to happen, though, right? Like,
yeah, but you hoped. I think Nick hoped that he was going to get a round of shooting out of all of those Tempests. And if all those Tempests just turn around and like blast into a Skyweaver unit, they're going to deal serious damage. But not if they're dead. They don't do serious damage if they're all removed from the table. And Nick absolutely could have tucked this guy in. I don't know what he's. That was a little bit of a missed position there. I think he has another like inch and a half on the other side of this Tempest, but maybe he was just trying to get cute on his.
Also, those bikes are going to make sure there are more than 3 inches of you intercessor.
Oof.
Because you go out with.
Yeah, if that unit dies, that's going to be brutal.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Everyone's in range.
And you cannot in heroic 6, and you cannot do your thing if I'm not charging, right?
Say it again, Liam. What do you mean if I'm not charging? What?
For example, if I'm still there and finally I decide to not charge because, for example, you did your thing on the aggressor, you cannot use your 2 CP strat to do your 2d6 in heroic intervention, right?
Correct. Yeah, because you actually have.
You know what? That really does like that one giant turk you like at the Ren Fair, though.
And also, if I use on them, but
it's never cooked well enough for them.
Direction with your heroic intervention, or you have to go on the unit to charge.
I can see that.
I think
it's
I have
a really
to
well-made riddle
charge,
too.
Let me double check.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess if you're not, I'm just going to move the unit as far as possible.
I have to move.
All right, Chad. I want to see some hot takes. Who do you think's gonna win?
Okay,
Round
so
of applause. I'll listen to who the applause
fine.
is.
So
Is
I
louder.
guess now it's going to be.
So this is some good heads up play from Liam here. It looks like he's electing probably not to charge with the Skyweaver unit on objective 2. They're just going to stand there, move block as much as possible. But if they go further in, the Salamanders.
Oh yeah, declaring a charge gets you 72 shots from the aggressors under the squad.
Yeah, with the chapter master, right? Yeah, like that's curtains. But also the Litany's
active for them.
The Litany's active to allow everything in this brick to heroically intervene. So if anybody gets within 3 inches of that,
I say I took the 2 smites.
You're
dead.
Yeah,
if the Tempest survives the shooting here, that doesn't mean it can heroically intervene for no reason and then get cut up by the Skyweavers. So,
yeah.
You know. Although actually, no, it can't, because it would be leaving coherency with the other Sky Tempest.
So you've got these guys, you've got these guys.
Well, that could also heroically.
Attempt now in this phase. You have another smite
maybe go
coming.
over here.
Yes.
Yeah, I gotta measure from the other side of the base.
Does it really work?
Let's see if you can just fully fit his base there.
Not sure.
Because you're gonna have 5. You only need armor content 1.
Yeah.
No way.
Well,
that's 3.4. Nah.
No. Well, that's 3.1. I don't know. Man, I'm not measuring off the base very well.
Okay, and then he's going to do the second smites.
I wonder if these players have any idea what we're measuring right now. What is this measurement?
Okay.
You should just throw them off. Just like start measuring like random corners.
Yeah, it's like how far are these screws apart?
Yes. Then
do
we want to
put like a 9-inch or like a 6-inch radius aura on some random player.
So I am going to declare self-sacrifice. So these yellow intercessors
What's going on?
are going to protect the aggressors.
Because I guess even if I don't see them, if they are closer, shoot at them.
Correct.
That's fine.
You have to kill this before you can target the aggressors. In that
we talking about the future?
I guess, yes. All those bikes are going to go into
So we just heroic sacrificed with the yellow assault intercessors to protect the aggressors. Doesn't seem entirely necessary to me. I don't think any of these weapons really do very well into the aggressors. Oh, that's for the Death Gesture shot. That's why.
So that's 18.
Yeah, I guess his secondary fire doing the mortal wound explosion too could be pretty material.
Well, it's big for the because he has the no Overwatch.
After I can see if I get you CP back.
Yeah.
So he can turn on Overwatch and then you can charge in. It doesn't matter because they can't Overwatch on the heroics or the Born Protectors strat. That's the tech.
It is nice that they gave the guy an ability that justified having him in the Codex.
I think their justification was that they're like cost approximately 0 points, right? That's what they don't do very much damage, but they also don't cost you very many points.
Yeah.
So only if you want to use the.
I did play against the game against the Relic one, the triple shots against the infantry units.
I guess so.
And just like pulling 3 like tiered warriors off the table per shot made me want to
so you have
kill myself.
all of that 81, but you don't get.
That guy's good.
Yeah, I just want to know if
he literally pays for his own points cost
do
every
the
time.
saves first, then do the
so sad that it's just a dude with like a worse shuriken cannon.
Okay, I don't think it matters, but I just want to make sure to help. All right, so I take 3 wounds. So kills a guy. He doesn't blow up. And then 2 carry over.
Yes.
And then so he's got 4 left. And then you should just murder him because that's 6 mortal.
Yes, so I guess you kill them. Okay.
Unnecessary damage.
So
goodbye, Tempest.
I rolled
yes, I saw. And I fire and fate then.
Yeah, chat. The players mix the time up on the clock.
Okay, so you're
mix the colors
10.
up on the clock. Yeah. So the side is correct, the side of the clock that it's on, but the colors are swapped right now.
He's going only to touch the aura of the Death Jester. Go to chain again. And then yes. So that's 4 points. Then I guess those 3 bikes is going to go into this Land Speeder Tempest.
Okay.
If your plan is not to charge the
only 3 ones,
or if your plan is not to charge the assault intercessors with the Skyweaver unit on 2, feel like you might want them a little bit. The other unit a little bit farther back. I guess they're pretty far away, so they probably won't be charged by the intercessors.
What, the unit behind the smokestacks?
Yeah. It's like a boxcar's charge, and we don't have Canticle of Hate on the table, so it's probably fine.
I guess not. He has 4 left.
No, he'll die. I'm wondering. Yeah, I need a. He can go.
And then
you could snag those players though.
Last guy, you go into those tempests.
Yep. I don't.
It's not as
probably gonna spend
hard
armor
of a charge.
content here. I don't know if I need to call it now or when you roll.
No. You can stop and wait.
Yeah.
That's very good. So that's 19.
So we're gonna Nick considering an armor of contempt on the land speeders. The last 2 land speeders on the table. Ooh, that was not very good though.
What's the timing on armor of contempt?
It's when you suffer a mortal wound. So, I think we'll probably use it. That was a billion mortal wound. Or maybe you just eat it.
So you can take you first save.
So you're like incentivized to slow roll that one then? Because every time you roll it, the opponent's like, I don't know yet.
So I'll take the 3 saves.
Yeah.
How many mortals is that?
There is actually a calculation there if you're playing on a clock, to be honest. Whether or not that infinitesimal advantage is worth all the extra time. If you are going to play a perfect game of 40k, you in fact should never fast roll a die.
I kind of wish that they made fast rolling.
You actually can't fast roll a dice. There's no recourse for it in the rules, but there are.
Oh yeah,
you need to get into regulations.
You need to get into that chat and be like, "What are you doing? Roll these one at a time."
Yeah. No, I actually put into the tournament rules that you are allowed to roll all of the weapons with the same profile on your data sheet at one time. If you want
to. It's actually worth it because now I actually have to call it. Because armor content when you lose the wound result from mortal wounds. Okay, so that's after your roll. Okay, so I do have to, so I know what the result is. So I take 7.
I like seeing this Harlequin army on the table. Like
one is on 2
very visually differentiated models that are like well rendered. Nice colors.
Yeah. Well, I mean the thing comes down to it's 7. I need 5 ups, right? Like, am I really gonna roll 5 ups? I don't think so.
No.
So I think it's just better off for me to save the CP, eat it, because I rolled 3 1s. If I didn't roll 3 1s for saves, I'd be okay. So I'm not gonna spend.
Talking out CP math on the clock here.
So
one is dead, one is on 2 wounds. Yes, 2 wounds.
Is it 2 wounds? Because 7.
It is 10 wounds in total. 10 wounds in total because 7 plus 3. So.
Yep, you're good. Does the other guy blow up? No. Okay, cool. So I got you 2, 4, 6, 8 for bringing it down, which is pretty good.
Yes, and then the sniper here is going to shoot, I guess, into the Asso Intercessor.
Okay.
So 3 shots. Hitting with both, wound long 3s. So I hit you, so you are -2 move, remember?
So really damaging turn from the Harlequins. Obviously, I mean, we sort of expected one Harlequin turn to remove almost all of the vehicles on the table. That's not really that surprising.
-2?
No minus.
But
to move? Or what?
There it goes.
-2 to move, yes, but no minus EPM.
Okay, that's fine.
So one wound, I think.
Oh, okay. AP? Sorry.
AP,
I save, I'm guessing?
Yes. And the Star Weaver is going to put every shot into the guys who are out. 3 shots. You don't advance.
To which guy? Sorry, the Star Weaver?
This guy can, I think he can, maybe not, in fact it was. I thought he could see those ones.
Yeah, I think you can see. Yeah, I'm not worried about you. I just want to make sure where you were shooting. That's all, Liam. I wasn't on top of it.
You have 1 wound, no EP. That's it.
Alright, 3 up. I take a wound.
And then those bike are going to charge.
I feel like we're missing an Obsidian Aquila in this formation on the
cool.
For the Salamanders. That would be real good right here.
Yeah.
Going to move 5 here.
So here's a charge on the scouts. Hopefully just pick them up and then Curtin falls back behind the wall on objective 3. And overall, probably a turn that Liam's pretty happy with. He's going to lose these Skyweavers on objective 2, but Honestly, we kind of called their death last turn, and it's
could the
surprising
Skyweavers
that they.
could the Skyweavers possibly move far enough to get behind these servers over here?
So that's
all your charges?
I doubt it. They only move 16,
yes, I'm not
right?
going to charge with the...
Yeah, they're like 24 inches away from the servers.
I'm sure
it's not like an advance after they kill
them.
They may be able to advance, I think, after if they wipe the unit. I'll have to double check. But they only go 22 at that point. I don't think they would have to like sort of cram into the back section of the table, I think, to make that worth it. But they're just too big of a unit.
7, I guess. EP2.
The wall is much safer, and
7 AP2.
if you are ever in range of these aggressors,
so looking for 6s.
that unit off
We've
the
got
table.
this. We can make. Oh, I don't have this. So
I guess you can mix it. No, I think it's going to be good. Or just good.
Yeah, they all die.
And then I'm going to use 2 CP. Move back. And still
No, they
avoid
cannot
the
advance as part of curtain
advantage.
falls. They just fall back or move.
So how did they do that the first time?
Oh.
What do you mean? How did they do it?
The unit that's now sitting on 2, right? Didn't they fall back or significant distance, or did they never end up actually moving back that far?
No, they just moved back 18 or 16. Sorry, back to here. Yeah.
Oh, so what limits them to the 7 inches?
Fire and fade. So
Oh,
the move after they shoot is 7 inches. The move after the assault is their normal movement.
Yes,
I see. All right.
No, I'm going to make sure that they are good oriented because sometimes the little pole or something like this.
Yeah, this objective 3 is going to
Yeah,
be a
you can
problem
see
for
it from
Nick to
here.
deal with. He's just not fast enough to get over there.
Another
Maybe
And I
one is
think
going to...
with this backline
think-
screened out as well as Liam's done it, he doesn't
Can I
really
move
have a good
some-
angle for
yes, I
Inceptors to
think
get
I
in.
can
Maybe
move
can he potentially?
You can get another.
little inch.
I think the Harlequins in the center are actually screening out where you need to go to drop Inceptors down to see those guys.
Make sure there's none.
Is there anything in this Starweaver in the back? Because I feel like you can shoot this thing with the Rapier Carrier. Although the Rapier Carrier is probably never going to kill it now.
I don't think there's anything in it. That's his Wowie stand target.
No, there's nothing.
But yeah, the Rapier Carrier, yeah, it's just like it's -1 to be hit. It's
nothing.
winning on 5s, right? I think
Yeah.
they're toughness 6.
I think I'm
They might be toughness 5 actually.
double checking. But
They are. They're only toughness 5, so you're winning on 4s.
maybe from here.
But
Ish down.
yeah, maybe it's fine. But the Rapier Carrier is just so good at killing
That one.
just regular Harlequin troopers. You
And
cannot
if
just
I
sink the
had
shots
the
in.
movement, so if I put them there,
Although ones that are within 6 of the Shadow
I am
Seer
okay, or-
are
I was just
less
trying to
good.
figure out
Although
that.
no, everyone ran
Are
away from
you
the Shadow
trying
Seer.
to
So.
avoid that?
I was trying to think around a way to
avoid the
create
Inceptors,
space enough to drop those Inceptors.
so remember there is some guys here.
It's a good point.
The
I mean,
map-
you
the map
could
is too crowded for it.
you could if you just like Crucible and sink a bunch of damage into it,
And
and then you could pick it
that-
off next
that
turn
guy
maybe.
here.
But obviously you
I
still
don't
want to
think
kill
you
that
can
thing. It's a
avoid them.
Wowie stand
They can put
target,
them
so
already.
you
Yeah.
get 5. Your opponent loses 5 points. if
Yes,
you do
and
it.
9 from
You
there.
need to kill it before your third turn as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
That's the 9 bubble.
Yes, and from the Skyweaver also.
Kind of feel like there might just be a bubble
That's
space
deep,
where you can
so
drop them on the far left over here
put them
next to
here.
these purple players.
Yes, but I guess only one
And
or
behind
two
the
maybe
Skyweaver
is
unit.
going to see,
That-
that's the point.
Might just be
I
eyeballing
could
this incorrectly, but I
place them more
think you can
here.
fit a unit here.
I think it's this biker guy, right? Like that's
Mhm.
what you're worried about.
And I was thinking
players
if
might
I put
recognize that.
them there, that doesn't change that that
Yeah, so the way he's positioned it,
doesn't.
you can't fit a 40
His
millimeter
18's back
base
here.
on this edge, right? And so I think he could fit maybe 2 or 3, like in this little tiny crevice.
Yeah.
But
So
they
we
were talking. They
see
actually, they actually were talking about it earlier,
You might just be committed
and
there.
Yeah, but
were
I guess it's a little bit
they,
worse,
they
I
declared the
think,
intention,
going
and they
to do
talked about what they were trying to do without
that.
sitting
Not
around
a
for a
lot,
while
going to see maybe 3.
and measuring every single millimeter of
All
it.
I need, I think.
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to just eat that one, right? Basically, is what it comes down to.
But if you want to Overwatch, you're going to be it's going to be greedy for you,
Yeah.
I guess. They killing themselves by killing myself is good. Oh, I don't know if you understand what I mean. But yes.
So it looks like the player's discussing whether or not
Alright,
we can entirely escape line of sight with the Skyweavers here. It looks like there may be a sliver between these two buildings, basically, with how big their bases are.
My go.
And so if these Inceptors drop in behind the big warehouse in the middle, basically in a line, they may be able to dump into these Skyweavers.
So you don't.
Although they do run into a range issue, I think. They only shoot 18, so
Yeah.
they could run out of space pretty quickly.
Losing or losing?
Well, there's also just a timer on when this unit can like really be effective over the course of the game. I mean, maybe the play is just to drop them behind these like stacked crates back here, far enough back to where they're probably not in danger from the Skyweavers, and then just hop out forward and at least present an aura of threat.
I think you need a 3 because it's 818, no?
That's fair. I'm thinking of charges. That is fair. All right, advance for the assault intercessors.
Yeah, this has been a really interesting and tactical game, which I think we've both we expect from both these players. What are you doing there, Nick? That is slightly farther than an intercessor squad moves.
Look, tactics. Okay.
He's just watching. Yeah, he's watching these Skyweavers. He's like, I want to do that. Let's move them to 18 inches. Here we go.
Like, why can't I do it?
But yeah, we haven't even really gotten stuck in between these players, right? Like nobody's really committed yet, and that's going to be where things just flip on right on their head.
I'm going to not place these guys yet, but I'm going to...
I think the real question of this game is whether or not Skyweaver gets far enough back to kill the rapier carrier. That's really what I want to know.
I want to go for that. Pretty hard. Oh, a fourth one there for sure.
This is just a clinic in how to position your models so that they are just obnoxious to try and shoot at.
Absolutely.
Question is, I think it's this one.
It helps that we're playing with such good terrain. It gives you lots of areas to do that, right?
Yeah, I love this unstable keyword.
Any way to do anything when I come in reserve?
In 8th edition, you just dropped right on top of this thing, like, and it's. You know,
oh yeah, like on top of the big building in the middle. Just like, ooh, F you. Yeah, no, none of that. That's why we made up obstructions in 8th edition to be able to create that type of terrain. But now we can. Now we can just keyword it in.
I guess there is a little.
Well,
I see only one jump pack, to be honest. I'm here, but I guess maybe.
I mean, I'm seeing from the base, so from the base here, boom, all the way across.
Yeah, one thing to keep in mind when you're measuring line of sight, everybody, is that you do ignore other members of your own unit. So if if there's one plane, one single line across which you can draw line of sight, and you line your unit in a big string behind it.
Trevor, do you want to look
it's
at
just
that?
this butter knife of
other
guns.
stuff to move,
Right?
yeah, perfectly fine.
Yes, of course. Do you other movement?
Yeah.
I think he asked me.
And what kind of like perfect, like amazingly attractive individual created just such a little line in his map design? Kind of like galaxy-brained.
Get in, but yeah, let them make the call. Then we can.
7'6", 2 master degree.
Yeah, so we're gonna see how many Inceptors can see Skyweavers right now.
Yeah, I think all 4 can. I think those 4 can see for sure. But
the last one, I think, for me, only the 3 first, but I may be wrong.
Yeah, we agree on 3 for sure. We just don't know about the 4th one.
I guess I'm going to not influence you decision, Travis, so you can.
Yeah, it looks like you got the 4th one, the sergeant as well.
Okay. This guy's got it.
Just make sure that he's legally placed though, right? Because this is only an 8-inch.
No, it's only an 8-inch bubble.
Oh, that's a good call. That's a really good call.
This one? No, this one is good.
Yeah, but
This one
if you maintain that same line and you just shuffle the entire unit 1 inch back, then you should be okay.
Yeah.
Because along that same 2-dimensional line, then you'll be able to draw line of sight infinitely.
Yeah.
Arno, the last one in Slow, I guess is.
Well, he'd be in range. 17.4.
I guess he's fine.
Now the question is. Alright, cool. I can see that guy. Those are just sympathy shots. Nowhere else
Ooh,
to go fire.
so many line of sight questions.
Alright, run for the lieutenant.
Tom in the chat, your base is not separate from your model. You can draw line of sight to and from your base.
Yeah, the base is the model, and the model.
Yeah, it's just that in some situations you may only consider the base or the model or the body of the model for measurements, but for line of sight, it's all sort of one thing.
The base is like the hull of an infantryman.
It's the hull. The base is the hull of the infantry. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Yeah, unless you have a hull, but even if you have a hull, you can still draw line of sight from your base because it's still part of the
shooting. Let me keep this guy here.
Those guys are in range of the -6 inches that you're steaming.
Okay, cool. Yeah, which is fine. I mean, I got nowhere else to shoot. Alright, these 3 eradicators are going to go into these Skyweavers here. Hitting on 4s. They do get to reroll everything, so Chapter Master reroll.
The central building is unstable, so models can't end movements on top of it.
So I'm winning on.
You can potentially climb it as long as you can clear it in one move, but you can't stand on top of it. No.
Eradicator's doing it again.
I wonder if there's a model in the game with a fast enough overland movement to clear this in one go.
Winning on 2s.
We just talked about it. These players can do it.
But
like overland, not flip belting.
Yeah.
2
wounds.
I don't know.
You get into there with
Dimacarons, dude. They ignore vertical distance when moving on land.
So I'm within 12.
I was just reading their data sheet for my sweet Tyranid faction ranking.
When moving on land?
Yeah, or just moving. They just move normally, except they basically sometimes fly, kind of.
That's just hilarious.
But also, interestingly, they treat vertical distances basically like they had fly, but they don't actually have fly, which means that they can charge over walls and stuff.
I'm not spending any CP to relentless determination,
which is really cool.
That should be enough to kill them.
Although it's not worth like 200 points for a toughness 6 idiot.
So extra.
Still not great.
So that is 13 plus another 30.
Yeah, we were measuring earlier whether you could flip belt over the building, and you absolutely can. If you use the advanced 6 strat, you can just jump right over that thing.
What's the fastest single move in the game?
6 shot a piece times 5.
I mean, it's some aircraft, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like non-flyer, right?
Okay, so sorry, my bad.
I just want to know. I want to know if there's anything that could just drive up the side of this, over the top, and then down the other side, like some sort of cartoon.
Rerolling everything here.
You can get like what 24 inches on an orc.
You on 4s.
Trike boss advancing.
And Master Artisan here.
That can't be the top.
24 wounds.
He's 4 up.
They're dead.
Well, Cold Stars, we're talking about non-flying stuff, though, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
Cold Stars just fly.
Anything that would actually have to go up and down this.
The Plasma Inceptors are going
Yeah, it's funny because like
overcharge
90% of vehicles in the game
and
that
shoot
are ever
the
like
Skyweavers.
all
Um,
fly.
Everything that's fast just also takes to the air eventually.
Yeah.
I gotta.
Yeah, it's just regardless of its aerodynamics, it generates lift itself.
Make this
Yeah.
a little bit quicker.
It spins its tires fast enough. Is there like a? I
So
bet there's
this
like a
is the
weird Titan that
Skyweavers.
runs
This
like
is each guy,
700
number of
inches.
different shots.
They all pass
Maybe
over
hitting on
stuff though,
fours,
right?
Rerolling.
I don't think so.
And we'll see what happens.
Not usually.
You can copy everything. So
Yeah.
We can't count the teleporting stuff because if we're counting the teleporting stuff, there's just so many things.
Well,
that, like,
they're a little bit
Oh
different.
yeah,
that is right. They're
Warhounds
all
move
exactly
2
4
feet.
shots.
they just have 24-inch moves.
just
but you
move
can do all
24.
together
All
because
right, I
you
can
know
see
the
that. I think
colors
that's
from
about
one
the minimum you'd
Yeah,
need to get over
I
this
thought
thing.
there were going to be more than 4 shots for each guy. That's all.
Although that,
Alright, so
like the
reroll
Orc Trike,
only.
can I think hit that at the maximum combination of all abilities
One guy
too?
wipes it out.
No, the other guys. I'm -1 to 8. Huh?
Oh yeah,
So
no,
you-
no. Oh, there's 2. But then winning you on 2s.
I don't think Reavers could clear this whole building though, even with the
Reroll
grapple
one
launchers.
for
They're
the
too
lieutenant.
slow.
Yeah, they would just get on top of it.
They would get on top and then fall
These
through
are each of these
the
are 2
unstable
damage.
roof
Then
and
I'll
die.
do normal shots into the.
Oh
other
no!
Some guards be like, told
It
you.
was 2 bike and 1
Put a
wound.
sign there.
And 2 wound.
All right, so
Alright.
2 bikes go
And
down to the
then,
Inceptors, and then we have a follow-up charge from
Then
the
low
Assault
power
Intercessors.
shots onto the other Harlequins.
Yes.
Number of shots.
Big downside of that Skyweaver list, or the Skyweaver unit, that it's just
Yeah,
such a
3,
huge surface
reroll.
area.
1. 3 hits, wounding you on 3s. Use your -1 to wound. So 3
It's
wounds.
so
on the
difficult to hide those guys. It's not like hiding 25 mil infantry models, which is a lot.
Alright. I'm gonna
A
remove.
lot simpler. Oh, what are you doing there, bud? That's
I
an
think I'm gonna
Inceptor.
remove the sergeant. Fuck that guy. Died.
Okay.
Oh, 2 guys killed themselves.
Yikes.
These
Well,
guys. I don't think they have.
that's a fair trade
guys don't
though,
think
right?
have
Like you'll
anything
take
to
that
shoot
any
at.
day. Yeah, you don't need Inceptors, but your opponent certainly needs Skyweavers.
So.
Yeah, I suppose.
I have nothing else
I mean,
to
you are paying a
there.
lot for these Inceptors.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
I'm
I would
going to
have
shoot the
liked to have
quad
seen the front
launcher
2
at-
Skyweavers pulled to make that charge harder for the Assault Intercessors.
Those ones.
You've already lost the objective to the OBSEC,
So,
Yeah.
and I don't think anything else can see.
you're minus. I'm -1 to wound to hit you here.
Well,
Yeah,
only
there's definitely no
-1.
reason to be keeping the Skyweaver on objective
Okay,
3.
so I'm gonna fire the quad launcher at them. Number of shots. Think here real quick. Do I want to do the +1 to wound?
Only on 3.
Because I'm winning you on 3s. Okay, I'm gonna have 43 shots, so 2, 4, 6, 8. And basically, it's the difference between 2 or 3. I'm not gonna bother with it. The number of shots. Yeah. Hitting you on 3s. Master Artisan. Winning you on 4s. Master Artisan. Yeah. 2 more, but who cares? You lose 1.
1.
Stay there, stay there, stay there. I got another 3 for domination. And I think morale for you here, here.
Leadership 8.
Okay, gotcha. I think it goes to you. 'Cause I have no assaults. 'Cause these
Yeah,
guys advance.
bikes can move
I guess
vertically
I
over
did morale
terrain.
for
They
the
just typically
interceptors.
can't end on it.
9 is the chaplain.
Same with any vehicle type, actually, and that's how it was in 8th edition too. Like you could climb a
And yeah,
building with a
that's it.
tank. You just also had to make it down the other side before the end of your movement.
22. There.
You get 5 points because you hold 1 objective. You gain a
Yeah, the
CP.
Ghost Rider bike doesn't count. That gives you flying, basically.
Yeah. We're checking whatever has the fastest overland movement without
Yeah.
some contrivance
That's
that lets
like-
it ignore the.
That's literally a
Oh,
jet
yeah, I
bike.
gotta do my heroic. Goes off and
The fluff for that relic is like it's just a bike that has jet boosters in it, so it can like jump over stuff.
Those guys are going to go
Really?
Like cool, dude.
That's less
What a cool relic, dude.
Everyone else call it the Ghost Rider bike, and I'm like, oh, sick. Does it just actually go through stuff? And it's like,
yeah, no, it just like jumps over it. Okay. I mean, it's a sick relic though. It's like so fun to play.
Yeah.
It's like, check this guy out. He just goes 20 inches up in your face.
Yes. That's one more die. Perfect. So I'm on 10. Did you already put me the CP or not?
Say again? Sorry.
Did you put the CP already on me or not?
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I already did.
Glarg Corsaro Khan gave up his bike for an impulsor, which I think is an upgrade, so I don't know.
He gave up his bike for a bird.
He did get a bird. That sometimes does mortal wounds. That's fun.
He bought a bird, and people were like, you have to bring that bird with you, but like you can't put it on your bike.
Yeah.
And he's like, you're right.
Stable.
But I already bought it.
Question: can you fire?
He's like a good pet owner, though. You know, I can't.
Can you use the stratagem after I charge? So for example, I charge with basically this unit of 2 caress. I make the charge, and after I charge, can you still overwatch with those guys?
Correct. Yeah.
So you can still.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I just picked this unit and go out of that. Because it doesn't matter if you're engaged with that unit or not.
And if I use the 2 points, basically if I use them, I charge both units, and you still.
You still need line of sight to the charging unit to overwatch. Is that the question?
No. The question is, I guess, if I go.
I don't know what the question is.
If you overwatch once, can you overwatch with the strat a second time? So I guess yes.
Yeah, so I basically do 2 overwatches, if that's your question, Liam. I have the regular book overwatch, and then I can overwatch with Born Protectors.
Okay.
It sounded like he was asking if he charged over the building. If
that's what you're asking.
There's a building in the way, so probably not.
Not fully. I was thinking about the basically thing I was thinking if I could.
Chad, the players just swapped their clock colors by accident, so currently it's on Liam's time.
Okay.
Liam should also have, or there should also be about 5 minutes closer because we had a mix up on the time earlier. But
what I could do
if that matters, we'll give Liam a 5-minute extension to commentate.
Is transport out? My turn 3, it's 9 attack.
I like this high-scoring primary game.
Yeah.
There. And then here.
At least it's better than OVERRUN, right? We saw OVERRUN yesterday, and everyone scored 0 primaries all the time.
I think it's a little bit more interesting when the primaries are this low, because it makes those last 2 turns super vital for like you can do a Hail Mary.
Yeah, whoever sort of wins the peace trade, like they're just playing chess at this point, right? Like one person is crushing through the other one. And it looks like this Skyweavers we may find out if the Skyweavers are able to go for that rapier carrier, because they have gone ham. They've gone deep.
Yes, I'm thinking so.
Into
I'm going to go.
I want you to be aware of your time, and I want you to
into objective 4.
Yes, 37.
We may see the.
I think after this turn is going to go very quickly. I think.
We may see the Haywire finish off the last
forgetting about
Tempest there to grab a couple points. They can clear off the tactical squad on objective 4, and that's just annoying.
Yeah.
Just lose your home objective. Don't score any primaries. Like uh-oh. On a game that may come down to being this close, it's losing a full turn, potentially a full turn of primary scoring is just brutal. Although I'm not sure that we can clear objective 2 this turn. I want this rapier carrier to get removed so bad, though.
Me too. Just put that like right in Legends, please.
It's just so satisfying when 2 Space Marines die and you lose a 90-point artillery piece.
You can't legally shoot at them though.
No, you just like I just want him to like wrap a servitor and then kill it, and the next turn like jet over and like just one dude comes by and in one swing just cuts both their heads off, and then the rapier like the wheels fall off and it falls over like it's an RTS. All right, so we might be using these guys to try potentially to pull out an Overwatch maybe. If they can soak it, then the Skyweavers can go in afterwards. Try to keep these guys alive.
I'm still trying to figure out what the fastest overland move speed is in the entire game. And I think it might be the trike at 24 inches.
Is that with an advance?
Yeah.
Oh, so the Warhound Titan beats it easily. Get out of here, dude.
Well,
the Warhound Titan starts at 24.
Yeah, you're right.
That's why it's a Scout Titan. You never see it coming. It's so hard to hear.
Oh, also it moves additional 12 inches when it advances.
Oh yeah, 36, dude.
Yeah, 36.
Whoa,
yeah.
Oh boy.
All right.
Just clears the whole table. Here we go.
All right. Yep. There we go. That's the fastest. My number 2 is the 23-inch base move, Keeper of Secrets.
Well, once you just spend it, so you'd be back down to 8. You just gained it.
Oh wait, no, that's what? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
Oh, okay, got you. You started at 9. That's right. Never mind.
That goes 27 with a 28 with a full advance. So that's faster than the trike if it rolls a 6 on its advance.
Got him.
Yeah, yeah. That makes more sense. I was just trying to follow Liam. So
we could move a little bit more like this. Then he's going to move 14.
All right.
Remember, this is the train piece you can't be on. You want to be
right.
on.
I did not be here anyway at all. So basically, I didn't hear it. So I do that.
Yeah. If that's the
Here
case,
comes the
just
troop
move
master.
that, and then you're fine. But yeah.
It's 5 and charge into those guys. Okay.
Yeah, you can overlap the circle that's underneath the building, just not not the ramp. So you could potentially be like just a little bit over if you wanted to.
Yeah, if he had plenty of movement.
Yeah.
So just.
You'd think the troop
just
master,
5 and charge 4 and charge.
since he's the master of troops, would be a troops choice.
I guess a 5 would be better.
That's a good point.
But then, these guys are here in 21.
How sick would that be? Just like these OBSEC, like super death characters for 60 points. Like, yeah,
Sick.
I'll just take 12 of those, I guess, and 1 Skyweaver.
So he
Or 1 Starweaver.
Okay, so that's
You
fine.
just you have a Starweaver and like it
That,
explodes and bails
this
out
guy,
5 troop masters with fusion pistols.
I guess the 5 guys inside is going to move. No. This guy is going to chill there. I have nothing to deny. Huh? So then I'm going to do my magic face.
All right,
Okay,
that's the movement.
So I move here.
So we're diving with the Twilight
I'm
Fang.
going to go
Troop
with
Master.
the Shadow Seer is going to cast War Time onto this troop. Oh no, I forgot something very important. Right? The Troop Master here is going to advance.
Okay.
Oh, might be diving with the other Troop Master.
It's moving only 10.
Even if you forgot it, Liam, I would let you go ahead and do it.
Oh, of course. Me too, if you do that. Like you did with your rapier, it's not...
Yeah, exactly. Like, go ahead.
Okay. Then...
All right, we're gonna see if these Harlequin characters can clear off some intercessors.
So I'm going to do War Time on the
I have a good feeling about that Twilight Fang guy. I think he's gonna kill the crap out of some dudes.
Maybe just a few.
Maybe just a couple.
goes through, so they are going to advance again.
Interesting, we didn't move the Skyweaver unit number 3. They're just chilling. They're hanging out.
14-inch move.
They're the anchor unit. They're gonna come in later.
Yeah. We don't want to keep bleeding CP to fire haywire at like basic Space Marines.
I mean, Liam's got 9 CP. Like this is what I was saying at the start of the game.
going to
Liam's
use
just so
1
good
CP.
at like not going ham too hard.
Yeah. Although
1
that
CP
might be
to
the
make
time.
that, where are the-
Yeah. I mean, I imagine that there's
1
a
CP to
non-zero
give them a
chance
trap involved
we see
from
like a
1 CP.
double swing out of one of these things. To just rip apart at one of these units.
And then this guy is going to do a target. Oh, sorry, I forgot to move the bike. As well.
Oh no, he just forgot. Okay. Never mind. Here they come. All right, listen, we are diving. Everybody.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not going to do one of my bikini do nothing on that. Then the Shadow Seer is going to do a targeted smite into the aggressor because there is one on 2 wounds, I think. Yes.
Yep.
Failed anyway. Then shooting phase.
Okay. I'm gonna spend. Your Death Jester is where?
Yeah, you see there is in range of the aggressor.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to spend 2 CP for self-sacrifice on the Assault Intercessors to cover the aggressors.
Okay, so I cannot have you CP back, so that's fine. Then it's going to be shooting. So the bike are going to shoot everything into the Eredica. I guess those 3 bikes is going to shoot into the Tempest here.
He can't see the Tempest. The Tempest is behind. Oh, these 3 bikes?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry.
Yes.
They advance, right?
No, I think yes, they did.
So spikes are just hunting this Tempest.
The thing's worth 2 points, man. Gotta get those points.
Then they charge the servitors, kill them, and then they move up to try and like phase plant into the rapier.
Yes.
It's coming. It's happening.
Good stuffed rapier.
4.
So, I thought these guys advanced all the way from over here.
Yeah, yes. So I hit on 4.
Oh, 4.
I-
Gotcha. Duh. Alright,
So
cool.
I 2 save and 3 mortals.
Alright, does he
2
die?
save AP1. Enfin, you ignore.
Okay, he doesn't explode.
That's 2 more points. Then I guess it's going to be so shooting. So all those bikes. It's only 1 man. Oh. Yes. All the bike is going to go into the Space Marine.
Okay.
So D6.
How much does playing on this map a few times today
5d6
make you want to
also
just
in-
like
in-
boot up Dawn of War 1?
Yeah, hold me here. I think I need to think through this.
Not very much. It would take
already rolled the dice,
an
but
active god
you
to
only
make me
have
want
to
to
not
boot up Dawn of
go
War 1.
to the number of stuff.
But like you mentioned, StarCraft 2.
Yeah,
I'll play
no,
that,
go ahead.
sure.
Yeah, go ahead with the shooting. Yeah, I'm not gonna spend any.
25 shot.
I won't
Where'd
lie
you
that
start?
this was the StarCraft 2 space station maps were
Leading on
right in my head when I was
spread
playing
because
this
I did
one.
an advance.
What's your main, Zerg?
Yep.
Moving on.
Or are you gonna betray your Tyranid roots here?
I used to be Zerg. I don't know. The last I haven't played StarCraft 2 in ages, but I was okay at Terran for a while.
7 total.
I've been Zerg since 1996.
I was good at
4,
Zerg in
5,
1,
6.
but 2,
7.
I don't know. I just like couldn't get around it.
Looking for 3s.
I guess my APM's just not good enough to play Zerg.
There's 3.
I have to hotkey all the hatcheries.
Yeah,
It's too much
just-
work.
If you don't have APM, just play Protoss. Hit A, drag, click, and click on the map, and you'll win.
Then
I used to like when I watched competitive StarCraft. The Protoss mirror matches were always my favorite because they had the stupid explode,
Like
whatever the
Aldon.
things where that shot the bombs,
this guy.
eradicators or
those guys,
whatever they were.
The,
Purifiers.
The ones that came, like, out of Legacy of the Void?
Yeah, they're in Legacy of the Void. Yeah, they shot the really like slow moving.
The Death
explosives.
Jester you said?
Yeah, they got like, what's their name? They shoot this orb,
Yeah.
right?
Was it Purifier? I think it was Purifier.
Something like that.
Yes.
Did you ever see those like what was it? The machine learning AI.
Hitting on 2s,
Um,
winning on 3s.
What's the name of it? It's like
So you
it was the
have one
StarCraft
AP3, one
version
with-
of
The one at AP3.
the thing that like beat the Masters at Go,
Yes. The one at
and they
3,
applied that to
actually.
StarCraft, and it beat a bunch of like
So when
professional players,
Oh, yeah.
like best of tens.
Yeah.
This guy.
And
Yep.
half the time it was doing it, it was using that one unit because that one unit required intense APM, and it would just spike up to like
Dang.
7,000.
The
Yeah.
shadows, the
Yeah.
Yeah, just be like a wall of those things perfectly accurately shooting those
The
things.
transport is going to shoot into them as well?
Clarify, no, not Scarab.
who?
Scarab,
No,
that's
that was the
Starcraft
StarCraft
1
1 one.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it was the one from
I
StarCraft.
think you
I
can
don't
see
remember what it's
him
called.
if it's not seen. So 3 shots.
Yeah, I think.
What a goofy unit the Scarab was, though.
So 1 miss.
It's just pulling
There's a
itself
Reaver.
along by its
the,
mouth.
The Reaver shot.
Oh yeah, it shot
Scarabs.
Scarabs. Yeah.
Come on, everyone.
Whatever.
1 wound. Wait.
What? I'm Zerg main. The only thing I know those as is the slow thing that kills all of my other drones.
Oh, Disruptors. That sounds right.
So then,
Yeah, that's the
That
one.
sounds right.
Yeah.
That was the most exciting game to watch. That's the most exciting unit to watch
guess
because like
charging.
any time you could
So
just the
those
game could
two
just be
Scarab
over
players
because one of those
is going
shots
to charge
lands.
the aggressor
Yeah, it's like, oh, he's landed 2 of those and an
Yeah,
entire
so-
200
Yeah,
supply
yeah.
Terran
You
army
pop drops like
advantages.
50. Yeah. Well, I guess this game's
So-
over.
I mean, you're going to charge.
Yeah, it had all of the drama
Yeah.
of like this like the hidden
Rules
like
for
burrowed
Overwatch.
scarabs. Or not scarabs, banelings.
Yeah. Yes.
But unlike those, it actually
Overwatch.
happened
Baneling
at some
lying
point
around
in
the
history.
When you're looking, I put on new time, sorry, but I'm a little bit short on time. So.
Yeah, you can put it on my time. That's fine.
The perfect baneling burrow is just this like this
Yeah,
platonic
I
ideal
wanna
that has
know
never been
how-
realized in human
you
history.
do
Like
Overwatch multiple
they always
times?
explode and kill like
Do it
one
once.
marine if they don't scan ahead of
because
time.
it's a strat.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Unless that strat calls it out something different.
Or all the marines walk over the baneling
hey,
and just the
Trevor, so I'm
players
gonna
doesn't
ask you
hit
the
the button.
question.
And the
I was
commentators are just like
trying to ask.
crestfallen.
What's
So
up?
if he, I was gonna ask the question. I was trying to ask. So if he comes over here and I Overwatch with these guys, I can't not spend another Overwatch basically, with them. Because you only can spend the Overwatch stratagem once, correct? It's not multiple times.
Right. The Overwatch stratagem is once per phase. But if you have
Okay.
any other abilities that let you Overwatch,
So you can do a multiple watch. Okay, gotcha.
Yes, yeah. The Overwatch in general, just requires you to have something that says you can Overwatch, and one of the ways to do that is the stratagem. But there are other ways to Overwatch as well.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just want to make sure I understood that. Because basically I need to figure out how I'm going to get through with
Yeah,
this.
didn't they announce that they were adding units
This
that
is
would have
actually gonna be
Overwatch
really,
that they
really
can do
good
all the
play.
time?
I took the one and placed the one on the wrong guy.
But I
said
can
it
move
better, yeah.
through anyway.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's fair, but I was just thinking about placement, right? If you just charge both, that's okay.
You're not spending a CP?
I'm thinking about it. Sorry. But I said I'm okay with
No
it. being
problem.
The thing is, you're just gonna come in with the troop master next, so it's not gonna matter if you're born protectors. It comes out of it. Is that correct? I think so.
Yeah. So the Nick's currently deciding whether or not he Overwatches.
So then basically, am I
I
saving
think with his
3
aggressors, and
CP
he
here?
Salamanders potentially have two options, two ways to Overwatch in a turn, because they can born protectors to Overwatch as well, in addition to
guys
the
are
standard
aggressive.
Overwatch
Yeah.
stratagem.
I mean, the troop
No,
master.
no, he's
Does that allow the
big
same
one,
unit to
the
Overwatch
Twilight
twice?
Fang one.
But yeah, I was thinking about the players. He's got the Twilight Fang. right? So
I
he's
don't
just
believe
At the same
that you
time.
can
He's
trigger.
strength 5?
I don't think you can trigger multiple
Yes.
things at the
If
same
it's
time
3
off of
to
one.
damage.
Or multiple
If the
stratagems
first
off of
to fight, I
a
can make
single
him
Overwatch.
3
But if
damage.
you were charged by two different units, then you could Overwatch each time.
Did
Could a
you
unit
put
being
that
charged
on
not
the
trigger
previous
born
one?
protectors and also Overwatch?
Yeah, I won't spend the CP on Overwatch, so give it somewhere else.
I don't
The
believe
2
so.
caresses?
Yeah, you're fine.
The 5
Its born
are
protectors is
fine.
probably another unit being charged, right? It's not your own, so then it wouldn't
charging
make
both, huh?
sense anyway.
So I think just in 1 inch here.
No, you can born. You can
Okay.
choose yourself as the target
Oh.
of born protectors. Yeah.
And
Then I have no idea why you couldn't just
Yeah,
Overwatch
yeah.
twice at the same time with one unit.
just here. Touching the objective. 2 inches.
And let's take a look.
So if he survives, it will give me that point. And no. Do I am in 3 inches? No, I'm just out, so you cannot make heroic intervention. Then the Troop Master is going to charge.
Okay.
So
Who's the troop
you
master?
cannot avoid with this one. And I guess he's charging both because there is a nice place here where you can Because
well,
they're both.
I can still Born Protector him with this, right? So, I mean, I have to... What's his invul? Does he have a 3-up invul?
No, he has a 4-up invul.
Okay, so do I get lucky with... Oh, these guys can't see. He's within 6. Trevor, I only get 3 shots for the Eradicators. I don't get 6 in the Overwatch phase, correct?
Yes.
I don't know what Eradicators say. I'd have to read their data sheet.
Because it basically comes down to... You can put it on my time, right? So basically, I would get 1 shot.
Yeah, Eradicators double shoot only works in your shooting phase, yeah.
Right, and then I would probably wound, but you still have a 4 at 50-50. You're gonna use that CP to reroll. Still not worth it. All right, cool. Okay, go ahead.
So the
chances of me rolling 6s, is it?
For interest, I think it was just enough. Huh? Interest.
The failed charge?
No, it was a 4 in charge, I think. Because I declare both, so I can be in 1 inch.
Yeah, I think you're good.
And those bikes here is going to charge those guys.
Who are they charging?
The Assault Interceptor. 9.
Okay.
Go there.
I think Overwatch being an ability that is triggered by stratagems means that you wouldn't be able to use it twice. So even if you have multiple things that allow you to Overwatch,
and then
you're still only using the Overwatch rule still only just allows you to fire 1 time.
Okay.
It's the way, looking at it in the core rulebook, that's the way I'm reading it.
So you can only use 1 reaction on an event? Does that mean, like, say you're getting shot at, you can't use, like, multiple defensive strategies?
So, like, if I have 3 different things that say I fire Overwatch, then when I get charged, I fire Overwatch. And when you fire Overwatch, you attack it. You shoot with your ranged weapons.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like it's stacking the same trigger multiple times, which would not stack then on top of each other. It's like giving a unit an ability multiple times, right? So like the stratagem gives them the ability to fire Overwatch, and fire Overwatch says you shoot 1 time. But if you give the ability to fire Overwatch multiple times to the unit, they would not fire Overwatch 3 times. They still fire Overwatch 1 time.
What if someone charges you and you kill them in Overwatch, and then someone else charges you?
Oh, you can do that for sure.
Not enough.
Yeah, if multiple things charge you, then all bets are off. But you can't.
No, you can.
At least to my reading, you can't like be charged by a unit and say I'm gonna Born Protectors and use the Overwatch stratagem and shoot at that same unit 2 times with my guy.
I don't think I read that the same way. Like, if the Overwatch isn't an ability you give them, it's just the trigger of an event occurrence, and like it goes through the whole event, and then it would just trigger again.
I'm going to go first with the Troop Master. So I will spend 2 CP, so he's
Overwatch. So like Overwatch is keyworded basically, and Overwatch is fire your weapons at a unit that's charging you. Okay. And the way Overwatch works is that you have rules that gain the ability to fire Overwatch. You don't. Overwatch isn't a rule that says every time you're charged you
here. I'm gonna be
shoot all your guns. It says
stuck in my time.
You shoot your guns when you're charged, but only if you have a rule that says you can.
I'm gonna do 20 attacks.
Right? So giving you multiple rules that say you can doesn't stack the Overwatch keyword more than one time.
So can I get charged, Born Protectors, Overwatch, finish that sequencing, and then just use the Overwatch strat?
Or actually...
No. Because you would only able to respond to a charger with Overwatch 1 time.
5 attack each.
Well, I'm me if I interrupt.
Like multiple instances of being able to fire Overwatch doesn't mean you shoot all your guns multiple times. It just means you have multiple triggers of the same Overwatch roll that don't stack on top of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, only 1 can fight into them.
Yeah, but I'm more worried about these guys 3-up. Because basically, if I do... There's 20 attacks there. I don't get any reroll.
I wonder if that's been FAQ'd.
15 hits.
I doubt
I'll
it.
kill 4 or 5 guys, which is actually...
I do have a
all their
video.
mental energy for FAQs is just going to look out, sir.
I have a
Here.
video that I have mostly recorded
that'll
talking
limit
about
your half
basically
your
all of
damage
these like
here
weird corner
and do a good
cases in the
amount of
rules
damage here.
that probably need
Here, if I shoot, if I
errata.
kill 1 here,
And
how
this
many
is-
attacks
this
these
seems
guys
like
each
one of
have?
them.
These guys have 4
Yeah.
Because
attacks each?
I mean, I will admit that I think my rationalization is
Let me say
flimsy
the
at
first one is
best.
the one
Yeah, I still don't think I agree with it. I think you're just
Well, I can probably
creating
kill one,
you're
I can
creating
maybe kill
an
another
action
one.
that just occurs twice. They could be named the same thing,
I'll
but they're just
come
both
here,
happening.
But then it comes back down to is can I get back a heroic over here? I don't think I can. I think I'm just gonna have to eat it. So
I think most people would rule it your way
Look,
because
there's
that's
just, like, a
just dumb.
picture of Gilliman.
But like, you know,
Yeah, no Overwatch changes in the
I'm
rule.
gonna have to punish you in other
Who
areas.
knows?
it's not in there.
We're gonna, yeah.
Only with the 4, I guess.
gonna go with this for now.
because it's fine because you didn't charge with Overwatch. So one charge is here.
Yeah, if I Overwatch you wanna stop, well,
Yes.
Oh, looks like we're going for the Space Marines,
This guy is going to play
not
after.
the Servitors.
So you can still do your heroic intervention.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you're always gonna kill the Space Marines here.
More than trenches, I guess.
It just means it's harder to get out of line of sight of all the other shooting at that point.
You cannot do with the servitor back. Yeah.
correct, no, I cannot.
One. Oh, but only going to be 2 guys.
3 Marines are much more likely, or 5 Marines are much more likely to survive the.
Yeah,
This
Chad, I
guy
guess a good
Not allowed
two,
to
actually.
play
a
in
good
the-
comparison is like
there's
fighting in
a
the fight phase.
Servitor here, so it's only going to
Like,
be 2 guys into the
You
map,
can
I guess.
you can Overwatch for every
This
time
guy-
that you're
This
charged,
guy
but only if
basically
you have a
is
rule that
going
says
here,
you
so
can.
those 2 guys
And
will
like
fight.
there's
Okay.
triggers in the fight phase that
Allez,
allow you
so
to
I'm going
fight. Like either
I
you have a
said, so
fight
push
again
it
and
deep to
you've
fight with
you're
3
eligible to
damage
be
into
picked, or you
the-
charge that turn, or you're already within an
into
inch of an
aggressor.
enemy. But
So-
unless there's like a stratagem
9
that says
attacks.
you can fight again,
So
you can't be picked
So,
multiple
well,
times, even
just
though
wanna
you
make sure
have
I
multiple
understand.
stacks
So
of
nine
your,
attacks,
you have multiple
4
reasons that
wounds,
you
there's
can
no
be
reason to
picked.
transhuman.
Yeah, this just comes out of the fact that the game never describes what its trigger, like its system
Oh,
of
yeah,
triggering or
totally.
sequencing is, and there's no
He
description of
needs
what its
a-
stack looks like.
He needs a stack, yeah. For sure.
there.
Yeah, it always gets into
Yeah,
awkward
just,
situations, right, where like somebody's, you know, like, oh well, all these things trigger at the same time.
no,
So
I'm
like,
not
what
going to
order
avoid that.
do we declare them at?
And
Because
then
that's going to
4
influence the
wounds.
decision, and nobody knows.
Yeah.
You just kind of make it up as you go.
And then 4 wounds. So 3 rolling. So that's 5 AP3.
Alright, so...
There's like a weird ongoing question about whether or not those like rocket cars that fight twice
Yeah, 6 or 2.
fight again immediately.
No.
So they are all dead.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Hmm.
One live.
So he's going to pulling into the Troop Master. I
This,
guess.
That's the old Twilight
Then
thing
the
going
bike is
off
going to
there.
fight everything
Yikes,
into
he
the-
made it. He did it. He did the thing.
Oh, do you want to interrupt?
Yeah, I'm gonna spend 2 to interrupt over here.
Yeah, yikes.
This is like when the hero of the Kung Fu movie shouts the name of his move,
So, I'm gonna move this guy
Twilight thing.
over here.
and they're just like all the Space Marines just are like Nani, and then they all just like get disintegrated.
Yeah.
Over here.
Well, yeah, the True
Try and get
Master
him
jumped.
somewhere closer.
He like
Well, then
jumped
that does not
over
matter.
the
I'm just gonna move
aggressors,
him.
Yeah.
and then
Make
like
sure he's on objective.
bounded
Are you
back
base
to where he
I was saying
was.
that guy.
Before?
That guy
And the
needed to get
aggressors
this
were
one
like
out.
standing there, and
Their
then
faces
all of
back.
their heads fall off.
And then
I
this
said, like I said
guy
earlier,
is
like I
gonna
really
move here.
would have felt a lot more
This
comfortable
space
if they were one more like line of models back.
Yeah, I think
Um,
you're
Okay, so
you're definitely correct.
this does not matter.
No, so 21.
So I'm gonna spend 1 CP for +1 wounds. I'm gonna wound you on 2s.
Mon Dieu. Sacre bleu.
Sacre bleu.
Sacre bleu.
So 21 attacks.
Vachement.
6, 12, 18. 2.
Oh boy.
Hitting you on 3s. Ugh.
Ooh, no! The interrupt from the assault intercessors was a big ol' whiff. Oh, actually, he won it every time, so that's good.
Yeah, it's not that much of a
All right.
whiff.
Well, he was winning on 2s, in fairness. So, oh my god, he only kills 3
That
though.
was not worth it. Not fucking worth it at all.
That was terrible for.
You think the salamanders are really saddened by the
killed
fact that
one.
their own chapter symbol is being used as the
Oh,
the saves there?
No.
So
That was really unlucky.
Yeah,
those
that
assault
was-
intercessors should have
20 attacks,
hyper
winning on
punished those
3,
players.
Yeah.
A 3+ invulnerable save is good, but I mean, when you punch
and then
them like
winning on
20 times,
4,
you'll get a couple.
rerolling.
We do still have 2 sets of 3 Eradicators here, though, and 3 Inceptors.
This Harlequin army are not stat lines that Eradicators are really great at. Like, they'll kill maybe 2 Skyweavers when they shoot.
I mean, if they turn around and shoot this squad of 3, that's leaves them on 1 guy. That's like...
Yeah, I mean, the squad of 3
The Inceptors can fire at one of these other units.
Yeah, there goes the Skyweaver unit.
And I'm going
Oh
to
my
go
god, yeah, this was
the
just a hammer blow from this Harlequin's
that
army.
way.
I wasn't sure they were going to be able to
Yeah.
crack into this defensive position from Nick, but man, that Twilight Fang guy just
Then
absolutely
I'm going to
murdered
do my
the heart of the
You know
Salamander army.
The one time I think I would have said, this army should have a Judicar.
So that's 8 attacks.
Yeah, Judiciary would have been real gross right here.
Yeah. He's
Real
got the...
gross.
And he has the strat-based movement abilities to just get there and,
Not a lot.
like, initiate his ability. Like, this list does have a problem with, like, hammer blow close combat.
This guy was move 3. I'll activate these guys later, but yeah.
Like, Space Wolves, nah, get that guy out of there.
And
Yeah.
here they-
Yeah, it is
But,
interesting
but here-
that the list that made it this far, like a Judiciary, would have been extremely powerful against. Yeah, both Space Wolves and Harlequins.
See, I don't think the Space Wolves don't need it. They're just coded in 3-up invulns. Like, they take the
Well,
hit.
I mean,
but, like,
against
this army just
Space
folds.
Wolves, though. Like, you would love to have that
First I
guy
did
against the
look
Space
for
Wolves
myself
army.
because-
Oh, against the Space Wolves.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, heroic
I
idiot.
can't get away from the Troop Master, but yeah.
And then you just fight last
That's
and get
good
punched
if
in
I-
the face. And
That's good
with,
if I basically
you know,
if
Space
I do
Marines
the,
winning other
the
Space
attack
Marines on
of the
twos.
True Master in the
Yeah.
different color, but I do those when I come back to them after.
This is a bit of a clinic happening right
Yeah.
here.
yeah, holy
fine,
crap, man. Whoa. So, who's buying a Harlequin?
So
army
hitting
after
on
this?
3, 2, sorry, landing on 4 rerolling.
I was really worried for the Harlequins in this game. I think that I figured that they could play the hit and run game really well, but I had sort of assumed that they would have to give up too much to attrition, or in the late game, and kind of the heavy infantry on the side of the Salamanders coming in round 4 or 5 was going to sort of
This guy,
wipe them off the
this
center
guy
and take the
Then I guess
primaries. But
I think it was all down to the shape of the amoeba. I think the Salamanders needed to have like nothing in reserve. I think it was all about if they could get a single instance to leap out 12 inches and fire something into one of these Star Weavers or Skyweaver squads. They needed to kill one of these squads.
So 35, so that's still the 35 attack I rolled before.
yeah, and certainly the Harlequins
I
also
did on
benefit
trees,
from the terrain, I
so
think, as
those
well.
one are
Like
dead.
all the invitational maps are,
And then
at least compared to a real life
trees.
event, are relatively terrain heavy.
I'm moving on.
Um,
Sorry.
Hey,
And
I
that's
don't see how these
absolutely
players
helps
can
the
move on
Harlequins.
this objective. Sorry.
Sorry?
I don't see how these players can move on the objective here, like what you did here.
I think they're gonna just move.
Because I was in 2 inches, and this wall was in 1 inch of the aggressor, and I charged both, so I could put them like this. There was those there, and so I could put them there, and because I can move through models.
Okay, so you didn't do consolidate or anything there, right?
No, done yet. And I guess all I'm going to do, I'm going to not move basically.
Okay, gotcha. Just making sure I understood.
Yes, and I delete. I don't remember. Now, can I see my last roll? So there was 6-1. There was 3-4. Sorry. So I delete 3. No, it was the 5. Sorry, what I delete some dice without doing anything. So I delete 2 dice, 2 5. Sorry. So I have 2 5 here.
Okay. Yeah, I trust you.
But I check into the last roll thing like this, and it was 4. So it was well, no, it's changed. I guess last 5 roll it was 6-1, 2-2, 2-3, 2-4, 2-2, 2-5. That's so here, and then I reroll everything. So all of that, sorry.
So these are to hits, correct?
No, it was 2 wounds. The hit.
Okay.
And then 2 wounds. So all of that no EP into the intercessor.
I also like this play of just sinking these players in.
They're dead.
Yes.
And
No, they are going
they
to
just killed
filling
all those
into.
guys. I was sort of assuming
sinking their fit directly into the chest of their opponent.
I was sort of assuming he was mentioning it. He was swinging with blades here, but I guess there are.
And basically with those guys, I'm going
but
to do nothing.
that was going to just stymie
So
the forward momentum of the salamanders, because one thing that this Harlequin army could have for this Harlequin army is that it has committed really hard here, and it could just lose all the characters and like some optimal rolling from the salamanders, and it just kills everything but one unit of Skyweavers basically, and they're like, hey, we're back at the game. But there's just the 3+ invulnerable save on objective 3, just engaging everything is really annoying. It helps also when they just murder like 5 intercessors also.
We lose 3, so I could lose on a 6.
Yeah, the big down risk of laying a big sloppy Harlequin's kiss directly on the face of your opponent is they just hit you back. Like you just go, you're under the threshold of damage you need to do, and then like
2 attack space.
You're expensive and not that resilient. Their natural attacks back just like start picking you up.
Yeah.
So continue on 3s.
But this was this is quite a kiss.
Master Artisan here. And then moving you on 4s, Master Artisan here.
I don't know how they deal with this this backup 5 Skyweaver squad too.
Oh my god!
I know, it's crazy that
I'm going to roll that
Liam has been able to accomplish this much and keep a Skyweaver squad in reserve, basically. Like, holy crap, dude.
Fine. And basically I'm going to fight again for my 3 last CP.
Okay.
So that's 8 attacks. Hopefully we managed to kill it now. So maybe now I can, because no, I'm still far away from them. 8 attacks, hitting on 3s, 1 miss, wounding on 4. So only 2 saves.
Alright, so I need 1/5 here.
Yes.
I don't get it.
Alright,
that's big. Alright, so you stop me from 5.
So I scored domination for 6 points, 9 points.
Yeah.
And you score no points this time.
Yep, I don't score any 5 points here this turn.
Oof. Big oofs.
Alright, so this is a little rough.
Yeah, it's unfortunate as well that just this 3+ invulnerable save is so oppressive right now.
Yeah.
Because it's unlikely that these Inceptors can just like punch their way out of this Harlequin unit this turn too. That said, everything
one bike squad there though.
Probably but that player unit is just about to die.
This guy cannot get blocked.
We're gonna hope that their invulnerable saves don't go ham, and the Eradicators like can just vaporize everything in their path. Obviously, I also like we've mentioned this in the past, but the Rapier Carrier, its solid shot version is like really well suited to kill Skyweavers because it's a flat 3 damage strength 8 gun.
Yeah.
So with some luck, it will actually just plant like 2 Skyweavers in the dirt.
I had a moral test, so on a 6 I lose 1 more.
And they are reaching the point where the bike captain is just like...
On a 6 I lose, I fail my moral test because I lose 3, but...
That's all they got left. They have to do something to shoot him.
So...
Yeah.
Yeah, we start seeing things bounce off of this guy.
Oh, I forgot to do litanies. Holy shit. No, I did.
No problem. No. It was... did they go maybe onto the aggressor?
Players forgetting that they did not forget to do litanies.
I think I did the heroic intervention in the aggressor piece, so I think it's fine. Alright, this is a problem. I'm actually gonna move these guys more over here. I can still get domination. I have to deal with this. Deal with this. I have to deal with this. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Okay, this guy is going to pistol. The primary lieutenant's going to pistol into these guys. He's got 2 shots. He hits on 2s. He hits twice. He's going to wound on twos, threes. This. It is straight
Trap. You have Mask of Arcadian. Oh, that's good.
So the bike captain's gonna fire into those Harlequins.
Yes.
4 shots. 4 wounds.
And dice.
Okay. Alright, let's do this guy. These Eradicators are going to fire 3 shots into the Troop Master here, the Twilight Fang. So we're still in tactical. So Master Anderson here. So 2 hits. For 2s. 2 wounds. Alright, doing this again. Master Artisan here. 2 wounds.
Kill 1.
Through. Take the highest damage. 6 damage. Awesome.
Oh, there goes Twilight Fang guy. That is not that shocking.
Sometimes when you trade up 6 times your cost to win a assault phase,
Fire his pistol.
you get
Skyweaver here.
You get killed by Eradicated. You get eradicated. You get totally
You pick up-
obliterated.
Oh,
you get like a slushy, you walk off the table, you sit on a
Yeah.
lawn chair, and you just kind of like rest for a
Three.
bit.
Like, all right, guys, you're up now.
If you want.
Go get them, everyone else.
1 is dead.
You got no CP to fight.
No.
Go back.
Oh.
I feel like I just come in here and clobber. Alright, these 6 Eradicators are going to fire to these Skyweavers.
Yep.
So needing 4s rerolling. 3 hits. For 2. 3 wounds on the Skyweaver.
Yep.
You go through.
You go through.
The first one kills
Mhm.
1. Second one kills 1. Kills both. That kills all the Skyweavers here. Quad mortar.
This punchback's definitely not immaterial.
The Harlequins.
Yeah, definitely. I think we have to assume that basically everything from the Eldar that commits is going to get killed.
Yeah.
And for 3.
But what gets hit next by this
Where are the
Skyweaver unit?
Yeah, by the Skyweaver Death Squad.
Yeah, they hit like the
Or-
Eradicators and this Chaplain,
Stars,
Yeah.
probably, because that's within range.
like 3 wounds.
Maybe
Chat, you can find lists at tts40k.com/invitational.
Yep. Also linked underneath the video.
Yep, it's in the description as well.
Yeah, when you jump out and fire the haywire into the server just to knock them off of 4, then you just like
Yeah, you need a shot on it. I guess you
Blitz
could
into
make
Eradicators.
that happen.
These Eradicators.
Yeah,
are
going to the
gonna
Eradicators.
into
It is with no Troop Masters on the table.
Maybe
We
the
still have one
Chaplain
Troop Master,
here.
actually.
Yeah.
This one did not die.
This guy?
He might get punched by a Thunderhammer and die, though.
Makes it on a 9.
But I think the Skyweavers actually might
The
have a little
Eradicators
trouble
are gonna
killing
go into
Eradicators.
Those players.
in combat.
Yeah, because they're tough as 5, so they're wounding in 5s, which is a
For
little weapon
7.
awkward.
Yeah.
And that's fine with the Cartographer of War reroll, but if they don't have that, it's a little dicey.
They're not a bad wrap target though.
Got no CP.
Like we don't have the
This
CP
primary
for them
unit's gonna
to
go
evacuate back out.
into These players.
Okay. You can charge.
That would prevent the other Eradicators from firing as well as the Inceptors.
A 9. The captain is going to go on. Why do I have 4 wounds? Why do I have 4? I haven't taken a wound on the captain at all.
Okay. Yes, I didn't remember myself putting some wound onto you. So
Yeah.
it's fine.
I wondered why there was damage there on him. Captain is going to go into the Troop Master and the player. Makes it on a 7.
So is there still a player unit inside of this Star Weaver back here? So there's another push up they can do.
And then the Eradicators are going to go in.
Yeah, it looks like Purple Squad is still in the Weaver. Yeah. So, yeah. Although I don't think Purple Squad has anything good. I think they're just a bunch of knives. Yeah. Oh, they have a couple kisses actually. Just kidding.
I mean, even knives, you just touch these Inceptors, that shuts them off for a shooting phase.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so you
mean,
have
we're
nowhere
at a
to
stage
interrupt
where
or
we need to
anything
sort
like
of
that, correct?
solidly control these objectives rather than
Okay.
I'm trying to think of ways of protecting the Skyweaver squad, like kind of victory laps.
Oh, for sure,
These
yeah.
Eradicators first over here because it's easier. So 3, 6, 9, 10 attacks.
Man, the primary lead is so insane for
Yeah.
Harlequins, though. Oh my gosh. Or the secondary lead, excuse me. But also, denying 5 primary points is going to be a big deal, because this game is going to come down to it, I think. Both players at 15
on threes.
while we stand as well.
Master Artisan. So 3 wounds
So
so far.
they both potentially have 15 points they could be grabbing.
2 die. They both die.
Yeah, so we kill the rest of these Harlequin players, and I wonder if the
Okay.
Skyweavers almost want to come in on the Chaplain. Like,
Well, that's what I was saying before, right? They
Okay.
try and hit almost both.
Yeah.
These Eradicators are gonna activate.
well, they want to kill the Chaplain. I think they're probably fine getting punched
Kill the
by
Chaplain and
Eradicators.
yeah, kill the Chaplain and base the Eradicators.
'Cause
You can wrap them too.
Yeah, exactly. Although they don't get their +1 attack next turn.
You're on
They
threes, you're rolling.
Can they fall back in charge? I don't believe that they can, but I don't
I
remember.
think they always can.
Winning you on threes, you're rolling 1.
It's just an army-wide roll.
Ooh, a lot of sixes. No, they're not dead.
Yeah, they can fall back and shoot in charge. Yeah. So they, you
Move-
could
Move
definitely
in, shoot the servitors off of 4, charge
Yeah.
the Chaplain, kill him, and then just wrap it and
Yeah, I
eradicate
like that. I like that
Here.
play. 100%. Shooting
Fight
the
Captain,
servitors
Troop
off of
Master
4, and then also if you stick around, I guess the only thing you have to worry about is the bike captain coming in. You may want to even advance and then give them the 3+ invuln save.
4 hits when you on 2s.
At that point, even if the salamanders elect to spend the CP they
wounds.
regenerate to desperate breakout, you still are pretty hard to kill.
You can also advance this Star Weaver with troops in it to the other side of this like central obstacle. Just like turn it sideways, block the bike from coming in.
Can you do that because you are more far?
Then you're materially threatening objective 4 with an obsec unit that can just like walk onto it next turn.
Yep. That's fair. Then I'll just do like that, go closer, and go that way.
This bike captain is going to be a problem, like we said before, for this
that will give
this Harlequin's army, though. Like, basically, the
Yeah.
only thing that could ever damage it is the Shadow Seer.
And he's also, that Shadow Seer is
I'll give you
eminently
3 for
assaultable right now.
domination.
Oh, yeah, that Shadow Seer is going to have to be a little bit worried.
That goes
Not to mention that Shadow Seer is a while we stand target, so we need that guy to stick around.
Yeah, that guy should be delicately nestled in the crook of the wing of this Star Weaver right now.
Yeah, so should get 5 points for the Harlequins. For round 4, it's coming down to it. Oh my god, this game is so crazy. Harlequin's only up by 10 so far, so it could swing back if the Salamanders come back really strong. But man, if we start killing characters out of the Salamanders army and denying that while we stand, it's gonna get ugly really quick.
Yeah.
That was bottom of 3, so we're going into top of 4 here, chat. Also, only 12 minutes left for Liam, although we're going to give him a little extension because Nick accidentally got a little bit of extra time at the start.
Also, I don't think the following on combat phases will probably be a lot faster than the previous.
Yeah. 12 minutes to resolve 2 rounds should be fine.
5, 6 on the objective, so there is no way I can go and make that. I guess.
You really want to just get rid of that rapier because there's at any one point the chance it could just sink a bunch of wounds into a character that's not being look out for it and then accidentally kill it.
I get the feeling that rapier also is just going to have to walk into objective 4, assuming they shoot at these servitors.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the whole thing can move without penalty. but it is gonna have to walk up. But I would like to see those
to make him -1 to
Skyweavers pick it up at some point. Because as soon as you kill that thing, that's 2 more points.
So
Yeah.
For bring it down.
Only go like that here.
Which is a big deal.
This Troop Master is... You know that meme with the Simpsons kid where he just says, "I'm in danger."
And go.
Which Troop Master?
Sorry, Shadow's here.
Oh, yeah.
That the chaplain just is like aiming at.
So this guy has
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, the bike is a bike, so it has to go around the wall, so it's probably not going to be charging him this turn.
Yeah.
In 21.
And realistically, because it has to go around this building, it may have a tough time charging onto Objective 2 as well.
Are we measuring to turn off Overwatch now?
Going to be like 3 like
Yeah, I guess he
this.
does have to be worried about Overwatch. This is a phase in the game where like a spike to Overwatch can just
Yes,
end the game.
something like a
immediately.
temperature
It's
on
like, oops, I
them.
killed 2 Skyweavers on your turn.
This
Like,
guy
alright,
is
well, this
going
game's
to
over.
move to the way, because if you go into this guy, it's not a problem.
Could you just get this troop unit out and just have them blitz across the table? I guess not now that they moved the transport, but have them smash into the Eradicators?
Yeah.
And 12, so this guy can quick see through. Then this guy is also. I guess I have a plan.
Uh-oh.
So this guy will move
Liam has a plan.
back here, just in 24, those guys. Just holding this objective.
Yeah, I don't think we can afford to leave Objective 1.
You know what?
Yeah,
Before that, there was 1 unit of troop. He was like here. I'm going to go out with the unit of troop and advance.
Okay, we're going to drop the troops out of the Star Weaver.
The advance roll is a 6. So
Ooh, with a big 6 on the advance. Jeez. So they're going to go 17 inches from that Skyweaver? Or the Star Weaver?
If they get broken nexus, they're just smashed across the battlefield too.
so I'm at 14 basically. So
Are we going? Yeah, we're going for the
we
Inceptors here.
cannot make
I don't think we want to tap the characters though.
except
That would be
heroic intervention
be
of
unfortunate.
6 also.
No, I cannot.
I need to go a little bit faster. Okay, so basically
Yeah, movement block might be the play here from these guys. Yeah, it looks like that's what we're doing. If we can tag Objective 3, I guess they were maybe just out of range.
do I mean 17?
But they also have to
Yes,
make sure
we
that they're
can
not
move a
getting
little bit
intervened.
closer because I guess this guy is going to move
I think not
here.
throwing the Inferno pistols onto these guys is the right call, because I don't even know a situation where they ever would have been able to shoot them.
Move
Oh, the
here,
fusion pistols? Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Move here.
No, Liam's talked to us about it, that option, that choice
So
in the
idea is
past.
to be more than 3 shots with everybody.
Yeah, I think you're there.
And he basically said that these
And then, so
5-man
I'm going to move
trooper
here,
units
so
are entirely designed
guess-
to stand on an objective for 1 turn and die. So adding fusion pistols to them just makes them more expensive things that will
and
immediately
this-
die.
this guy
Yeah, and like
is
the,
also-
during your turn you blitz out, fire them. You're not there on your next firing phase anyway.
Yeah.
This guy is going to go in 21.
So that's going to block Objective 3
Yes,
from
and
Nick.
then 24,
If the
25.
Skyweavers go over and clear
And
Objective
broken
2, Nick's back down to
22,
5 primary
24.
points.
Yeah,
And
then
he doesn't really have anywhere to
okay.
go to threaten Objective 1.
And then
Yeah.
those back are going to move.
Yeah, I really like this play, to be
22,
honest.
And I'm going to use my CP basically to I'm going to move 22 like this.
So, yeah, and then I
And
think
I'm
we
going to
may
use
be
my
going for the
CP
chaplain
and
here
then
to try to
second
deny
one.
those, well, we
Oh, they all died.
Do I just back?
Yeah, Liam,
can do
he's
that.
basically just spent his CP that he regenerated.
Then the
I think he's giving these guys the invulnerable save.
The shadow
He
save is
just
going to
Makes
go
sense.
right into the eradicator.
Oh, maybe he's not. He just added it.
Yeah, if he can kill these servitors,
Still with the
I
fire, I'm
mean,
going to use the CP
that gives the
again.
Salamanders no
The rollback.
points. Assuming he makes the charge against the chaplain
Goes
here,
off, so D3.
because
One
they're
more
being
command.
Oh my
obsect
god, I keep reading
right now
this.
on 3.
Let
I mean, you just got to sink
continue
3
battle
dudes
on
onto
the
2 to contest that if you kill the chaplain, and there's nobody on
There's
4.
no reason to reroll. So that goes off. it doesn't go off, but reroll hits goes off.
And he's going to do a smite on 7. Goes off, so D3.
Yeah, that troop move out was great.
So
Just a straight up 5-point deny.
And shooting the transport is going to shoot into the eradicator as well. So 3s.
This is the Star Weaver?
Yes. And 3s. So 1 AP3, 1 no AP, and 2 no AP, sorry.
The AP3, 6 up, 6 wound, and then 2 AP zeros, basically. There's a guy.
And 1 on 1 wound. Because I did 2 mortal wounds.
Yeah.
I did 2 mortal wounds with the smite.
Oh, you did 2 mortal wounds. Okay.
Yes, 2 times 1, so the digester into them. So yeah, so 1 no AP.
What's this? From where? The death
the digester into the eradicator.
What's hit the Eradicators this turn so far?
I think it's a Star Weaver and a Death Jester.
Yes. I'm normally in 21, so I'm fine. That's
Okay,
fine.
I've just been shooting at it. You just spent you've just spent the 1 CP to reroll the cast on the Shadow Seer, right?
Yes. And 1 CP to give them a trap involved because I regained the CP.
You regened with Twilight Player? Okay, great. Awesome.
Yeah. There's not much to do about that.
Then the 5 bike is going to go into the...
Easy game. Just start at 0, spend 2 CP. Whatever, man.
Yeah. I mean, it feels pretty good.
So yes, that's a lot. So 25. Yes, I have to speed up a little bit because...
Alright, who's he firing out the Skywalkers?
the
Is it the
servitor.
Servitors or is it the Eradicators?
So on 4 because I advance. What's the toughness on Servitor?
Yeah, we're shooting at servers.
3.
Okay.
Oof.
Yes, AP1.
That is
Oof.
brutal.
You are not...
And the Servitors do not get the Salamander ignore
Yeah,
-1, right?
They do not get chapter tactics.
So what is he even rolling for then
Oh,
there?
bam! Well, they have a 4+ armor
you
save,
have
so
a
they
4.
actually...
Oh, it is, you're right, it is the 4.
Oh, man, they survive it?
Well, not necessarily. They have leadership 6.
And then the
no,
bike
yeah,
is
that's
going
fair.
to charge into the...
That's 3. Yeah, 4+ they could die. Ooh,
the
that's so
chaplain
exciting.
into
Holy
the...
crap.
Yeah.
And the eradicator.
And we already determined there's no
You cannot
CP
override
rolling
the
leadership
eradicator
anymore.
because I hit
And they do
Correct.
not have initial none of fear.
Yeah, they just gotta
Oh.
eat it.
hitting 8, so... I'm going to go
Alright, here is
full
the
into
charge.
chaplain.
Hey, wait, Liam, I don't think you could have made here. I thought with this. Because that would
He moved
be...
a little bit. He moved a little bit. It was something like this, and I roll a 6. No, so I'm getting 17 because I can go out of transfer and then move a little bit. I guess that. Sorry, I put on your time because I don't have it a lot of time.
Okay, yeah. Alright, no.
The idea is to be more than 3 inches.
Okay, but I don't know...
If you want, I can be you have the objective anyway because you have you obsec guys, but
Well, I'm not obsec though. Like if you're on the... Like I'd stop you from being on the... If you're gonna be on the objective, I can heroic intervene though. Like that's the concern.
okay, well, I guess. Are you sure? Because I'm here.
But I don't know...
Yes. I'm here. I still touch
Yeah, and I could go there.
and here I go back a little bit
Yeah, you can't. You're not within
No.
3.
and I'm still touching. I was something like that, and I roll so I can move 17 from the transport. So that's quite a lot because I roll a 6 on the advance and the 3 from disengage.
Yeah, I guess you're basically out. I guess you're there then. But okay. Maybe I just got off guard with that.
So the bike here. The chaplain is one of you while we stand we fight, I guess. So
Yeah.
I'm going to put everything into the chaplain. So 20 attack. Being on trees.
That wasn't great.
Yeah, so the Star Weaver, I'm just going back through
That was better, though.
through the turn here. The Star Weaver was the previous turn was basically up
pinballs.
against his wall. So 17 from there is
dead no matter what.
was
I did.
easy. He measured. He rolled a 6, so he could had a 14-inch move. And
then you
I
have
remember
a
the
moral
measurement.
test
He
on the
measured
servitor.
14
They are
from the
pretty low.
Skyweaver, from
Yeah.
where it was. So it looked like he was going to be out, but he's actually going to
Yeah.
be 3 inches more because of the
Well, these
pile
are
out. So I think
accurate,
he's actually
right?
fine
I
here.
don't think it matters.
Yes, you can go it. I have a trapping up. I have only 3 minutes and 4 seconds left. So.
Yeah,
So
Liam,
that
I'm not
chaplain
gonna
just
fuck
got
around this then.
glaived.
That's a big one.
The Eradicators.
Funny, what is Zephyr is a soft, gentle breeze.
2 wounds from the Eradicators.
3 up involved.
And that was more of a strong gust kind of glaive.
Yeah, that was like a kind of like a raging series of just like hammer blows by an
Raging
axe.
hurricane.
So you're gonna get. I'm assuming you're gonna get domination points. You got 3 here.
Not going for a wrap
I
here
think
though.
it's 1 CP to not take the morale check and pass.
It's 2.
Is it 2? I thought they changed it.
That's
to
2 CP.
No, it's the same as before. But
Yeah.
you can only.
That's been 2 CP
I
for
thought it was
3
only
If
one.
only there was a
Only
tech
once per
priest,
game.
it would be
Oh.
leadership 9 right now.
Yes, no, it's 2.
Oh, they're okay.
He's fine.
All right.
Oh,
He scores
that was
5.
scary.
Do I score domination?
These are obsect, right?
Yes.
These are not.
Okay. Even you captain?
Captain's not obsect.
It's also
Okay.
not on the objective.
Okay, so I scored 3 points and you only have 5.
Someone gained 5 this turn. Whoa,
Uh,
whoa.
no, this is different.
Yeah, don't take a whole turn away from me.
High scoring game here today.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, what a knockdown dragout fight from these players.
Yeah,
Um,
3 to dominate.
Yeah, and all 3 while we stand targets
Think it's-
safely tucked away in the Harlequin deployment zone. It is unlikely that we see any of them get taken out.
Yeah.
Maybe we just we spend that CP, we just Crucible the Rapier Carrier and try to Hail Mary into
Yeah.
the Starweaver. Like, I don't know. Get out of here. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this unit of
Where's it go?
Skyweavers just chilling over here is just
5.
gonna be so brutal for the Marines.
Yes,
Like,
here.
Yeah, he's walking these 2 out of combat. He did not save the CP for the pursuit.
for
Yes, that is good.
for the shoot
Yeah.
when they fall back. Strap.
And
No, the one where you follow 6 inches.
It can only
after
be used
someone
on
falls.
on actual troops, not.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's only
Okay.
troop units.
Yes, we
The
got it.
troop with an E, troop A units.
Each of these bikes has 2
Okay.
true pays in it.
Yeah, that's true. 2.
They didn't go for the wrap
pays.
either.
Only 1 2 pay though.
I
I
didn't know
think
that
honestly
they
he was
were.
just worried about time. I think, and he just
Yeah.
didn't consolidate that unit. I think that was maybe just a misplay on the ramp. We'll see if how much that comes into play here.
All right, so how can the Salamanders pick back up this,
Yeah,
this
so
score
they're-
here?
They're
All right.
the Carligans already
right
gave
here's
themselves
gonna
10
fire
for
in
what we
here.
stand.
Oh, I gain a CP.
So that is why they're 10 points up right now. But if the so it should be 45 to 57 right now,
Basically on
basically.
4s.
Um, I don't think that the
Three,
Harlequins
1, 2s.
can ever contest an objective again, right? Like, there's no way.
3 wounds.
All their stuff is going to be dead.
Think these Skyweavers will die?
What?
You think the Skyweavers are dead?
Awesome.
Most
Awesome,
likely.
the CP reroll here for
Ooh.
5 damage.
CP to kill a... Yeah, there's 1 dead from the first the Eradicator unit, and then we got 4 shots from the quad, the Rapier Carrier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
Keep him there again.
they just get pinged
Great.
up a little bit, I guess.
2 hits. Reroll 1s for the
No,
lieutenant.
not that hard.
2 wounds.
So,
Ooh,
One
yeah,
wound.
yikes.
No, never mind.
How much damage? 6 kills another one.
can you use the CP to reroll? No.
Say that again? Yeah, I did use it. You
Until
already-
101 I know I already won that.
You already regen.
Yes.
Alright, Repeat Carrier is going to fire his 4 shots into.
Yes.
So hitting on 4s.
It doesn't look like the Inceptors are outside an inch of the players. They probably just have to scoot forward, but they only moved. I don't think they moved their full distance.
Another one died.
Like worst case scenario, this dude would just have to be here instead of here.
My captain is just going to fire his 4 bolter shots there. Reroll. 4 hits.
So 3 Skyweavers dead to the heavy guns here.
So 3 wounds on those troops.
At the very least, that means that the Eradicators now contest that objective, so it won't really matter anymore.
Oh, I mean, until they get shot.
The lieutenant hits twice, wounds on 3s.
Who, the Eradicators?
Yeah.
1 more wound.
Well, even then, like, who cares, right?
And then I'm just gonna fire the.
I mean, it keeps them from being on more than half of the objectives.
Yeah, that's true. I guess it could.
They're all dead.
It could. We could see 1 more domination from the Harlequins. That's definitely true. For the max 15.
Don't get domination this time.
If I control more than half.
Yes, so you control only 2.
Contested.
Yes, so you don't control more than maybe.
Did we get morale on the Skyweavers?
Say it again, Trevor.
Did we roll morale on the Skyweavers?
Yeah.
Yes, I just roll morale now, and I roll a 3.
Okay.
Well, and you lost 3. If you
on the 6, I will fail.
Yeah, I don't have any more shooting, so yeah, might as well roll for it.
I just roll it. I roll a 3.
Did you? I didn't see that. Sorry. I see it in the log result. I didn't know you did that, Liam. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
So we still have 2 Skyweavers left. They can just hop over to 4.
I guess.
Kill the.
My turn is going to be
rapier.
very simple.
Yeah, I think. I mean, yeah, you just kill the rapier.
All the guys are going to go into the car.
Yeah, I mean.
Starweavers just fired at this Eradicator squad on 2.
Time, so like, don't worry about timing out. So it's fine. Like I would just give you my time. I think you win this, right? Because you're gonna score 10. I think we can just call and walk it through. You're gonna score 10.
I'm not scoring 10 right
score 5.
Only 5. Huh? I only score 1 at the beginning.
5. I mean, I don't think I can catch you for while we stand, while we fight. So you're gonna get 15 there. You're not going
basically what I'm going to do there is come with the Skyweaver and basically try to move everything into them to kill. Basically, I will put everything into the 2 Marine, because if I kill the 2 Marine, that's fine. So
yeah. So if unless you whiff there.
Is this Death Jester on number 1 actually dead?
I'll get 10 here for while we stand, while we fight. I'll get 3 for domination. That'd be 12.
No, if I don't, if I whiff, yes.
Well, I'll get 10 here because I'll have 2 guys here.
Yes, but and you're probably going to advance them and to go here. So yes, you probably will have 15. Yes, no suicide.
Yeah, but I don't think. Problem is I can't get anything.
Yeah, so like best case scenario for Marines, it looks like we could get.
Choose stay the Starweaver is not why we stand. No, the non-why we stand we fight.
Low 6s
here.
Or low 60s.
And basically just advance with the 2 characters and then basically move dot here. I think I'm still pretty out of charging range of this guy. And this guy that could move 10. So with 10 you don't. Yes, with 10 you got that. So I guess if I move a good movement, I move maybe a little bit too fast.
Yeah, but I can't. I mean, even if I get a 14 here, I mean, I can kill this, but this doesn't do anything.
Yes, that's true. So you will only score 10.
Yeah.
You just actually play this out. I mean,
yeah, we're at the play
here.
No, because this turn you failed. So you fail 1 turn, you can only play.
Good old talk out hammer.
Max I can get 10.
Is this? Wait, is this? Are these the same players as when we watched? No, that was what guarded.
Yeah, that was Wolf Amibu and Phil Barfoot. Yeah. They had a 20-minute talk out for the last round of the game.
Yeah, so they could talk out how like 2 actions would take.
Yeah, even if I get 15. So you win. Good game.
Ooh,
That's
going to be Nick Rose winning and advancing to the final, or Liam, excuse me.
Yeah, I don't know what I could have done different. I mean, I think I just had a couple of things go south.
Beating Nick Rose. Excuse me.
But I think, to be honest, for me, Salamanders, this list is not a bad matchup. I thought that the list was good. I was confident when I come to play this list.
Well, I was hoping the Tempest would do a lot more. Like, the 2 Tempests getting caught here from you coming through and me failing saves, that hurt because I lost a lot of firepower holding them back. That didn't help.
Chat, let us know if you have any questions for the players while we do the wrap up as well.
I mean, I don't think there was anything else I could have done here. Anything else I could have done here? I mean, Harlequins are just actually a really bad matchup for me. I think I could have dropped here. I could have shot the quad launcher back here, but I think the bigger thing was me just losing the aggressors, and I don't know how else I could have stopped that. Right? Maybe if I killed the other 2 guys, so you didn't have that other charge with those 2 guys, that probably. So I didn't clean up real well, which is probably the big deal.
Yes, it was a very close game. This moment was very intense because it was a long time to think about. That's why I took most of my time. Because thanks for the game, I mean, it was very, very cool.
Yeah, I just don't know what I could have done different. I mean, maybe I misdeployed the infiltrators here. I should have put them further back, but I was worried about the webway, or not the webway, but the pass from the one where he bring the 3 characters in.
Yes.
Like, so I wanted to keep them out here. I was fine with the scouts doing here. I probably put the storm. I should have put the storm over here so I could contest here or here. Because I just gave free shots here anyways.
Yes.
But Harlequins is just a fucking horrible matchup for Salamanders. Actually, I think for Marines. Because you're going to come in and I can't interact with you, right? Like, I have to stay up like a porcupine.
Yes. I took the center, but I basically did my thing to not let you score points. And yes. But it was a low-scoring game, but I guess.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised you picked while we stand, while we fight. I figured you would have gone for...
No.
Domination, I get, bring it down. Like, we figure out the same thing. But I don't know what else...
Assassinate is not so good against this list because there is only 2 characters that I'm going to sacrifice, but the 3 other is going to stay alive. Maybe erase the. I don't know what you could take as, but it was not the best one. I don't know which one is better, but
I don't
maybe kill more than me.
Yeah,
I'm not sure you kill more.
Well, I don't think I can take that one.
Yes, because you are wife with time is fight. So
yeah, but I still think it's the best one, right?
Yes, that's true. Yes.
Yeah, I also, this being Hammer and Anvil kind of sucks, I feel like, a little bit.
But yes. But I guess on if I have on a lit this, it's better for me this one, but this one is still good for me because I can be very more aggressive because most of my unit can move out the map in one turn. But yes, that's true that.
Well, I think also, I mean, the train piece, like, even if you were here or here,
you made a big mistake turn 1. Why did you not take this deployment zone? I didn't understand.
I didn't take this deployment zone because I thought about it, but like this piece, I worry about you coming over here and then jumping and charging, and I can't do anything about that.
Yeah,
that was my concern, right? Because now maybe I should have moved up and you come through here and you can't do everything you need to, but I don't think that would have mattered, right? And then I think you could still go over here because you could still place your guys here. So I was also worried about you having like 5 troops or things cuddled up in here.
Yes.
So then you're fighting this. I can't do anything about it, and you're using the walls against me. So I didn't really like that. And I figured with the Skyweavers, I mean, I don't have any interact. You can still jump 15, 22 inches back from here or from here. So I can't really stop that. So I figured it'd be better for me to get more true line of sight onto the objectives.
Yes.
I kind of feel, I mean, maybe this train's a little bit heavy in a sense with these two, but I don't know if that would have changed. I mean, I think it comes down to is I left those 2 players alive and I shouldn't have.
Yes, but the quad mortar is not very effective against me. Enfin, I don't, allez, because you wound me on 4, so you make 8 shots hitting on 3, so it's maybe 6 wounds, 6 hit, and then it's hitting, wounding on 3s, so allez, 4 wound, and then I saved 2, there was 4 guys, so I think statistically you kill only 2 players on 4, but yes.
Yeah, and that's exactly the 2 players I need to kill.
Yeah, yes, after. I think you shoot into. Yes, you shoot the rapier into the guys.
Turns I should have shot there. I think that's the big mistake. But I mean, the rapier carrier is there just to kill little shit. I mean, he's there to stop stuff that I can't get shots on that I need to go away. So I'm not expecting the rapier carrier to do much of anything else. I mean, actually, to be honest, a Judicar probably would have been amazing because the Judicar can handle right in the middle of the aggressors. And you come in, the Judicar would be like, no, and then you would not be able to charge the aggressors. Probably would have been a better list.
What kind of beautiful genius would have said that while casting?
All right, but I don't think there's anything else I could have done differently. And I just had a couple dice rolls that go south that just kind of built up, I think.
Oh, but I guess the game was pretty average. I didn't say like last game I kill a whirlwind with 1 bike, and to be honest, that didn't happen here because when I see the Scorpius, it's statistically that I kill half and a half, 1.5 with 5 bikes. It's not that thing will happen, but statistically I do something like 8 when I hit on 3s. I do something like 8 mortal wound plus 3 or 4 saves, so AP1. So yes, maybe the 3 ones was not expecting, but I'm still doing something. If you do the 5-up, I'm still probably killing 1 and a little bit more. So
yeah, I guess the other thing that threw me off, Liam, is I was expecting you to be way more aggressive with your bikes, like most Harlequin players I've seen, and use the CP. But like you were really conservative, making sure you had the CP to run back, right? Like you were doing that, and I couldn't do anything about this. Like I think that makes that really, really good. So Trevor, what's your thoughts as talking heads since you guys got to backseat drive, so to speak?
Yeah, we were, or I think Shuma called it early that he was deathly afraid of the twilight coming for the aggressors, and he was hoping to see them like a rank or 2 back, sort of in the formation, even if that would have mitigated their damage output a little bit because they weren't going to be quite so far forward. I mean, they just point and click delete everything on the table here, right? But as soon as they get hit, like the board is wide open for the Harlequins as soon as they're taken out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was me leaving those 2 guys alive because if he did that, he would have to sacrifice the bike unit or the troop master, right? And it wouldn't have mattered. Blar. I was debating about, or maybe I should have went for the Hail Mary. You know, the other thing I was kind of really upset about was the intercessors bouncing off the other Harlequins. That sucked.
Yeah, that's true. Only 1 killed.
Yeah,
that's the true.
Yeah, and maybe I should have spent the 2 CP and just went for the 3 Eradicator shots re-rolling on the Twilight Master.
Yeah, maybe.
And just hope that I get a 6 because I'm going to wound, right? I just need to get a hit. Maybe I get 1 or 2 hits, and then you fail it, right? it's just a 50-50, and you've got the CP reroll, so it's like, I don't know, right? And then I kind of hate it. I was like, all right, am I gonna get built up by dice? Because then I also get the 2 damage pick higher. I wasn't expecting that to actually work, but maybe I should have done that. Try to bail myself.
It was a risky play. I'm not sure. That's the 2 CP was to interrupt was I think a better use of the CP. Bon, you didn't have some luck, but for me it was the thing to do.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. It was the better play, right? But to be honest, I mean, it's high risk, high reward, right? The intercessors, I didn't think were going to kill enough anyways. And even if I interrupted, I didn't think it mattered because I could shoot. But if I killed the troop master, but you know what? I was lost anyway, so I should have went for the high reward, high risk play here. Because I was going to lose either way, in that sense. But yeah, this is a hard matchup. I was telling Trevor before this game that I expected to lose this.
Yes, I was expecting to win this on the table, on the matchup story, but the table is always very different. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think this army just plays better for you in this train. I don't think this works so well for me. But I don't know what I would have done different anyways. Yeah, that's what it is.
Was it with the Tempest getting hit by the bikes when the Tempests were back here? Was it possible to sneak them behind this terrain? It looked like there was about an inch that they could have just sunk into the corner and maybe been.
I don't think so, because even if I put them, well, one, I had to worry about being hit on the other side of the wall, so I wanted to be a little bit careful. But even for where they were, he could hit them right here.
Yeah.
So maybe if I did something like this, but I didn't think he's gonna come that aggressive with them. But I don't.
It was not an aggressive play because I knew I can charge the scouts and go back in this terrain. That was my idea. So, and I saw that it was bingo because I saw I can hit another Tempest for free basically. So let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, and that was the other thing too, is like this roll here was really, really bad, because I mean that was the other thing I was not too worried about at Trevor, is if he comes out and he shoots, he shouldn't kill a speeder, to be honest, right? Because I was going to use armor to 10.
With 5 bike, I think I do 6 wound even with armor and content. If I roll something like statistically, I kill 1 speeder for sure, I think.
Well, you had 7 mortals, right? So even if I should make 2 or 3. Well, not like that, but I mean, I should take 2 or 3, and then me ignoring the AP1, I should have been okay. I should either have 1 speeder at 1, or lose maybe 1, right? But I shouldn't have lost all that, right? So like that hurt here. I shouldn't have had that happen. Like that was a bad spike for me.
The problem, the bike are always unstatistically. Sometimes they do nothing. Sometimes they do great. That's the problem with those guns. It's very, very squish. It's not. It's very difficult to have something statistically. But that's true that this time it was statistically, and you fail. You 3 up.
Yeah.
But yes.
I rolled 3-1.
Even if you feel 2, it's still or 1 there. It's still 8 wounds, and you have to save 4. No, yes, you have to save 3 5 up on 7 dice, which is possible. Yes, that's true. But
yeah, I mean, so between that one and then this, I think it was worth it to get on the caresses to play that out. But yeah, I just had some bad luck there. I don't know what else I could have done different.
You kill all the you kill only 6 caresses. So.
Yeah, but I mean that me killing 6 like really neuters that unit. So I mean that.
And I think it was statistical as well. Right? Yes, I lose. Basically, the Caress one was my big unit against you because you ignore AP1. So I knew that with the other one I can only go for 5 intercessor, but not much more.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to go for that unit, right? So like I was fine risking 2 speeders to hit that because that's way more value out of it. But But maybe because even at 15 here, maybe I should have gone further. But I don't think I could have gotten 18, right? Because you were out of with your 6-inch buff.
Yes.
Hit them. So I had to get something else and then try to hit these guys. But I also think you played it well from keeping the aggressors because I couldn't really shoot the bikes or get out of movement. So
Yes, but that's one of the big shooting unit you have, so I have to take care of it.
yeah. Oh well, I feel like I'm coming second or in the semifinals and then losing every time. This is 2 for 2. This has happened.
Always the bridesmaid over here, buddy.
Yeah, I feel like I'm being John Willingham. First. Yeah, I don't know what else would have done different.
Just roll better.
Yeah. I mean, the new 9th edition list will probably be way different for Space Marines, so I probably won't have points to give it for bring it down, which will be huge. That's the other bad point. So that all goes away soon, I think.
Maybe yes. They are very, very good, but I think against most of the army, they are still very, very good. Maybe you can still keep the 4-speeder and put the other speeder Tempest out because it's basically 2.3 and keep the rapier, but yes.
Yeah, well, it just depends on what those points are, right? I don't know those. I don't think those will be worth it, but we'll see. But all right, I'm gonna head out and cry myself to sleep and drink lots of alcohol, and find my bottle of rum. So, I appreciate the game, Liam. Good game.
Yeah.
Very, very well played, bud. And
I think it was you well played as well. It was a very, very interesting game, and thanks.
Yes, now I am going to throw and make fun of Tom. So, and call Tom horrible names because he's a friend.
All right. Well, thanks, Nick. Liam, congratulations.
Yes.
Congratulations on making it to the grand finals tomorrow versus Jamie.
It's going to be Wolf. Okay.
Yes. And the chat just had one question for you, which is how do you feel about killing Wolfen?
It's not going to be easy. Yes, the best way will be, he has a Judicar, him.
Yes.
So it's going to be complicated, I guess.
Absolutely.
There are less shooting, if I'm correct. So if I can manage to kill the Impulsor quickly, he will lose off mobility.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's a 6th objective mission, if I'm correct, huh?
Yeah, it's a vital intelligence. So there's going to be 4 along the diagonal in the center, and then 1 in each deployment zone.
Yes. Oh yes, I see. And I guess, and it's the one if I put a model on the. No, it's not this one. No, it's another one.
Yeah, so it's I believe if you control the objective in your command phase, then you control it until forever, even if you don't have any models on it, until your opponent contests it or takes it away from you.
I guess it's going to be tricky, but we will see. I guess I have it's still Astartes and Harlequin are not bad against Astartes, but I think it's going because it's very close combat oriented. I will need to use all my speed to try to outrange him and to do things like this.
Absolutely.
I think you'll do really good with him. I mean, because you got the bikes to kill the impulsors, which will basically cover everything out, and then he'll have board control, but you can just start piecemealing him.
Yes.
So I think Harlequins are going to have a good matchup.
Yes, but I guess I'm always on the table. Huh? I'm not. I'm a little bit more scary of wolves because I never faced them before. I think in all time, so I know the basic stuff, the heroic intervention, the justice car. He can be -1 to hit, which in fact is not very a problem for me because if I advance, I'm already -1. So we will see. I guess.
Hey, Trevor, I gotta say this. I forgot about this, but Glarg just reminded me. I think he did give my Eradicators diseases because I kept on rolling 1s for damage. like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, the first Eradicator shot that plinked 1 wound off of a Skyweaver, we were just like, oh no.
And then reroll did it, and then for the third shot did it again.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? And that didn't happen once. That happened 3 times, I think, where I had double rolls for the Eradicators and just did 1 damage and can kill a bike.
Yeah, those their mantle rifles were red hot and itchy, unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh well. Yep, I can't help it. This is why we play with a dice game. So, but yeah. Liam, good job. Hey man, really, I wish you good luck and hope you do well.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Take care. I'm heading out, Trevi, and going to go find my bottle of rum.
Absolutely.
Bye.
All right, Liam. So that's gonna be it from us, I think. So we will see you back on stream tomorrow.
Yes.
Awesome.
Allez.
Well, congratulations. Congratulations again.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thanks. The game was fantastic. So.
Yes.
Even if I had losing, it was still a good game.
Yeah, it was awesome to watch, and it the turn that you came in with the Troop Master and really hammered through the aggressors.
Yes.
That was super exciting, but obviously the Space Marine, the sort of the backline of the Space Marine army is still scary, and we were worried that if the dice didn't go your way and one of the Skyweaver units went down, or the remaining Skyweavers went down, like it could potentially have swung. But your move to move block all of the characters in to pen them in on objective 3 on the final turn, so that they couldn't move out to try to contest your objectives for round 5 was really good.
Yes. Thanks. Yes.
Yeah. So I think that's it from us, Shuma. Unless you have anything to add.
No, I think everything's been said. It was a crazy game. Very tight. Very well played.
Yes, yeah, well played to the both of you, and congratulations again for making it to the grand finals that we will be streaming tomorrow.
Tomorrow, so.
Yeah. So we'll be in touch to schedule the time that'll be streamed between you and Jamie, so we can work that out. The best time to do that. But otherwise, have a good evening.
Thanks. Hi. Good night. Hi.
Good night.
Yes, for me it's 1 p.m. 1 a.m. So.
Good morning, I guess.
Yes.
We'll get a good morning sleep.
Yes. Allez. Be wealthy for tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Allez. Bye.
All right, so that's going to be it for us this evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us for the last of the semifinal games of the T5S2 Invitational. We will be back probably tomorrow morning. I think we have it penciled in for 10 a.m., but we'll see when the players can jump on for the grand finals of the Invitational. It is down to the Space Wolves and the Harlequins to determine who will be the #1 player out of this pool of many hundreds. After thousands of games, hundreds of players, dozens of tournaments, we're down to just 2. And the climactic final battle between them will be on Vital Intelligence tomorrow. So everyone stay tuned for that stream to go live on the channel. And we'll be in the Discord in the stream schedule as soon as we know exactly when that's going to be posted. And keep it classy, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.